Okay, I will now call the hearing to order. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Today, for our panel, we have on my far left, Mr. Whitbread. On my direct left, Mr. Marks. I'm Mr. Hutchings. I'll be chairing today. Our executive assistant is Ms. Neepin today. Assessor representing the assessment department is Ms. Shable. And Arca, are you going to be presenting at all?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Arca, we'll call you that. Okay. Representing the assessment and taxation department. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of properties are not considered evidence of market value by this Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will mail to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be further appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following their swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by cross-examination by the appellant and the panel members, and the appellant's testimony followed by cross-examination by the assessor first and then the panel members. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decision based on evidence presented here today. You will receive an order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. And please, can everybody make sure their cell phones are on complete silence. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Newman, Mr. Boardroom.
Good afternoon.
Arca, could you swear in the applicant and the assessor, please? Michelle?
Do you swear in or affirm? Swear? Can you state your full name, please? Do you swear that the evidence showed to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Can you state your full name, please? Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Can you state your full name, please?
Mark Newman.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can you state your full name, please?
Bradford Scott Boardroom.
And do you swear that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. That's the first.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, the first property we're going to deal with is 375 Jefferson Avenue, and I'm just reading over the issues. First of all, we're dealing with the 2020 realty appeal. Looks like we've got rebuttal evidence from the assessor to the Altus Group expense study. And Mr. Newman is going to be presenting on behalf of the applicant an exemption submission.
So if I might just perhaps expedite things a little bit, we are not disputing quantum on this property. The issue is solely liability of taxation and classification.
Okay.
Were you wanting to leave quantum in, or how about the
No, we're going to leave it in, depending on what happens.
So you're asking for confirmation of the
assessed
You're
value.
leaving. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Shable, the appellant is agreeing with the valuation on the property in quantum. So we'll start with reading out the details of the role and your, just make your presentation, please.
So if I might interrupt again, and I apologize.
No, that's okay.
With respect to the issues of liability, certainly the onus of the burden of proof is on us.
Okay.
And as we are not opposing the amount of the assessment, it might be appropriate for us to go first.
Proceed first, okay. 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 Can you, Ms. Shable, can you please read the roll number and everything for the property?
File number 19-2963. Roll number 1102007700. Address is 375 Jefferson Avenue. Owner is 7 Oak School Division number 10.
Okay, and your current classification on the property?
The current classification taxable. This subject properties April 1st, 2018, $908,000.
Okay, and your view on the current use of the property, wanting that classification at 60?
60. Classification 60, liability taxable.
Okay. And the usage of the property, please?
It's office building, and you have information that two tenants inside building, one occupied 374 square feet, another occupied 200 square feet. We have COTA, one tenant, another MASS. It's what I know from expenses matter, presented on page 15 and 16. So most of it's owner occupied.
So, okay, so to clarify, it's owned by the 7 Oak School Division number 10, but yet there's two tenants in here?
Yeah,
occupying?
occupied small usable area,
Okay.
and rest occupied by owner.
Okay, and I'm noting on page 4 of your presentation, we've got 8,568 square feet broken down into two
Premises.
premises, okay. And the rentals out of one of those two premises, or?
It's a rental, overall rent, $8.65.
I'm just trying to get to who the tenants are and how many square feet they're occupying.
Look at page 2.
So we're talking about a total of...
First line is SOAT on the lower level. They occupy 374 square feet.
Okay,
As from 2016. On main floor we have 200 square feet occupied as 2016 MASS.
okay.
In rest occupied 794. It's information from the mother.
Okay, all right.
May I ask a question on that?
Of course, yeah.
Can you tell us what MASS is?
I hope agent will talk about it.
Manitoba Association of School Superintendents? You don't know? Looking at the two of you?
Maybe we should allow Mr. Boardroom. Do you have any questions first?
I do not.
Okay, Mr. Newman?
Because I did online search for his location, we have Ben Zaidman Education Research Center.
Do we have that in your package?
No, it's just online search.
So, I don't know, number one, what that document is not included within her brief.
It's not included,
So
it's
prior-
my search, yeah.
So
I think it's
prior
just information about who's occupying it.
Well, and
Is that right?
I'm certainly going to have a look at it prior to her
Okay?
Try to introduce it.
My question.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Okay, so now we've got an overview of what's going on here and where you're coming from. Okay, so Mr. Boardroom, yeah, Mr. Boardroom, Mr. Newman.
I'll
We
run,
shall
I'll
start.
run, yeah, I'll run with the
Thank you.
instructions. So, as you've heard a little bit already, this building is owned by the Seven Oaks School Division. It's located at 375 Jefferson. It is occupied substantially by the Seven Oaks School Division. I'll explain the use they make of it in a moment, because that ties into the exemption. It is tenanted by these two tenants that occupy 574 square feet. The SOTA is the Seven Oaks Teachers Association. That I can tell you. The MASS, I can't tell you what that acronym stands for. But I anticipate very much it is tied to schools in some way. The balance of the space, the great majority of the space, 7,994 square feet, is occupied by the Ben Zaidman Educational Resource Center. Having grown up in that part of the city, Ben Zaidman was a longtime school trustee in the Seven Oaks area, and the building has been named after him. The building is used for purposes of resources for teachers of the Seven Oaks School Division, and that will become important in the context of the exemption application that we are making here today. But it is the sole purpose of that 7,994 square feet is that it is the divisional library, the Seven Oaks School Division Library, that supports the teachers of the Seven Oaks School Division with professional learning materials, curriculum support, and a variety of other resources that are used to enhance the teaching and the learning. Now, why does that matter?
Just, let me hop in for 2 seconds here, just to put it in context. If we take a look at our Alta submission on page 3, this property abuts an adjacent roll which contains on it Victory School and 395 Jefferson. So as you look at the picture in the upper left-hand corner on our page 3, that is Victory School. And if you look, follow the blue lines to stay within this roll number, and if you look towards the upper right-hand side, you will see another structure. That falls under 395 Jefferson, and that is where the Seven Oaks School Division administrative offices reside. I heard this, or I dealt with this property, I want to say earlier this week. I think it was earlier this week on Monday. We did not dispute the liability to taxation on that property because that property we readily conceded was used chiefly or solely for the administrative purposes of the school division. It's not the case in this property.
So let's start by turning to the brief that I prepared relating to the exemption.
Okay, now where's this? Sorry.
So this is a separate brief that looks like this. It has 3 tabs attached.
At the bottom here? Sorry.
It's the one with the little tabs.
Oh, tabs, okay. Thank you. Big one. Okay.
So if we look at the first page tells you a little bit about 375 Jefferson, what it's used for, and I've addressed that already. So now what I want to do is turn to the legislation. Section 22(1) of the Municipal Assessment Act indicates that certain properties are exempt from taxation, and to be clear, this is a full exemption that is sought, not simply a school tax exemption. So we're looking for a full exemption here. But certain properties are exempt, and one of the circumstances in which properties are exempt is subparagraph D, where it's used for a public school within the meaning of the Public Schools Act. So that's the starting point for this discussion. If we then turn the page, we find some of the provisions from the Public Schools Act, and one of those provisions is the definition of school building. And a school building is defined as includes, and I just mention the word includes. Whenever you see the word includes, it means it's a broad word. It means there are lots of types of buildings that will be included, and then it goes on to name buildings used in a school division for the imparting of instruction. So if there's instruction or teaching going on in a building, that's a school building. But it goes on to say, or for offices or other public school purposes. So buildings that are used for offices or other public school purposes also fall within the definition of school building. Then there's an exception to that, and it tells you that it does not include a building used solely or chiefly for administrative functions of the school division. So apropos of what Mr. Boardroom said to you a few moments ago, 395 Jefferson, the building in behind where he told you that is the offices of the school division as a whole, that building an exemption was not sought for that building because it is used solely or chiefly for the administrative functions of the school division. So, what does all of this mean? Well, we actually have some decisions from the courts that will help us a little bit in dealing with this. And if we go to tab 1, tab 1 is a collection of legislation. So I'm just going to show you some things in the legislation. If we turn the pages, I've numbered the pages in the lower right-hand corner. If we turn to page 4, turn to page 6 in the lower right-hand corner. There you see section 22.1, which I was just drawing your attention to previously. And I'm also showing the French version in the right-hand corner, and you'll understand in a moment why I'm showing you the French version. If you then turn the page to page 7 down at the bottom, you see subparagraph B, where it talks about if it's used for a public school within the meaning of the Public Schools Act. Then if you turn the page, at the top of the right-hand column, you're going to see, I put an arrow in the margin, subparagraph D in French. And I'm not going to tell you what that means, but I will tell you that every time I argue one of these in front of Mr. Therian says to me, show me the French version. He looks at it, and then he says to me, okay, you're correct in saying that it's different than the English version. Why am I telling you that? I'll explain that in a moment. So if we now keep turning the pages, go to tab 2. Tab 2 is the decision of the Manitoba Court of Appeal in a case involving the Winnipeg School Division. The issue was a little bit different in this case, but this case is important in the sense of the guidance it provides as to how this legislation is to be interpreted. So if you look to page 2 of the decision, down at the bottom, paragraph 6, it starts out by referencing the legislation. It references 22.1d, and if you turn on to page 3, you can see 22.1d that we've just spoken about. You also see the definition of school site. And then if we keep going, if you go to page 10 of the decision, we come to paragraph 24. And in paragraph 24, the court says, finally, while it was not argued in this appeal, the interpretation of section 22.1d and 24 endorsed in these reasons is supported by a comparison of the French and English versions. Manitoba is one of those provinces where the legislation must be enacted in both English and French. And it is one of those provinces, as I will show you in a moment, where both the French version and the English version are equally authoritative. They are equally binding. And what we have sometimes is the legislation has different language. And the courts have said that even though the language is different, parties are entitled to the benefit of whichever version may benefit them. And I'll show you that in a moment. So it then, in paragraph 25, quotes the French version and the English version of subparagraph 22.1d. And if we go on to paragraph 26, at the top of the next page, the court tells us what the French version says. The English version indicates that real property is tax exempt where it is used for a public school within the meaning of the Public School Act. The French version indicates the real property is tax exempt where it is used for the needs of a public school within the meaning of the Public Schools Act. So there are two different versions of the legislation, each of which are equally binding. And why are they each equally binding? They are binding because the Interpretation Act of Manitoba says that both versions are equally binding. So that was the decision of the Manitoba Court of Appeal in relation to a somewhat different issue involving the Winnipeg School Division. Why does that matter in the context of this case? Well, let's back up a step. Why do we have exemptions? Just generally, I'm going to ask the rhetorical question, why do we have exemptions? We have exemptions because the starting point for the legislature is that all property should pay tax. But then the legislature decides in their wisdom that there are certain exceptions to that, and those exceptions are given exemptions. Sometimes it's a full exemption, sometimes it's a partial exemption. And the legislature in Manitoba, through Section 22(1)D, has decided that property used for a public school, in the English version, or used for the purposes of a public school, in the French version, should be exempt from tax. Why? Because public policy supports the concept that our educational facilities should not have to pay tax. There's a public good in not having schools pay tax. And that's actually recognized if you come back to the text of my brief now. So on page 2, on the lower half of the page, I talk about the Winnipeg School Division Court of Appeal decision, which I've just taken you through. If you go on to page 3, you see some excerpts from the decision of the trial judge. Down at the bottom of the page, the trial judge talked about exemptions, and she talked about the fact that there are 29 exemptions, and then I've underlined, starting at the bottom, the clear implication of these exemptions is that while there's a substantial public interest in the generation of revenue through taxation of real property, in the context of real property covered by these exemptions, that public interest is outweighed by the public interest in giving relief from property taxation to certain organizations. So, what does that mean about this property? And remember what the use of this property is. It is a resource for the school division, for the teachers. It provides curriculum support. It enables the teachers to better function. They could put a library in a school. Would anybody ever say that the library is not tax exempt? I don't think so. School divisions these days centralize their resources. And we dealt, Mr. Boardroom and I dealt on Monday with two other properties, 1075 Wellington and 491 Monroe, which are resource properties for the St. James School Division. Winnipeg 1 at 1075 Wellington, and for the River East School Division at 491 Monroe. And the panel that dealt with these exact same resource-type buildings on Monday granted the exemptions requested, and we have those decisions having received them yesterday. This property is exactly the same thing. It's a resource for the teachers and for the school division. So now I come back to some of the definitions. And I say to you that if you come back to the definition of school building, look at the top of page 2. Under the Public Schools Act, school building includes buildings used to impart instructions, but it also includes buildings used as offices or other public school purposes. And I say to you that a resource building for teachers is a building that is used for a public school purpose. And so I say to you that under the English version of the legislation, the building is entitled to be exempt. But I also say to you that under the French version of the legislation, remembering that the French version says that buildings are exempt where they are used for the needs of a public school. And so I say to you that a resource building of this type is used for the needs of a public school, and so it is exempt under the French language version as well. And as to why the French language version is equally enforceable, if you go to page 6 of the text of my brief, I give you there in the middle of the page 2 sections from the Interpretation Act. The Interpretation Act is an act in Manitoba that governs how legislation should be interpreted. Section 6 says that every act should be interpreted as being remedial and given a fair, large, and liberal interpretation that best ensures the attainment of its object. And Section 7 says that the English and French version of acts and regulations are equally authoritative in accordance with Section 23 of the Manitoba Act of 1870. And that's where I said to you earlier that the French and English versions are both equally authoritative, even though they may be somewhat different in their language. And so at the end of the day, I am saying to this panel that this property, because it is used as a resource center for the teachers, it gives them professional learning materials, it is a library, it gives them curriculum support. Those are all public school purposes under the definition of school building. They are used for the needs of a public school or the purposes of a public school under the French language version, and for both of those reasons, the exemption, the full exemption, should be granted for this property. Subject to questions which may arise, that is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. Boardroom, are you going to say anything right now? Or?
It depends on the questions. I don't have anything to add to
Okay.
Mr. Newman's
All right, thank you.
to you.
Okay,
I have rebuttal to submit.
okay, so we have rebuttal. Maybe let's deal with any questions of the...
It's with the questions, I will be.
Okay. Are you two okay sharing that?
Yep.
You can,
We've seen it
It's,
before.
no, yeah, it's nothing new.
Okay.
It's just have a municipal assessment act, the public school act, and
Okay,
appears on page 2.
all right, would you mind speaking up, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And municipal assessment act, part 6, liability to taxation.
Okay, where we speak, would you mind pointing out where you're, what
We
page
start
you're...
here, and I will the most concentrate on highlights.
Page 2?
Yes.
Okay,
Page 2, real property partial exemption to 22.1, subject to section 55, 50, and 6. Real property is exempt from taxation levies by municipality other than for local improvement where the real property is used for public school with the meaning of the Public School Act or private school with meaning of the Education Administration Act, to maximum exemption of 4.047 hectares. Let's go the Public School Act. Definition, Public School Act 1.1. In this act, public school means an institution for education purposes established and maintained under this act of the Education Administration Act. It's institutional for education purposes. Also, we're going to Education Administration Act. It's a use for public school. So, definition. In this act, private school means any school other than the public school, which provide curriculums and standards of education equivalent to that provided by the public school, but does not include any home on places for which clause 262B of the Public School Act applies. Also, public school means an institution for education purpose established and maintained under this act, the Public School Act. The Public School Act, we go in specific certain duties of school board, 44.1B3, ensure that a written policy respecting school food and nutrition is prepared for each school, in each school division or school district. So, in our subject property, we don't have an institution for education purpose. It's no student inside. There we don't have respective school food and nutrition prepared for each school. It's not inside. On page 5, we're going back to Public School Act, 1 Act. Read. School building include the building required on use is a school division or school district for imparting of instruction or for office or other public purposes for students, but not include a building or part therefor constructed, designed or used solely on chiefly for administration function. That not include for chiefly administration function of the school division. This subject property, its purpose for school division. It's not specific for student, for school. Or other division or school district other the tools exercised by principal and teachers. It's my rebuttal.
Okay,
May I ask some questions?
of course.
Thank you. Look at, please, your page 3. Page 3 is a listing, is section 41.1 of the Public Schools Act, and this is a listing of the duties of the school boards, correct? And you have highlighted section B.3 that says one of the duties of the school board is to have a written policy respecting school food and nutrition, correct?
Correct.
You've not highlighted anything else, but let me draw your attention to page 4, subparagraph G. And subparagraph G indicates that one of the duties of the school division is, except as otherwise provided in the Act, to employ teachers and such other personnel as may be required by the school division. Would you agree that other personnel will include librarians, will include people who know how to build a curriculum, people who know how to have computers function in the classroom? Do you agree that other personnel will include those types of people?
Yes, by this act it's employee teacher and other personnel.
Right.
Specific to work with students, with school people.
Just look at subparagraph O on that same page. One of the duties of the school board is to select and purchase or rent school sites, and as well to build, repair, furnish, keep in order, and regulate the use of school buildings, correct?
School building, yes.
And the next page, page 5 of your brief, defines school building, and you read that to us, but you put emphasis on, or you agree that the under portion you underlined says the imparting of instruction, but then it goes on to say, or for offices or other public school purposes. Do you agree that having a library for the teachers is a purpose required for a public school?
Has a library for the teacher, it's a facility for training teacher. It's not for purpose of school. And let's go first, use for public school. In public school means institution for educational purposes. Just this institution means it, not a teacher training.
So if a teacher will be better able to perform their duties because they have access to resources in a teacher's library, you would say that that use of that library is not for a public school purpose.
It's not specific for school exemption.
Okay. And are you aware that, as I said earlier, on Monday of this week, a different panel granted exemptions for 1075 Wellington and 491 Monroe for resource buildings just like this?
I'm not aware yet. I will come
Okay.
back and research it.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So those were your questioning of the appellants, okay?
Yes.
Richard, any questions of the appellant?
So the resource center is designed to provide resources for the students in the school division. It's designed to provide resources for the teachers of students in the school division. In other words, to improve the minds of the teachers, the teachings of the teachers to the students of the public school.
Absolutely.
That's your contention.
That's our contention. And I'll say it to you this way. Most of us in this room are of an age, and I'm not saying we're going back to the one-room schoolhouse and that we walked bare feet for 10 miles in the winter to get to school. I'm not going that far. But there's no question that when I went to high school and elementary school in the 60s and 70s, schools are very different today. Schools are much broader in terms of the scope of what they do in terms of looking after students. They look after not only a curriculum that they teach them, but they look after their health needs. That's why there's a nutrition plan that's necessary. 1075 Wellington has audiologists at it. It has clinicians. Schools today have an obligation in society to provide not only a curriculum, but to look after the well-being of students and to provide for them in a much broader-based way. And all of that is part of what is a public school, and it's part of what is buildings used for purposes of public schools, and it is part of what is the needs of a public school under the French language version.
Got that. Got it. So you would contend that in a school division like this, we have several thousand teachers working in Seven Oaks. If they had a gymnasium to improve the fitness of the staff, because that proves that they will be in the classroom more frequently, or away from the classroom less frequently because they're healthy, or if they had a nutrition program or a clinic specifically for the staff, several thousand staff, you would contend that that building would not, or land and building would not be taxable. It would be tax exempt.
I would contend that. I don't think that actually happens in this school division.
No, but
that
that's
would
big
be-
enough.
Yes, but that would be our position.
Okay, so I'm understanding the use for the needs of public schools.
Yes.
And I get that. Okay, thank you.
Have any questions?
Yeah, just, there are other schools that have the same sort of facility for the teachers, so they can learn a little bit more about what they're teaching the students in that particular week or month. And these different schools have had the assessment dropped on that.
So I can tell you, and Mr. Boardroom and I have been doing this together now for a number of school divisions throughout Winnipeg. As I said to you earlier, on Monday of this week, Winnipeg School Division Number 1, 1075 Wellington, the old Prince Charles School, exemption granted, exact same type of thing. 491 Monroe, River East School Division, exact same thing granted. 150 Moray, which is also on the docket later today, exact same thing. St. James School Division, it's the resource for the school division as a whole, exemption granted. Exemptions have been granted for a good number of these resource buildings. Yes?
Well, one further question to that, can these different libraries be utilized by different schools? Or is it
So what I will say this to you, without question, the library at 375 Jefferson will be available and accessible to all of the schools in the Seven Oaks School Division. I would venture to say that if the superintendent of the St. James School Division called over to the superintendent at Seven Oaks and said, one of our staff needs to go over to your library to look at a certain resource, I can't imagine that the answer would ever be no.
They have a pretty nice resource center of their own, I think, on Portage and Moray.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Two separate buildings, and we'll get to that later on.
May I, well, if you have questions, you go ahead and I'll,
No, you go ahead, Richard.
I lost it. Go ahead and I'll
Okay.
come back.
All right, so, I'm just trying to get my head around, because Mr. Boardroom hasn't presented yet. So I'm looking at the assessor's brief.
I don't think I'll be presenting
You won't?
anything. We are not disputing quantum on this
Oh,
property.
yeah, okay. Right, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so then my question is, so what class code are you requesting and exactly? I don't think you...
So institutional exempt, or in the city vernacular of the city, would be 40E.
So class code 40?
E.
Okay, for the, okay. So that's the request for the full exemption on the property, okay. And what I was getting to was, so this whole building, like the assessor, I'm looking on her brief, and she's detailed some leases, maybe they're irrelevant here, I suppose, in a way, because you're asking for the full building.
I can't speak to the information within the assessor's brief
Fair
with
enough.
respect to those occupancies. I can tell you that the information that we have provided both in our brief
Yeah.
and that Mr. Newman has provided in his brief
Okay.
are as what was described to me about the building
Okay,
by
so...
the administration of the school.
Right. So, since we haven't seen your brief, Mr. Boardroom, what I'm requesting is that you're saying that 8,568 square feet, that's the total of gross floor plan, is exempt. There's no, like Mr. Newman referred to the Zaidman Resort Center, is that occupying the 8,500 square feet?
Well, there are, if you read this, there are the building at 8,000 square feet isn't monstrously huge. It's
4,000 square feet.
up and down, right?
Yeah,
And
right.
so it's not monstrously, it's not monstrously large.
Right.
And our submission is that yes, the building should be fully exempt in this
Okay.
case.
Because, I'm sorry.
I can't address the information within Ms. Scheibel's brief, but I can also tell you that she hasn't provided any information about those occupancies either. I can certainly imagine that the Seven Oaks Teachers Association will make use of the resources within this building.
so have you visited this
I
property?
have not.
Okay, so I'm trying to determine that all the square footage is used as a library. I think the Zaidman, Mr. Newman, you referred to, is it the Zaidman?
Jen Zaidman Educational Resource Center.
Yes, and that occupies the full building.
Well, obviously, there's going to be some administrative personnel in terms of a librarian, for example, running the library. So there will be a limited number of offices within that building.
Okay.
But essentially, it provides professional learning materials and curriculum support through the entirety of the building is what we're submitting to you. I think ultimately you have two choices. You can grant the exemption for the entire building,
Yeah.
or you can look at it appears to be 574 square feet, and that is occupied by the Teachers Association, and whatever that other acronym stands for.
School superintendent.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And decide that you'll not grant the exemption in respect of that small portion.
Yeah, you're saying 574, I'm looking on the assessor's brief, she's got it split up to 374 and 200.
That's why I'm saying 574.
Okay, total, okay. But Mass only occupies the 200 according to their last inspection. Okay, so, okay, all right. So out of a total of, she's saying a total of approximately 8,000 square feet.
7%, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And I'm going to take it that neither party has visited this property recently. I'm going to speak out of turn here, but Michelle, have you got any notes from the last inspection?
No inspection.
No inspection done at all? Like who established the lease areas, for instance?
I think it comes from the questionnaire. It's detailed in the questionnaire.
I can also tell you that certainly with respect to the property at 491 Monroe that we talked about, and Mr. Newman referenced earlier this afternoon, was an allocation. That is the Rivers Transcona administrative offices, but there is also space within that building that houses a centralized print shop for the entire division. It also houses their IT department, which provides services to the entire division. And I can also tell you that on Monday, the panel on that hearing granted a proportional exemption based on those areas.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
and they occupied about 1/3 of the entire building, so it wasn't insignificant. We conceded that the remainder of that space was for administrative purposes.
Okay, so my next question is, do you have a copy of those decisions available to us?
In my office.
As well in my office.
Okay. And my last
But
question.
we're here under oath telling you.
No, fair
that
enough, yeah, that's, yeah, we'll
Fine,
find
certainly
it.
reference it.
I guess my comment is, I think we've dealt with this issue with the last cycle, I believe. And are there any pending municipal boards or court?
So there in fact are pending applications in the Court of Queen's Bench on a large number of these properties. And as I explained to the panel on Monday, there's actually a meeting with the judge on February 12th. The City Legal Counsel and myself.
Okay.
And the judge is going to manage a process of dealing with those outstanding decisions, but that's where the court proceedings are.
And I don't ask for us to avoid making a decision here. You know,
Just to add on to what Mr. Newman said, the decisions that have come from this board over now 3 cycles are mixed. Some granting exemptions, some not granting exemptions, but in each case, one side or the other has filed an application, and I stand corrected on that.
Yeah, because this one, obviously, I'm sure it was dealt with last cycle, and obviously the department decided not to, or somebody, maybe the Board of Revision decided not to grant the exemption last time, but then there's others that have been granted exemptions, right?
And again, the 2 most recent examples, by coincidence, simply are Monday.
Yeah.
And it's for the exact same type of building. And I'll also say to you, in the interest of full disclosure to the panel, there is what I call a spectrum of different types of school buildings that have been in issue, and I categorize them in this way. There are what I call the resource buildings, which is these. There are what I call the maintenance type buildings, where a lot of school-related maintenance is done in a centralized facility. And then there are what I call, somewhat casually, the bus depots. Because a lot of school divisions have facilities where their buses are either just stored, or they're both stored and repaired. So that's a third category, and I'd say to you that the school facilities generally fall into those 3 silos. And there have been exemptions granted for all types of properties, for both the maintenance and the school and the bus depots. But the resource property, like this one, in my mind, are the ones that are arguably closest to the schools and the students, because clearly they enhance.
You would agree, Mr. Dillon, that students do not typically enter these facilities. Teachers enter these facilities.
I would say to you that it depends on the facility. So, for example, in some of them, they have clinical psychologists, they have audiologists in these resource centers. The students go there.
So parents would take the students to the center to be treated
Yeah.
or dealt with.
This one doesn't have that, but 50 Monterey for the Louis Riel School Division has that, has clinicians on site, and 1075 Wellington has audiologists.
Similarly, and we're not dealing with that today, 761. 760 Kildare has a standalone building in the northwest corner of the site that contains solely support services as part of that school and the grounds behind it. So that one's coming up, I believe, on Monday. So we'll be dealing with that one on Monday.
So we've gone, 100 years ago from the one-room school to a very different institution today.
There may be a fourth silo, and that's what are called resource centers with students with needs that won't be dealt with in the school. Violent students, they go to those buildings for classes.
And in fact, you're absolutely correct, Mr. Whitbread, there is that. And we've dealt with that at 930 Jefferson, for example, for the Seven Oaks School Division, because they try and find a way clearly to keep those students who are having difficulty in what I'll call the mainstream, they try and keep them engaged in some way.
Mr. Chair, I do recall in my feeble-mindedness what I was going to ask
Okay,
earlier.
go ahead.
Just maybe more for clarification, but SOTA is the Seven Oaks Teachers Association, which is essentially the union representing teachers in.
I'm
Oh, you're
listening.
okay? Oh,
Yeah.
it kind of looked like.
I was born with cheap ears, and I'm just trying to listen.
So it is the union. So even though the union is comprised of teachers from the school division, plus representation from the Manitoba Teachers Society, and they have access to use the resources, the sole purpose of that 374 square feet space is to represent the teachers as a union. The school superintendent is the representative agency for the school superintendents across the province. And so they would likely not have anything to do. May access, because many of them may be educators, but that business is not for the schools, the use of the public schools. So I think your line of questioning was on the right path, that 574.
And as you pointed out too, that's 7%.
7%, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's an interesting argument, for sure. Okay, Ms. Kaden, do you have any summary required?
No.
No, okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, are we going to question the city on their,
Of course, I thought we had, okay. But
no, we haven't asked the
Okay, I'm
city.
sorry, yeah, that's the rebuttal gets in there, right? Okay, sorry, of course, yeah, any questions of the assessor?
When you presented your brief, you laid out very similar legislative requirements that the applicant has done. You did not make any reference to the French version, which talked about used for the needs of the public school. Was that intentional, or was it an oversight of that particular piece of the legislation?
I don't have answer.
Sorry?
No answer.
No answer?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it's English and French. It's who, how interpreted it.
But you followed
In my
the applicant's
Yes,
judicial decisions
yes.
as the,
I just point because we decide who to exempt, and Municipal Assessment Act is our regulation. We just going word by this regulation when we granted appeal exemption. But in this case, it shows that it's not. It's for public school, but not for education purpose. It's not for people, for students of school.
for the needs of.
For needs specific of school kids.
Okay. My
It's
second,
our statement.
understand
That's why
that.
when Board of Revision grant exemption, we every time appeal. Second,
And my second question ties into the use of the building in question. It appears that you did not sort of go in to understand the nature of the use of the space with SOTA and Mass and who
it
they are.
is use of the space, it's for teacher purpose. That's why it's not exempt in our case. It just is for teacher purpose, no one for public can go in. You have to request from another school, request any information.
But
So-
when we talk about Mass, M-A-S-S, and SOTA, S-O-A-T-A, you didn't provide any evidence that indicated who they were or what the...
Yeah, because this information specific for income expense member on page 16 was provided to us.
Yeah, but you didn't know what they were.
No.
From your perspective, they could easily be school resources,
Yeah,
not a
I don't
union,
know.
not the... Oh, that's fine. Understand, thank you.
Doug, any questions?
No, no, that's fine, thank you.
And I am good too. So you didn't want any requirement for summary, you presented your case? Okay. And you're both good? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you. I think you said this to me the other day as well.
We will see you Monday.
Okay, so that concludes 375 Jefferson Avenue. Now let's get all this put together here.
I'm just going to spread out a little here.
All right.
Erica, am I supposed to be putting your name on each order? Or is there specific ones you'll be speaking to?
The file number 192527,
Help me out with an address here.
2530.
1970 Main Street.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think I've got everything here. This package, okay. And Brad, you had a presentation too, right? That it was, you agreed with quantum, but I'm just making sure I got all this stuff together here, so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. We will start at the top. Maury.
Yeah, we'll get to it in due course.
Oh, you didn't want to go second? on that
Yeah,
one?
no, classification liability is not an issue there. I wasn't sure
Sounds good.
arising from the assessor's brief, but if I understand her correctly, it's not an issue in county.
Okay, so we're going to go back to item number 2. Number 1 was withdrawn. It's going to be 2494 Ferrier Street. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, what are we dealing with here? So we're dealing with the 2020 realty assessment. We have a request for increase by the assessor. That is still in place?
Yes.
Okay.
And for the record, I have instruction from my client to proceed with the appeal.
Okay. Thank you. And are there any outstanding issues with this one? Okay, nothing else. All right. Ms. Shiva, when you are ready, please.
File number 19-2731. Roll number is 0501531100. Address is 2794 Ferry Street. Owner is Graham Hanson Material Limited. We are valuing the property as it stands on January 1st, 2020, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2018. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on the evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion That market value of subject property as April 1st, 2018, 759,000. In that, the 2020 assessed value of 488,000 should be increased to this amount. The subject property is located at northwest portion of the city of Winnipeg, page 12 of my brief. We can see a map, subject location map and air photo. It's located west from Ferry Street. The subject size has an irregular shape. Is approximately 39,724 square feet. The one-story building with basement was constructed in 1964. On page 19, we have good description of this subject property. It's office building. It was posted for lease, for sale. It's a main floor, 4,503 square feet office building. We have a new roof in 2004, full development basement of same square footage, 4,503 square feet, private water line, two bathroom with video conference, great parking, front and back electricity, parking, 10 offices, free workstation on main floor, large storage area in basement, excellent potential for additional or warehouse behind the office building, heated all-season sunroom. On page 20, you can see floor plan on main floor, how office is located. 21 its location on the map, and more photo on 22. Reception showroom area, reception workstation, kitchenette in all-season sunroom. On page 2, I have more photo subject property, and we're going to rent comparables on page 3. So first line, it's subject property. We did assess in 2018, our reference date, 9,600 square feet, overall $6.50. My 7 comparables location below tables. It's not far from the subject property. Subject property is red dots. We have first comparable St. James on Main Street, 2 comparables on Main Street, McPhillan, Jefferson, another on McPhillan, another on Main Street. So I did present a different type of property. First 2 properties on St. James and Main Streets, it's warehouses. Leases was started. It was built, one built 1965, another built 1999. It's old building. Leases in 2017 was from $9.75 to $12.90. My comparables 3, 4, and 5, it's office buildings. It's on Main, McPhillan, Jefferson, very close to the subject properties. Old building, built 1964, 1988, 1990. Leases started 2016, 2017. From $9.50 to $17 per square foot. My sex property, it's McPhillan's garage, service garage. building built in 1986 in 2017 and lease at $10. Comparables number 7 on McPhillip Street, it's building 2010. Closest, I guess, to the subject property, lease started 2017 for $17. So my 7 comparables show that unadjusted median of space for $12.57. We did assess on $6.50. It's reasonable and fair. On page 4 of my brief, all work up for our income approach. We have a total area of 9,006 square feet. We did apply overall rent of $6.50. Our potential rent just around $59,000. We apply 5.5% vacancy loss, and also we allowed for general 2% expense allowance. These expenses include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structure repairs, and also shortfall allowance per square foot to account for not recoverable expenses during time of vacancy of $7 per square foot. On page 10, some support document for not recoverable expenses of 2% allowance. We can see that to illustrate accuracy of the model, in substantial, the 2% not recoverable expenses allowance used by Assessment Taxation Department mass appraiser model did represent 29 comparables. That shows that not recoverable expenses came across 1.06%. So 10% is very well supported. For office building, we apply 6.7% overall capitalization rate. On page 6 on my brief.
What page is that, sorry?
6. Capitalization rate table. It's a suburban office B. We are looking for 26 percentiles. It's a 60% of all properties for suburban B, 6.2% range to 7.3% in range. We did apply 6.7%. It's inside this range. Our City of Winnipeg range very well supported by Colliers International. It's between 6.5 to 7.25. CBRE 7% to 7.5, and Cushman Wakefield from 6.75 to 7.5. Also on page 9, we presented capitalization rate evidence. First table, 5 office sales. The following sample of actual sales that took place during the reference period. The purpose for showing this individual capitalization rate to illustrate the accuracy of the model, to substantiate the model derived capitalization rate, but they are not meant to be comparable, specific for the subject property. This information we provide for every office building. Let's look for these 5 comparables, sale capitalization rate evidence on Portridge, Lombard, Henderson, Notre Dame, Roblin. This sales was in 2016-2017 prior to 2018 and range between 5.1 and 6.54%. So it's very well support our table on page 6 in our subject 6.7% capitalization rate for subject property. So by applying, by dividing net operational income by capitalization rate, our estimate of subject property, 759,000. On page 23. Owner of office building has adjacent, neighboring properties. I show two properties belong to the subject property, the subject owner. It's our office building. It's our office building under appeal right now. And same owner has this property. So it's subject property, it's neighboring property for owner. On page 24, I presented another property, but it's different owner. So neighboring property is different owner. On page 25, let's look in my specific rent comparables. I have air photo of site and photos of building. So rent comparables on St. James, it's our warehouse. It's built in 1999, in 2017 lease for 10 years for $12.90. On page 26, comparables on Main Street, it's warehouse, retail warehouse, built in 1965, close to the subject property, built in 1964. Lease from 2017, $9.75. On page 27, office building on Main Street, one-floor building, lease in 2017 for $12.75, 57 cents. On page 28, office building on McPhillips, built same in 1964, lease started 2016, should be upward adjustment for timing, and for 8,000 square feet lease for $9.50. On page 29, two leases on Jefferson Avenue, one office building in 2017 for $17. In retail warehouse was leased in 2016 for $8. On page 30, we have vehicle service garage on McPhillips, built in 1986, leased in 2017 for $10. On page 31, two-floor building, office building on Main Street, leased in 2017 for $17. It should be upward, downward adjustment because building 2010, it's more new building. So based on my evidence, it's my opinion, assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as April 1st, 2018, $759,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shable. Mr. Borgstrom, any questions?
Yes, I do.
Just a couple?
Well, I would hazard a guess it'll be more than a couple. Good afternoon, Ms. Shuttle. How are you? So, in looking at your brief on page 1, and let me know if I'm going too fast. The actual year built you show here is 1964, correct?
Correct.
And the effective year built is 1984, correct?
Correct.
Now, Do you know if that's the basis on which the original assessment was placed on this property?
Right now, effective years 1984, do a renovation happen with these properties?
Okay, and when did that happen?
Please open page 19 of my brief.
All right.
Major renovation was done in 2004.
Major renovation in 2004.
It's a new roof, it's a very big part of.
So that, it's the new roof that you were referring to as the major renovation?
I had support document.
I'm sorry, I did not understand you.
I had support document.
But to be clear, what you're referring to in terms of a major renovation is the new roof?
Yeah, it's very well supported by my evidence.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that there was a roof put on the property. On your page 19, it indicates that there was a new roof in 2004, correct?
Mhm.
So physical condition as of 2020, that roof would now be 16 years old?
Physical condition. Current 2000. 36 years. It's a.
So let's come back to the question I asked about the roof. The roof as of 2020 is 16 years old? Correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Mhm.
And in terms of the interior of the building, are you aware of any improvements to the interior of the building?
Let's open page 19. And page 22 photo. It's very well maintained and good-looking building.
Okay, so this, on 19 and page 22, this is an offering of this property for sale by DTZ Carnegie, correct?
Correct?
And do you know when this is from?
It's for sale.
I understand
This
that.
information was posted.
Do you know when it was offered for sale?
It says open for sale, 1 second, in 2006. Because property tax 2006 presented on page 19.
So that would be a fair guess then if this brochure is from 2006, give or take? Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
So is it your opinion that this brochure that you provided in your evidence dates back to approximately 2006?
I don't have answer.
You don't know?
Because on this brochure, you have property tax 2006. So it's when its building was posted for sale.
So let's come back to the question about the interior of the property. Are you aware of any renovations or improvements to the interior of this building?
You can look photo 22. It's very well presented what's inside this building. First two photos show reception and showroom area. And another showed reception, workstation, kitchenette, and all-season sunroom. A picture better than 1,000 words.
Okay, Ms. Able to expedite things, Mr. Boardroom, excuse me. Can we all agree that the condition of the property represented in your presentation is representative of 2006. Is that fair?
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Well, I've only just begun my questioning.
I know,
Yeah, and so what I'm trying to do, and perhaps you can shortcut the answer, the brief that we're looking at us here has an effective date of 1984. And what I'm about to ask Ms. Scheibel is, what was the effective year assigned by the department in determining the assessed value of this property? And then we'll come back to the reasons for the change.
Trying to move things along.
So am I.
Effective age may or may not equal to the actual or chronological age of the building. Size,
Would you mind
maintenance,
speaking up? I'm sorry.
The effective age may or may not equate to the actual or chronological age of the building. Size, maintenance, design may increase or decrease the aging process.
So let me stop you
When
there.
an improvement is
No, we
renovated,
understand the principle of it.
depreciation is calculated different rate.
We understand,
for various
Ms. Scheibel,
companies.
Ms. Scheibel, we understand the principle of an age variant. What we're trying to determine here, and I don't mean to speak for Mr. Borgstrom, is what triggered the age variant? Do you have any information on what triggered an age variant in 1984? And if this current assessment was based on, was that age variant in place when this assessment was developed? Is that fair, Mr. Borgstrom?
Thank you.
I don't need
I
to.
increase, I applied this effective years bill, 1984. I did, and I
Okay.
went for increase because
Okay.
I added basement, full basement for this property. I see leasable area, what triggered increase.
Okay, okay.
So let's come back then to the condition of the structure. And I heard you when you talked about the roof being replaced in 2004. But are there any other improvements to this property that would lead you to an opinion of a different effective age?
I don't have any support document more
Okay.
in front of me right now.
Have you inspected this property?
No.
Now,
I didn't inspect property, but I'm able to completely correct describe it based on data we have on file, and plus these photos show
and
very
we'll
well.
certainly be coming back to that then. So, in looking at the property overhead you show on your page 2, would it be fair to say that the immediately surrounding area is, on Ferrier, is industrial in nature? And are you aware of any other office buildings in this area?
It's on page number 1, zoning for subject property, and 2 manufacturing general.
So let's come back to the question. Are you aware of any other office buildings in this area?
I'm not aware about zoning, another offices, but this part, it starts to be residential, from my information.
And so the abutting area to the south is residential, correct?
Correct.
And you're not suggesting that this property should be converted into residential, are you?
No.
Now, to the north and to the west and to the east are all industrial lands, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, to the north and to the west and to the northeast are all developed with industrial properties, correct?
This area, manufacturing general,
Yes.
what is your questions?
And did you actually have the, I'm sorry, Did you have the opportunity to even drive by this area?
This amount of time we have to prepare this space.
No, I understand time constraints, but there are some significant issues on this appeal. Now, I note here on your page 1 that you are applying the leasable area of 9,006 square feet.
Correct.
Do you know if that is the original building area from which the 2020 assessment was developed?
It includes full main floor and full basement.
And so, let me ask again.
I added basement area full developed.
So my question is about the original 2020 assessed value. Do you know if that assessed value was calculated on the basis of 9,006 square feet, or was it on the basis
On page 4, we have a new assessment. It's based on 9,006 square feet.
So let me come back to the original 2020 assessment. Was it based on 9,006 square feet?
I asked for increase from original assessment 488,000 to 759,000. And I mentioned that I personally went inside to update our records. I added full basement area that very well support on my page 19, full developed basement area of 4,503 square feet, largest storage area in basement. Plus, I do a renovation of, I have just line a new roof in 2004. Usually when you doing renovation for a roof, it's huge renovation. I update effective years to 1984. More questions?
I will take that as non-responsive.
Well, I think, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I believe you've looked at this property, reviewed it.
Yes.
The original assessment did not include the basement development, so you added it
Yes.
and reassessed it.
That triggered the increase in assessed value.
Now,
Is that fair?
So we update our records.
It wasn't the question. And so let me ask you, you indicated that you went into the records for this property, correct? And that would include previous appeals on this property?
Correct.
And you're aware from that investigation that this property was appealed in 2018?
Possible.
I'm asking you if you're aware of that.
We right now appraise property, effective years 2018. It's brand new hearing. Doesn't matter what happened before. I cannot speak when I was not.
Yeah, you know, we're here, Mr. Boardroom, she's asked for an increase based on her understanding of the current condition of the property. The history of it
Mr. Chairman,
is irrelevant to us, really.
I believe you will find that my questions are in fact quite relevant.
Okay, but you can make it in your presentation,
No, I
okay?
have rebuttal, but I want to establish from the assessor's testimony.
Okay. Well, and she's just stated what she's done.
That she's not, the question on this one was whether she was aware that there was a 2018 appeal on this property. I haven't. The answer that I think I heard was that she wasn't sure.
Okay.
Okay? From your investigation of this property, were you aware that there was a 2016 appeal?
Okay, let's look inside property. We have appeal in 2018, 2016, 2017, 2015, 2011, 2010, 2009, 2005, 2001. How far I should go?
And so were you aware?
And we have municipal pending appeal for 2018. For business, not for property. I know. We have for property 2018 municipal board appeal. More information?
No, that's good. Mr. Boardroom?
So were you aware that this property was the subject of appeal before the municipal board in 2006?
I say it was appeal in 2018, 2016, 2012, 2010.
Okay.
Let me ask the question again.
Yes.
Were you aware that this property was the subject of an appeal before the municipal board in 2006.
It's 2006.
We have municipal board appeal 2010, 2010 for business for roll number for property.
No.
Fair enough. Were you aware that that appeal for the municipal board established a leasable area for this property that has been used by the department in every single year since then?
I can not talk about this appeal because I was not part of it.
Fair enough. You
It's my
indicated that,
opinion, and I state my own opinion.
you indicated that you investigated the file, correct?
I see numbers when
Yeah.
appeal happened.
Did you-
Okay, let's move on, please.
I am. Did you have an opportunity to review the permits taken out on this property?
I didn't find any current permits. I find this cell that represent everything.
Now, let's turn to your rental comparables. And you list them on your page 3, correct? The first one, your number 1 here, subject is an office building, right?
Correct.
And there are 2 occupants of 1250 St. James Street, correct? Or do you know if there are 2 occupants?
I know occupants.
Pardon me?
Yes, I know.
Okay. So is your lease that you're showing for 1250, your comparable number 1, is that lease for the brick or is it for the trampoline park?
It's a residential. It's a retail warehouse. Let's open page
So it's the brick.
25. Where is my first comparables photos?
So your rental comparable is actually the brick. And the brick is typically classified as a retail warehouse, correct, or an RWS? Yes. Do you know the difference between retail and office?
Yes.
And you chose this as comparable to the subject property?
Yes.
Your second comparable,
Because please open page 19. Excel potential for an addition of warehouse behind the office building. Plus it's a zoning M2. It's a manufacturing general. In sometimes manufacturing we have offices, we have warehouses. That's why it can be auto repair garage. That I present range
Okay.
of comparables
Okay.
close to the subject property.
Ms. Shable, you
You
know what?
showed market.
Yes, we understand.
For-
But Mr. Boardroom is on page 3, and in the middle of the page, you've got property types listed. Your subject is OFS. Mr.
Retail
Boardroom,
warehouses.
right, and Mr.
first
Boardroom
floor.
is asking you about the retail RWCs. I'm sorry to put words in your mouth, Mr. Boardroom.
I'm only identifying her rental comparables.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what he's speaking to. He's asking just for you to confirm what the property types are. Okay?
So your rental comparable number 2 at 1441 Main Street?
Same. Retail warehouse.
Well, isn't it true that that's a grocery store?
It's retail warehouse.
Okay, so you show in your information there currently a giant bagger, correct?
Correct?
Were you aware, and it's owned by Great West, I can tell you that, right? Were you aware that previously it was a co-op food store?
I didn't search so far.
I don't know. And prior to the co-op food store, it was a Safeway store? Were you aware of that?
Possible. My base comparables from my 7, it will be comparables number 4. It's office building, very close square footage, 8,000 square feet. on 1120 Mark Phillips and rent 2016 for $9.50.
So let me bring you back to the rental comparables. I'm going to talk to you here about the number 2. Were you
It's
aware
represent market for space.
for
It is
office space?
No, for retail warehouses.
For retail?
I showed market of available space close to the subject property,
So,
because it's manufacturing zoning.
okay. Can we agree that we'll stop interrupting?
Hmm?
Can we agree that we will stop interrupting? Let's take a look at your page 2, on which you show an overhead view of the subject property. Where on this site are you going to put the retail warehouse?
Retail warehouse are represented to show market, existing market close to the subject property. My best comparable is number 4.
Your best comparable is number 4.
Correct.
So let's take a look at that. That's a daycare, is it not? On page 28?
Yeah, right now it's daycare,
That's not an office use, is it?
but it's office building.
You'll agree with me that 1120 McPhillips is a very different location than Ferrier?
It's close to the subject property, but different. And they rent for $9.50, and we down your adjustment for $7.50.
So
For subject property, it's reasonable.
you've indicated that your comparable number 4 is your best comparable. Should we disregard the rest of them?
Fine, we can look on my third comparable, 1240 Main Street. It's a main floor for 2017 lease for $12.57. So it shows that my subject property something between $9 and $13. I cannot point what similar is. I can show range of comparables too. In our estimate, it's in close or inside.
So let's ask about your comparable number 6. You show that as a vehicle service garage, correct?
Correct.
It's a Boyd Auto Body?
Let's see, on page 6. Yes, correct.
And you're comparing a Boyd Auto Body to office space?
Because from my experience on manufacturing, sometimes we have auto repair garage. Because my estimation just see how range for rent in this area. I just can show range and go from it.
So I want to turn to your cap rate. Cap rate, this is a model-driven cap rate, correct?
Correct?
How does the model differentiate between a location such as Ferrier for an office building, where there are no other offices present, there's no market for offices present in this location? How does it differentiate between that and other OFS locations in this market region?
Our capitalization rate depends from allocation, age, size, type of properties.
And I
It's
appreciate,
analyzed or sell in City of Winnipeg.
and I appreciate that, but my question was, how does the model recognize a location like Ferrier for an office building, where there are no other office buildings, no market for office buildings, versus other locations in this market region?
It's a OFC building. In our case, OFC building usually located what more else?
I don't want to interrupt you, but you classify the building as an OS, correct?
Yeah, office, correct.
So can you answer the question about how does the model differentiate for a location like the subject property?
Let's open page 6. Our capitalization rate can be derived from properties that have sold by dividing each property's net operating income, its sale price. So we analyze all sales from the city, different type of property, different type of location. It's our capitalization rate, variables such as size, and you can see on 4 paragraphs, variables such size, age, and location will influence the capitalization rate applied in the capitalization of values.
Okay,
So
that-
it's we have size, age, and location influence our capitalization rate
So I would take that as
from
non-responsive.
different type of properties.
I thought we had agreed we would discontinue interruptions.
Okay,
I will take that as non-responsive
No.
to the question with respect to that location.
maybe I can clarify with one question.
I answer and base my knowledge.
Yeah, but,
And I
okay,
use my
just wait a second,
So-
please. Does the model for the northwest corner of the city make an adjustment as compared to the southwest corner of the city?
Correct.
Okay.
That's not my
It's
question.
location first.
My question is about Ferrier in particular and the immediate area. This is not,
Well, but-
this is not a commercial area, and my question is, in this very poor location, how does the model adjust in the market region?
Well, as in apartment blocks, you know as well as I do, that in the northwest quadrant, they'll make an adjustment, and I believe she's stating in that, maybe not that specific area, but that area, there is an adjustment. That's what she stated.
Yes.
So my last question, you know who Nicholas Rudy is, right?
My supervisor.
He's your supervisor now. I do have something about it. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm jumping again here a little bit. I'm certain the panel will have some questions.
That's right. Okay. Richard, any questions of the assessor's evidence?
Well, number one, we're dealing with 2494 Ferrier Street by your evidence.
Correct.
And I may have missed this, you may have told us that you have actually got income statements from the owner at 2520 Ferrier Street in your package.
Yeah.
Go to page 14. Am I reading that correct?
Yeah, that's-
Total leasable area of 48,583 square feet. Warehouse on the next page. So that's not the mailer for this property.
Yeah, sorry, yes, correct. It's not
Correct.
whether, yeah.
Sorry, it's on a
belong
different
to,
roll number?
yes, we control number.
Yeah, I know where it is on the map.
1 second. It's for,
But
it's
ma'am,
same owner.
Ma'am,
This
it doesn't matter,
Yeah,
because
it's
it's the
wrong,
wrong,
yeah,
it's
sorry.
the incorrect. Okay,
Correct, yeah,
thank
it's
you for
wrong.
that. Did you make any adjustments to the model?
Yes.
What did you adjust?
I adjust leasable area.
The what?
Leasable area.
Yes.
I put full basement.
You doubled
And I applied a 50 years bill.
So you did that without going to the building to look at it?
Yes.
Because when I look at the ad
Because-
on page 19, which you referenced, I saw fully developed basement of 3,503 square feet, but I don't know what that means. It may be fully developed for a warehouse, not warehouse, for storage, or it may be fully developed for office, correct?
It's a larger storage area in basement.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's
it's part
very,
of building.
very different than office.
That's why on page 4, it was two different
I understand. Yep.
Our last premise is storage area, it has $5.20. So main floor rent for $7.89. On basement, $5.30.
Thank you. So now I go to my next question, which is 2018 assessment at $488,000, which you have adjusted
Yes,
upward. Was that based on 4,503 square feet?
yes,
It
it's just
was.
for main floor.
Okay. So you've adjusted the square footage manually.
Yes.
Did you make any other adjustments in the model?
I adjust effective years built, put to 1984.
And can you be
Do a
very specific
renovation.
on why you did that?
Because this building has renovation, and one of renovation new roof in 2004, and shows that building very well maintained.
Okay, I heard that evidence from you. What would be another renovation? You have no evidence of another
And
renovation?
also, I can see photo of the subject property,
But you have no building
No.
permits?
No.
You have no evidence?
no current.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. You talk about warehouse and you do comparables to warehouse. And I know it references something about warehouse, but we don't assess on the basis of future potential, do we?
No.
No, thank you.
And the
That's-
evaluation, in
that-
this
ma'am,
case.
ma'am,
Yes.
that's all I needed from you,
Thank
thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, with all this space being leased out and everything, are there any building permits that have been taken out in the last 10 years?
I didn't come.
And the basement area itself is mostly storage?
Yeah, full development storage, yes. And our practice is building fully occupied by owner. We account for all gross area. So our leasable area is similar to gross floor area. It's our practice.
And the rent per square foot, the main floor is rented at $7.89.
It's model drive the rent for this location, for this typical property.
Okay, and the basement at $5.13.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, my question is this owner occupied this building, or is there a lease in place?
No lease in place.
No, so owner occupied, and it's the offices
And
that run the adjacent property, the construction material site or whatever, because it's the same company you've included in income and expense statement.
yes, it's same company. And for a specific this office building, we have only this income expenses matter.
Yeah.
We don't have any information about this specific office.
So when they sent in this income and expense statement, is the yard that's adjacent to this office building the same company, I think? And this income and expense statement was a blanket of the two roll numbers, is that what you're saying?
Now I realize my mistake, I should ask for no aberration, because we don't have any information in this property.
Chair,
I missed this part.
that's a separate role entirely.
It's completely
I understand.
separate roll numbers.
So you don't have, now you're saying you never received?
Yeah, we
an
don't
ID?
have any information in this, about this property from the owner.
Okay,
Or was this slipped
It-
into the package as a
Yes,
mistake?
for this property was this major roll number.
Because you haven't mentioned the non-cooperation on this.
Yeah,
has it?
I missed this part. It's my mistake.
Okay, and so, That's a rather bold statement from this assessor. I can tell you that the client, and they've been a long-term client, complies with the request for information. I would there now like the opportunity to return to my office, gather information to rebut her evidence there, which I'm going to suggest is in error. I think a very serious allegation.
You haven't included it here, have you?
They have not.
In your brief. I know they haven't included it, but maybe that's
It's owner-occupied, and so owner-occupied properties, I typically do not include them.
Okay.
In fact, and if you look further down this docket, if there is a property where there is an allegation of non-compliance, and they have provided the backup to that.
Okay, we'll get to that one, Mr. Wilson. Okay, so are you now requesting non-cooperation?
If I can. But I don't have support document.
Pardon me?
I don't have support document to ask him.
So, in all fairness, you don't know if the document might be back at the office? Would that be fair?
Because when I ask for non-cooperation, I prepare a special package,
Yes,
but
of
I
course.
don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
And so I'm not prepared to leave that chance.
Okay.
I would like to present
Okay.
appropriate information to the board.
All right. You know what? We're going to take I know we're in the middle of this, but I would, yeah, I'm going to recess.
For 20, 25 minutes, I can return to my office. I will gather the materials.
Just leave it with us, please. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. Or 5 minutes, sorry, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the parties to leave the room, please. I will now call the hearing back to order. Okay. The panel has considered the request for non-compliance and, and considered both arguments, and we're not going to grant it, to be fair to the appellant.
Thank you.
So, but I'm going to make a statement here to both parties, okay? That we have 7 properties left on this docket. We're going to stay here until they're complete, okay? Is that okay?
Yes, it is.
But I'm going to ask that both parties answer questions, and I don't mean it reflecting on either party. Ask precise questions, answer shortly, so we can move through it, okay? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I have no idea what we have. Mr. Boardroom, so we had questions, the assessor, or pardon me, yes, the assessor. We're all done? Okay. Was I finished? No? I don't think I was finished. So there's no lease in place at $650 a square foot. I think we've determined that when you got this appeal, you felt that the basement should be assessed, so you increased the square footage.
Okay.
The original assessment for 2020 did not include the square footage in the lower level. You also applied an age variance because in your opinion, there had been improvements to the property.
Yes.
Okay. So this increase in assessment normally be done through a supplementary assessment or something, but the opportunity came up for you to look at it, review it, and you did that.
Yeah, I did
And you've increased the value because of doing those 2 steps from $488,000 up to $759,000. And
everything other selected by models, and our models usually
Right.
very accurate.
yeah, okay. But you have made a couple of major
Yes.
changes. Well, the square footage is a major change. Yeah, okay. And there is a pending municipal board on this property. Did I hear that correctly?
I don't believe there is.
Okay. So, okay.
It was, however, it'll be in our rebuttal
Yeah,
package.
okay. Okay.
It was, however, heard by the municipal board
It's
previously.
still paying
way
in
back,
2018 municipal assessment.
Yeah.
No, it's sorry, it's for major property. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, no.
It's everything information
Okay.
also for
Okay.
major property, what in my income expense managed.
Okay.
Sorry, I confused.
All right, so that's my questioning. So, Mr. Boardroom, you're going to present us with rebuttal evidence about the assessor's information,
So
okay?
while I was,
2016 municipal board meeting.
while this is being handed out, I'm going to tell you that our rebuttal evidence is comprised in 5 parts. The 2018 assessed value, the board order, and the basis of the...
Why don't you just go through it already?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
instead of highlighting it.
So-
Let's move through this.
In our evidence, we turn to page 3, and you'll recall I asked the assessor about Mr. Ruda. He has appeared before this board, certainly in previous cycles, has indicated to the board that he is an accredited appraiser. On page 3, you'll see here an excerpt from the city brief at the top, just under 2018. This is an excerpt from their 2018 brief to this board. Appearing on behalf of the department was Mr. Ruda. And you'll see down below that in the highlighted section, a leasable area of 4,503 square feet. I will tell you in a moment how that was arrived at a lot of years ago. So when we take a look at the Board of Revision decision, following on page 4, you'll see there the decision of the board, and while I'm not relying on the board's decision in terms of value, I do note that the 4,503 square feet was utilized by the department and presumably by the board in rendering its decision. On page 6 is an excerpt from the 2016 city brief to this board. Jan Trochim appeared here on behalf of the city. Ms. Trochim was an assessor for many, many years with the department. And you'll see there again highlighted 4,503 square feet beside the leasable area. I indicated or asked Ms. Scheibel a question about a municipal board order. This property was the subject of an appeal before the municipal board. That hearing was held in August 2006. It was for this very building.
Okay, Mr. Boardroom, that's 15 years, 14 years old.
Well, okay, so what I'm drawing your attention to in this order are the factual findings of this board for this property.
Reflective of the condition back in 2005. Would that be fair?
So let's take a look, and I've highlighted some sections for you here. So in this appeal, the first thing you need to know is that the assessor in this hearing tried to assign a market rent to the basement space.
Okay.
That was an issue argued before the municipal board in this appeal. All right. And if we take a look in our numbering at the bottom right, page 11, and numbered by the board, municipal board at the top right, page number 5. Mr. Sanders, former colleague, appeared on behalf of the owner on this appeal, and you'll see there that the evidence or the testimony before the board was that the basement space became unneeded by the owner in 1995.
Okay, and the panel decided that it shouldn't be leased. Is that fair? Is that what you're getting to here?
No, well, so
Basically?
okay, so I appreciate your input and I appreciate you trying to expedite it, but I would like to make the relevant points here.
Okay, please make them.
So the board actually explained the testimony on page 11 that the owner is not required to use most of the basement levels since prior to 1995. Mr. Sanders gave testimony that he actually had a listing to lease that space.
Okay.
And there was no market for it. They were unable to lease it.
Okay.
So the board, in its findings on the next page, page number 12 at the bottom right, the board found that the inclusion of the finished space as being well designed, the board found that that's got to be balanced against its inferior location and limited range of services that it received. And they went on to find, in their findings, that the property's limitations for use as office space far outweigh the advantages of its interior design. At the bottom,
To summarize, it says in conjunction with larger arrangement for the main floor space. Okay, so it should be blended. So it is usable down there, but the municipal board determined that it should be blended with the main floor space.
that's exactly what the
Okay,
board found.
all right.
And when we look further at page 13, and I've highlighted under the potential market income, net market income as determined by the board, you'll see there a leasable area of 4,503 square feet.
Okay.
Now, that's exactly the same that has been applied since that time. No change in physical, So the next thing I want to draw your attention to, and there were questions asked of the assessor, both by myself and by the panel, with respect to construction permits, and I'm going to turn your attention to page 15 now. This is a record from the City of Winnipeg, building permits, construction-related building permits for this building. There is nothing in here that would lead anyone to conclude that a variant age should be applied to this building. Okay. So, to summarize the rebuttal evidence, there is ample support to retain the leasable area at 4,503 square feet. There is no evidence, in fact, there's evidence to the contrary of any improvements to this property since January 1st of 2000. They do not show the roof, but the roof in itself isn't a cause for a change to the effective year built, particularly in 2020 when the roof is now 16 years old. So with that, I am open to questions on the rebuttal evidence that we presented.
Okay.
Let's open page 5 of rebuttal, 15 of rebuttal,
Page which?
15 of your
Thank
rebuttal.
you. Yes.
First, let's take about building. It's a one-story with full basement reinforced concrete building, correct?
From page 15?
No, just first stage, what type of building is it?
Well, I haven't gotten into my evidence, but I will agree with you that the physical characteristics in terms of the plan area and the construction type is accurate.
It's reinforced concrete, correct. Let's open page 15. It was additional plumbing repaired 2006, 2007.
Can I ask you, sorry, can
And
I?
plus additional
No, just
plumbing in
just wait.
2011, correct?
So I'm
You're going through permits right now.
Okay.
So I'm having trouble hearing you, so if you might speak up a little bit.
Okay. It was additional plumbing done in 2004, 2006, and 2011, correct?
There was additional plumbing, according to this document, in 2003. There was a repair in 2006, nothing new, a repair. There was additional wiring for a pump and a yard light and an emergency stop button in 2007, none of which, in my view, would affect the effective year built. And if we carry on there is additional plumbing.
Okay, we can read that. We read that already.
Yeah.
We know
So if you go through line by line in looking at this, nothing on this page indicates any rationale or forming the basis for amending the effective year built.
In your opinion, municipal board decision 2006 relevant for effective years 2018?
I have not included that order for any aspect with respect to value. Rather, the factual findings of the board in that appeal It gave a description of the basement area that it is unleasable. It was offered on the market, it is unleasable. It is used for storage, and the municipal board found in that case that any attribution of any rent to the basement is simply included in the main floor. That's exactly what we've done here.
On your page 3, you represent decision 2018, correct? Is,
Page 3,
yes, you agree.
that is an excerpt of the assessment department's brief for the 2018 appeal.
According to Municipal Assessment Act, our 2020 appeal is stand-alone and should be not affected by previous decision, correct? Because it's on new evidence, on current evidence.
Sure.
No questions.
Okay. Richard, any questions on the rebuttal? Okay. Any questions? Okay. I'll make it short and sweet here, okay. Have either of you visited this property?
I have been out to this location more than one time.
When was the last time?
But I have not actually been inside this building.
Okay, okay. So, looking at the municipal board 2006, at that time, it does confirm there is lower level finish there.
Yes.
The contention was whether it is accessible or not.
Not accessible, but what rent may or may not be attributed to it.
Okay.
And the board, in that finding, found
I
that...
understand what the decision was, Mr. Boardroom. Yeah, no problem there. Okay, and then we look at page 15, and I keep on seeing this over and over again in each field. Parties bringing in records of permits taken out as proof that there's been no improvements. Would both parties agree that many improvements are done without permits?
Correct.
I would agree
And that could affect the condition of the property and possibly an age variant of flood?
that's a possibility. There is no such evidence in this case.
Okay, but it is, so these permits don't really prove that there haven't been improvements done on the property. Would you agree with that?
Actually, no, and as you will see in additional rebuttal evidence coming on another property.
No, that's irrelevant. I'm asking you about this one right here. Mr. Boardroom.
Let me give you the example that's coming.
No, I don't know. I don't want an example. I want to stick with this
Where
property.
there are,
I want to get through.
Mr. Hutchings, where there are interior alterations,
Yes.
they will very often, in fact almost always, necessitate a construction-related building permit.
But that doesn't mean that would be taken out.
And see, I will disagree with you.
Wow.
And that would
We
be
see it over and
verified
over. We see it
later
over and
on this
over
morning.
again. So to rely on building permit listings is, it's, in my opinion, is not accurate at all. Anyway, okay, we'll agree to disagree there. Okay, that's my only question. Okay, Mr. Borgstrom, when you're ready, please.
We'll start at page 2 of our brief, and that is an exterior shot of the subject property from Barrier Street. We take a look at page 3, that will give you an overhead view of the structure. I can tell you that the property immediately adjacent was actually is owned not by this owner. It is owned previously by a company called Armtech. I have inspected both that one and the industrial property to the north of it. The property adjacent to this property is now owned by AP Infrastructure, and they do concrete forms there. So they custom make concrete forms. It's a long, narrow building along that site. The subject office building provides office space for, you can see it, just that a little triangular piece on page 3 of our brief. That's Lehigh Hansen, that's our client. That heavy industrial property, it's heavy industrial surrounding. That heavy industrial property does concrete extrusions. They do concrete pipes in that location.
Well, doesn't matter.
So let me describe the neighborhood then
Okay.
as
I understand. We have site maps of the construction going, or the properties going on around it, we understand. Let's stick with the OFS that we're dealing with here and evaluation. I understand that it's not the greatest neighborhood, we all understand that, okay, Mr. Boardroom? Please, okay? I apologize, but this is taking,
Well, and I appreciate that it's taking some time. I'm not the one who scheduled my properties on this docket. And I would
That's
like,
not the point.
I would like to the opportunity to present the facts of each case
I
on
understand.
these appeals.
Yes. Okay, but can we try and stick to the relevant factors that are affecting this building? And we understand the location is not the greatest. For an OFS, that was made 45 minutes ago. So, okay, we all understand that.
So I took a look at a number of comparables. All of these are superior to the subject property. When I prepared this brief, particulars of these rental comparables shown on number 7 were not public record, but I can tell you the address on Notre Dame is 395 Notre Dame. That's occupied by Granite Claims. The properties on Portage Avenue are 962 Portage Avenue. You'll appreciate that it's difficult to find office buildings built in 1964, and there simply aren't office buildings in comparable locations. So those are actual leases in place with the dates as specified for 960 Portage Avenue. Similarly on Wellington Avenue, those are arm's length market leases. Took a look at the average, and including consideration of any possible use for storage of the basement, we've assigned a rent of $650 a square foot to 4,503 square feet. We have applied the same vacancy rate as the city at 5.5%. We've applied the same shortfall rate at $7 a square foot. We have filed separately our non-recoverable expense study. Recognizing your comments, I don't plan to go over it. I understand that each of the panel members has heard that study before, and so I'm wondering what detail I need to go in with respect to that study. And I'm looking for guidance on that.
I think we all have an understanding of that study.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
We have also, in our submission for this property, we have included our office capitalization rate study. We show a table in there of the various rates, and again, I know that this board has seen this study previously, so again, I'll seek your guidance in how much detail I should go in on that.
I think we all have an understanding of that. We've seen it before.
Fair
Thank you.
enough. So our valuation based on all of that show on page 9. And we're seeking a reduction to $331,000. Now, I have also included at page 13, this is a printout from the assessment department. This is their income summary, which shows you the basis of the calculation for this property as of the time that the assessment was created. So you'll see there near the top of the page beside leasable area, the city applied 4,503 square feet. That's consistent with previous assessment years. It's also consistent with the direction indicated by the municipal board in its findings in a previous appeal. And then they go through the mathematics. So it is certainly a matter of factual history. 4,503 square feet is the leasable area that's been applied to this property. And with that, I am open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boardroom. Any questions of the...
Page 7 of action evidence. You didn't identify properties 4 to 13, so I cannot verify them, correct?
You didn't ask for them, and certainly members within your department asked. Certainly Mr. Froelich asked, I believe it was sorry, I apologize, day before yesterday for a hearing, and I provided them within 15 minutes of his request. Very simple.
Yeah, I don't have to request, it should be presented as evidence for me and for board. Let's look on first
I
three
have-
comparables.
and so I
1
have-
to 3.
Okay,
Next question.
let him respond,
We
please.
have 207 Donald and 197 Main Street.
No, let him respond, please.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
I have identified the properties for the board, and I can tell you that we go through a laborious process to ensure that the information within our system is accurate. And so that's the basis for this information.
So I look on my property 1 to 3. It's range between $8.50 to $9, correct?
That's true.
And you an adjusted media of $7.24, correct?
Unadjusted, that's correct.
No question.
Okay, thank you. Richard, any questions of the appellant?
I don't.
Thank you.
Just one, the basement area, what is that utilized for?
As it was previously, I believe it's storage, and they don't utilize the entire basement area. They don't, in this location, and if I could just very briefly talk about the adjacent operation, we do have some very minor office space that have a reception area and lunchroom in the industrial property just to the north of the subject. And their use, or sort of their need for office in this location, this building is effectively surplus, and that's certainly evidenced by their previous efforts to sell the property as contained in the assessor's agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the lower level is developed, but your contention is there should be no value assigned to it.
That's not what it's saying. What I've said,
Is it developed?
I believe it is not 100% developed, but I believe it is.
Okay.
And just to be clear, our rental rate of $6.50 per square foot
Right.
includes any storage use of the basement. There's clearly, from previous evidence, no market in this location for basement office space. Okay?
All right, so 4,503 square feet includes some lower level finish?
It does, well, the square footage does not, that's the plan area, but the rental rate at $6.50 per square foot that I have assigned in this, and we've all talked about the location, in this location includes any consideration of that lower level as storage. It's clearly not leasable in the open market.
Okay, let's see, 6.7. And you're using a cap rate of 7.25 as opposed to the city at 6.7?
1964 building in a very, very poor location.
Okay. If it were an 1984 building, what would your cap rate be then?
It would be lower than that. I haven't done the analysis based on 1984, but I can say with confidence that there have not been improvements inside this building.
Okay. That's my only questions. Okay. Any requirement for summary, Mr. Boardroom?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That concludes 2494 Carrier Street. Next property on the docket is 1970 Main Street.
What would you prefer?
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. That's that. Scheibel, when you are ready, we'll start with 1978. Arca, okay, Arca. Thank you.
You guys ready to go?
Yes, thank you.
So, file number 192527. Roll number 110307-83000. Street address is 1970 Main Street, owned by Team Enterprises Limited. For 2020 assessment year and the reference date of April 1st, 2018, the assessed value is $726,000. Class code 60 taxable. The quantum amount of value seeking decrease is only under appeal. Land area 9,684 square feet, plan area 5,560 square feet, leasable area 5,560 square feet, year bill 1970, effective age 1970, located in Margaret Park neighborhood. It's on the west side of the main street, between Newton and Arlington, and about 1 block south of Kilburn Park. The recommendation is to confirm the 2020 assessed value at $726,000. On page 2, we can see that the image of the subject property with the parking behind it. So the subject property also has some parking. And page 3 has rent comparables, and mean 1498, median 1518 price per square foot for those properties, and one of the okay, so there are 4 comparables: 2536 Main Street. There is 8 by 8, so probably dispute number, I would assume. So I'll get to it. 1240 Main Street, 930 Jefferson Avenue. 103, so okay, obviously, and 230 Henderson. Below there is a map showing where subject property is and the presented comparables. Alright, page 4. Provides information on the type of property. It's an OFS, 1-story building. Leasable area 5,560 square feet, $10.57 price per square foot, and gives all of the other calculations how city arrived at $726,000. Okay. I did take a look at the rebuttal evidence provided by the appellate. For the most part, we are on the same page as far as overall capitalization rates. We are on the same page for the vacancy loss. And probably the only point to speak to is shortfall and rent per square foot. So with that, I'll move forward to the shortfall. And that is on page, let's go to page 10. All right. Okay, so shortfall, how city, and it's part of the addenda on all of the submitted documents. Non-recoverable expenses, and it provides an example how city calculate have arrived at a shortfall of 2%, and it provides 29 samples of properties with their non-recoverable expense percentages, with a median of 1.06%. So that's at that time city has decided to use 2% shortfall rate. That is the calculation for that. Now price per square foot. Subject property has it's a tenant lease, net lease, and the rate there is $8.50 per square foot based on the mailer. Quickly to go to the mailer, let's find it here. Let's go to the page. It's on. Okay, so page 15. This is the mailer information, and we'll just probably scroll down to where this goes. So page 17. There we go. So what we have is we have a lease in place starting in 2011 of and through 2021, May 31st, 2021, of 5,566 square feet at $3,942.58 per month. Given the calculations, comes out at $850 per square foot. And page 15, check mark net, so it is a net rent. I looked at I guess the rebuttal evidence provided by Jeff Allen. There will be a bit more information there. There, page 15 provides information on the same mailer, and they state that it's expired on. Okay, actually not. Sorry. There it goes. So page 17 shows lease from 2011 to 2016 at the same rate. And page 15 will show same rate from 11 to 2021. So, my Kevin said that rate of 850 would appear to be an original rate signed at 2011. And therefore some doesn't reflect current market rates in the neighborhood, in the area. And going back to our comparable sales evidence provided on page 3 of my document, we can see that the rate there ranges from $12.57 to $17 a square foot, and mean and median are there at $14.98 to $15.18. So those would be probably more appropriate rates in current market conditions. Therefore, I would argue that the 1057 that city applied is more accurate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arca. Mr. Boardroom, any questions of the assessor?
I do have just a few. Thank you. I just want to, let me turn firstly to page 19. Now, these permits that you show here on 19 and 20 date back to 2011, that's correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you confirm that these documents haven't been altered?
They don't appear to be altered.
Okay, so if we look under general information in the bottom square, there's no total project value shown and there's no declared construction value shown, correct? I'm talking about page 19 for now.
Okay, page 19, there is no information.
So in your experience, is it not normal practice for those values to be shown?
In my experience, it's not always those values are shown.
Fair enough. And so we have another permit on the following page, first one being from, if I can read this, that was from August. We have another one from July for the same property, correct?
Sorry, where are we?
So I was looking at page 19, and at the top the issue date shows August of 2011, yes?
Appears that way, yeah, it's a bit washed out, but probably it does look like August.
And that's fine. And so if we look at page 20, this actually precedes the previous one from July of 2011, yes?
Yes, yes.
And similarly, there's no construction value shown, right?
Well, there is zero.
Fair enough. But if we look at the description on both permits, are exactly the same. Would you agree with that?
Well, not exactly the same, but they have the same.
Talking about the same square footage, new tenant.
Yeah.
You'll agree that this is a single occupant building, correct?
Number of tenants, one. Yeah.
Single occupant?
It appears that way.
And I agree with you. There we go. So, would it be fair to say that this permit was to reconfigure the interior space in this building to suit the needs of the new tenant?
Well, the OP called on page 20, right? Versus,
Page 20?
Yeah.
Right.
Versus OC called on page 19. So OC is occupancy, right?
Yes?
And OP typically deals with some sort of work involved with the building.
Okay.
And as far as that, I do not have, I think I have,
Do you know if this building was previously owned by the city?
I don't know, I don't have the information going that far.
But it's fair to say that the current owner has owned this property for a number of years, right?
Let's see if I have that information. But it would appear that saying that the lease goes back to 2011, at least from 2011, probably.
Okay. So I want to take a look at your page 3. And you'll agree with me that the subject property was built in 1970, correct?
Yes.
And the effective year built that's been shown here on your page 1 is also 1970, right?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the permits from 2011, correct?
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. So I see your rental comparables here. You have one that is actually in the 1970s, and the remaining 3 are significantly newer than the subject, correct?
I can point out a bit more actually, that I have 79, I have 1988, 1990 and 2010.
Right.
And the rate between 1990 and 2010 are the same, so age doesn't seem to play a role with the price per square foot.
Do you know what parking is available on this site?
On subject property?
Yes.
There's some parking behind the building.
Right. And that's it, right?
That is, from the look, probably there's some street parking in front of the building, but that's...
Right, but that would be time limited by...
May or may not be, and
By the rush hour.
property on the Armstrong also has some parking, and also the, sorry, and Newton also has parking.
Right.
So there's street parking. I don't, maybe Main Street has some sort of time limit in that part of town, maybe not, I don't know, but I'm sure Armstrong and
Fair
Newton.
enough. But in a building that is 5,560 square feet, is it your view that the parking behind this building would be sufficient for the number of employees in this location?
I do not have a clue how many.
Fair enough. Would it be fair to say that all of your comparables have more parking than the subject?
Not all of my comparables.
Yeah, we can go through them if you like.
So the comparables, you mean by comparables, the comparables on page 3, right?
Yes.
So I didn't look into the parking information on comparables, so I don't answer the question.
And that's fair enough. Now, I just want to ask you about, you show the subject property at the top of page 3, right?
Yes.
But you show there a net rent of $10.57.
Yeah, that's what the model, that's how model.
That's the model rent, that's not the actual lease in
That's not the
place. Okay. So we know,
And to be more exact, that rate, for example, purposes, it's not part of the calculation.
I'm sorry, it's not part of,
It's not, it doesn't appear to be part of the calculation of mean or...
fair enough. So 1057 is the model rent, and it's fair to say that the actual lease in place is less than that.
Actually, lease in place is 850.
So about 20% less.
Let's do the math. Have you done it?
Ballpark, give or take, right? $22 out of 10.
No, I'll agree that
Okay.
850, and I haven't done the math.
But you've already agreed with me that as of the reference date, the lease in place called for a rent of $8.50, correct?
As of the...
As of the reference date. That was your evidence, if I heard you correctly.
Let me just take a look at it real quick. Yes, as of the reference date, the information per mailer submitted is comes out together about
And that's this 2017 mailer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you aware that the rent or the lease in the subject property called for an escalation in the rent in 2016?
That would be, yes, but as far as what specifics of the lease agreement, I do not have the information.
Fair enough.
And perhaps why the rate stayed the same, that rate didn't change from 2011, correct?
Well, so my question to you was whether you were aware or not.
Yeah, I'm not aware of.
That the lease called for an escalation in 2016.
I'm not aware of the specifics of the lease.
So, I'm happy to have Mrs. Scheibel chime in here. I hesitate to have her directing testimony. I'm happy to hear her testimony on this.
By the way, a look on briefs, it's prepared by me. I take
So-
questions also, I
Okay.
swear.
So perhaps I could put the same questions to Ms.
Yeah, you
Scheibel.
can ask question both of us.
Okay. So the questions that I've asked of, and I apologize, Arca, do you have an answer different to those than he's given?
See?
Same answers?
Yes,
Fair
our
enough. That's fine.
our income expenses mailer on page 17, showed $8.57 for whole 2017 years. I don't see any increase in 2016.
Okay, so if there was a lease or a rent increase in 2016,
It would be provided to us.
yes, but did you have the opportunity to review the prior income expense questionnaires to verify what the rent was at that time?
I look for market condition 2018. I look for 2017 only.
Only, so you didn't check
Yes.
previously. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Richard, any questions?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Maybe you want to stand a question.
I knew you had one, sir.
Did you make any adjustments to the model numbers?
I did not.
No.
Did anyone?
No, no adjustment.
Thank you.
So I no change in value.
Doug, any questions? No. Okay. I'm looking on page 15, on the income and expense statement. So you're showing the income on line 108 as 49,603, which makes a different rental rate, I guess, than the 850.
I think if you go through the math, it's going to be awful close to including GST.
I think it's 892 actually, but anyway, okay.
So
And
I'll get into that number.
then we'll look further down. Total income is $82,000. So this isn't owner occupied, is it?
No, it's
No,
tenant.
it's 10.
Okay. So the tenant is paying for utilities and property taxes. So the total income in the building is $82,000, and you're using $58,769. Okay. But then I guess those expenses are taken out here somewhere. Are they or aren't they? So utilities, there's no nothing there.
That would be another level.
Okay, and the NOI is 43,508. Okay, so somehow it doesn't add. Yeah, there's the property taxes there, okay. So who's paying the taxes and the utilities?
Tenants, because it's not lease.
Tenant, okay.
It's full, it's paid everything.
Okay,
And our income is just specific base rent. And everything is covered by.
there's a couple, okay. That's my only question, thank you. Mr. Boardroom, when you're ready, please.
So I have a couple of additional questions arising out of the questions you asked the assessor. So
And you had your opportunity to do it.
No, allow him to, there are questions arising, so.
Yeah,
we'll allow it.
it's really just a couple. So if we look at your,
Because it can go to the to the midnight. It will be every time jump and come again.
No,
You
we'll,
have your
no,
opportunity.
we'll allow questions arising. Let's not argue about it, let's just do it already.
so just
Thank you.
very quickly, if we take a look at the total expenses on your page 15, at $38,419.39. Do you see that? And have you done a calculation of the recoveries that they report here?
My first statement, this lease signed in 2011. It's not represent market value of 2018. We acknowledge all these annual expenses. Our model used these expenses for this specific type of building, this location.
So let me ask the question again. If we look on your page 15, under the recoveries, under general administrative recoveries, you'll agree that there are none shown, correct?
We can see utility recovered and property tax recovered, correct?
And if we add those two up, we have a significant shortfall between the actual expenses and what's recovered from the tenant, correct? Can you do the calculation?
I don't need to.
Don't need to. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Boardroom, when you're ready, please.
Thank you. So this property is leased, and I didn't ask the assessor the questions because I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
The definition of market rent, if you look in the dictionary of real estate appraisal, very closely mirrors the definition of market value. Willing tenants, willing landlord, each acting freely and in their both acting in their best interest, freely negotiated in an open market. That's exactly the case here. I can tell you that the lease in place is the rent that the tenant is obligated to pay and that the landlord is obligated to receive and would be binding on any subsequent purchase. Now, you'll recall that I asked the assessor about the previous leases, and I note that one of the assessors answered that they hadn't checked the pre-2016. I can tell you that we have worked for this client for an extended number of years. I can tell you that we have records on this property going back a lot of years. I can tell you that this property's rent, and I'm going to start at page 7 of our evidence, and I can tell you that this property's rent escalated on June 1st of 2016, and that's certainly within the reference period that the assessor has used for rental comparables. The strongest indicator of what a property would lease for is the freely negotiated rent for the property. Willing landlord, willing tenant, each acting in their own best interest. That's what was agreed to. So that's the rent that we've applied. Certainly, in looking at other properties through this cycle, I can tell you that it's well supported in the market. It's not some pick properties of much newer ones, much newer ages. So $850 per square foot, in our view, reflects a fair rent for this property as of the reference date. We do not disagree with the vacancy rate or the shortfall. Again, for the reasons gone over previously, 7% non-recovered expenses. And the capitalization rate, we have actually, in this case, I was going to suggest something in the range of 7.25. We've adopted the 7.2% by the department. So we go through the mathematics on page 8, and we're seeking a reduction to $548,000. The last item I want to bring your attention to, and I know that Mr. Hutchings was looking at the information on page 14. It's in the assessor's brief, in our brief, it's our page 14. We turn to the next page, our page 15. That's the page that actually lays out the lease details. That's the rent that calculates out to $8.50 per square foot. That's the rate that the assessor has agreed is the net rent in place. So there's no dispute with respect to what is in place for the subject property. And with that, let me see here. Oh, I did too, look at that. So bear with me. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the appellant?
Yes. You have stated that effective June 1st, 2016, there was the lease has been escalated, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the previous rate?
Actually, I don't, but I can tell you, when we look at our page 17, what they show on our page 17, I think, is what the rate escalated to, but it looks like that lease was supposed to end in May 31st of 16. But it also looks to me like what they're reporting there is $8.50 a square foot. It was what it looks to me on here, on our page 17. It looks to me like $8.50 a square foot.
Yes.
But it also, with a lease date ending May 31st of 16, the new lease rate effective June 1st of 16 is at $8.50, and I don't have it here in front of me, but our records that I looked at indicate a lower lease rate previously, and that would have been in a previous appeal as well.
But the information presented here by you
Yeah.
stayed the same rate, correct?
It looks like that, yeah.
It is like that.
Yeah. Well, and absolutely. Occasionally you'll see the information that, and this is entered online, right? Occasionally,
Okay, that's good.
And I have another question.
All right.
So this rent were negotiated in different market, is it right?
negotiated in a different market?
Yes, not 2018. It
No,
was
but
negotiated 2011
Right, but I
in
also,
completely different market, correct? Isn't it?
so what I'm going to tell you is that I looked at the lease rate in place, but from this and many other hearings this cycle, I looked at office rents. It, in my view, and in my opinion, in my experience, reflects a fair market rent for this property as of the reference date.
On your page 7, on your in your briefs, you use current tenants rent, correct?
I'm sorry?
And your page on 7, you use current lease rate, correct?
Yes.
So you don't present any market evidence of market rent?
No, but as I answered just a moment ago, I'm here on my oath, and I'm telling you, from working on, I'm going to say hundreds of properties this cycle, from reviewing many hundreds of properties in preparation for the 2020 appeals, I can tell you that the $8.50 a square foot in this location for a 1970 building, with the parking situation as it is, represents a fair market rent for this property.
I just have one more question, and my question is like page 15, no, page 17, sorry. Page 17 is the earlier one, so it goes back to, it states that we started June 1st, 2011.
Yeah.
This is, do you agree with that? You agree with me, right? That originally started in 2011.
I believe that's correct.
And the rate at that time was $8.50 per square foot when they originally signed it.
You know, I looked at our historical records on this, including old reviews on the property. I don't have them here, but I believe that this rate, $8.50, is an escalated rent from what was reported previously. And that's why we make it.
But you don't have the information.
I do not have it.
You don't have the proof of it, correct?
That's correct.
So we have to base our decision, base our focus on what we have in front of us. On page 17, states that from lease start date 2011 and May 31st, 2016, $8.50 per square foot, correct?
So,
Page 17 states.
so what I can tell you is that within our evidence is verification that the lease started on June 1st of 11.
Mhm.
It expired on May 31st of 2016. And that whether it was a renewal or an extension was signed June 1st, or effective June 1st of 16 for the period described here, running through May 31st of 2021.
Okay. But,
So for a 5-year term at 850 a square foot.
but you wouldn't know whether there was any clause in the original lease stating that a tenant may renew at the end at the same price per square foot. Would you be aware of it?
That would be unusual in terms of actual leases, but in full disclosure, I have not reviewed the actual lease agreement on this property. It's rare that I do.
But anyways, yeah. Because what I see is 850 per square foot. Yes, and it appears to me that it will stretch from 2011, 850, all the way to now 2021. Perhaps that's how they signed it. We don't have the list in front of us to prove it one way or the other, but that's what we have in front of us. Market evidence, unfortunately, didn't provide. I don't have it. So I would...
Well, I'm going to just, and I appreciate there wasn't really a question there, but what I'm going to disagree with your statement. The information that we've shown here shows the lease commencing June 1st of 11 and ending, according to the information on page 17, ending May 31st of 2016. The information on 15, if I'm recalling the pages correctly, shows a lease commencing June 1st of 2016 and ending May 31st of 2021 at 850 square foot.
Okay, I would, that's not, it doesn't look to be correct. Let me just take a look at it again so I can find it. So, page 17 states 2011 to 2016.
Which is what I just said.
Yeah. And page 15 states 2011 to 2021. So, it may be the same lease. That's all I'm, but
Well,
have the list.
typically, and when you look at commercial leases, whether it's for any kind of IC&I property, you will typically find that they go in 5-year segments. So my understanding of this lease, as we've stated here, is that there was the escalation in effective June 1st, 2016. That's based, and I appreciate it's not here, but that's the information that...
Okay. Are you aware of any 10-year leases?
Oh yeah, I'm aware of leases significantly longer than that as well.
So we cannot say whether it was a 5-year lease or 10-year. We don't have it in front of us.
Well, certainly it was reported as a 5-year lease initially when we look at page 17 of our evidence.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Erica. Doug, any questions of the appellant?
Just one, so it was, actually, it's a combined question. Is a 5-year lease at 850 square foot?
The most current one, effective June 1st of 16, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Richard?
No questions.
And I am good too. Any requirement for summary? Okay. Mr. Borgstrom?
No, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 1970 Main Street. Next property in the docket is 235 McGregor Street. Okay, thanks, Erica.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm sure we'll meet each other again.
Okay. When you're ready, please.
File number 19-2480. Roll number is 140222040. Address street is 255 McGregor Street, owner Ukrainian Fraternal Society of Canada. We are valuing the property as it stands on January 1st, 2020, based on economic condition April 1st, 2018. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2018, 254,000, and that the 2020 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is located northwest portion of the city of Winnipeg on page 12. We have air map and photo of subject property. It's located at the northeast corner of Magnus Avenue in McGregor Street. As a one-story with basement, masonry improvements, was constructed in 1969. The subject size has a rectangular shape of 4,926 square feet. On page 2, I showed the subject property leases. I took from income expenses mailer on page 15. One of net lease only units 1, Ukrainian Fraternal, for 809 square, no, for 1,513 square feet. On page 3, 5 office rent comparables presented. First line in subject property, we did assess applying 2018 reference day, years, $7.64. My 5 comparables map, Google map presented below table. We have on Main Street, Jefferson, Sargent Avenue, Century, and Potridge. All built between 1955 to 1990. A lease started in between 2016 and 2018. This leasable area close to subject property just over 2,000 square feet and maximum around 10,000 square feet. Between net rent per square foot between $12.57 to $17 per square foot. So unadjustable media of $12.57 showed on page 3. On page 4, our calculation of income approach for total area just around 3,000 square feet, we apply $7.64. Our potential rent around $23,000. We applied typical vacancy loss 5.5%. We allowed for expenses, not recoverable expenses 2%, that include advertising, promotion, some repairs. And also we applied not recoverable expenses on shortfall, $7 per square foot for vacant space. Our capitalization rate, 7.8%. On page 6, it's a suburban building. Our first column, city of Winnipeg, low and highest between 5.55 to 9.05%. So our 7.8%, it's inside this range. Our table on page 6 supported for specific 5 lease rent comparable, capitalization rate comparables on page 9, and our 2% not recoverable expenses supported on page 10. So Our estimate value of subject property, 254,000 was arrived. On page 17, we can see floor map, main floor plan of these properties. On page 18, started my comparables here, photo, map and photos. So my first comparables on Main Street, fan floor building, built in 1988, lease for $12.57. On page 19, office building on Jefferson Avenue, lease in 2017, rent for $17 in superior to subject property. On page 20, we have a two-floor building built in 1990 on Sargent Avenue for $12.57 net per square foot. And last and comparables on page 21 and Century Street office building built in 1959. Lease 2016 for $12.50. It should be adverse adjustment for timing for inflation. On page 22, one floor building built in Portrait, built in 1955. Lease in 2016 for $14.75. My list office rent comparable shows that our applied overall rent $7.64 is reasonable and very low. So, based on evidence, it's my opinion the market value of subject property for January 1st, 2000 to April 1st, 2018 market value of $254,000. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Boardroom, any questions?
I do. So I want to first just talk to you about the space within the property, and you provided the floor plan of the main floor for the property on page 17, but you haven't included a floor plan for the basement?
No.
No. Okay. So the department, in this case, utilizes a basement area less than a gross floor area, or less than the plan area of the basement, correct? Let me just lead you into that then. So page number 1, you show basement area of 2128 square feet, correct?
Correct.
But if we look at your page 4, it looks like there are 2 separate spaces. Would it be safe to assume, based on your floor plan, that 1830 square feet is the main floor area?
Correct.
And would it be safe to assume that 1129 is the basement area?
Yeah, it's lower area.
But you've not used the entire lower area, correct?
It's our leasable area less than 3,000 square feet.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that if there were no tenants down there, that area would be excluded as leasable?
If it would be full owner occupy, it will be similar to gross floor area.
So here we're talking about a rental, you're saying a rental situation, correct?
Yes, it's multi-family, multi-tenant building.
And so in a multi-tenanted situation, would it be fair to say, or is it accurate to say, that if there were no tenants in the basement, that area would be excluded from the leasable area?
No, because it exists. It depends on landlord if basement lease it or no.
And so if there was no office space down there, that would be, the basement area would be excluded, correct? If there's no office space in the basement, obviously no tenants, no office space, the department...
It's depends on situation, let's say it's
Okay, is there office space down there?
Well,
Yes.
I'm asking the question to establish the groundwork for something coming.
Well, okay, but is there office space down there? And if there is, then,
And so then the question becomes,
Okay.
if it was removed, would that be removed as leasable area?
Well, if you have evidence to say that some things are being removed, I don't think we have to go through all this questioning, as the board's saying. You can present that.
Now, in terms of the subject location, you described it, I'm sorry, and I missed the intersection. Can you tell me again where it's located?
Please open page 3,
Page 3, okay.
Google Map, red dot, it's subject property.
Yeah, so, my eyes are not great. It's at the corner of McGregor and...
Magnus on page 2, good photo.
Thank you. Okay, so McGregor and Magnus, yes?
Mhm.
Okay, so do you know what that neighborhood is identified as?
It's reflected by our net rent for square
Do
footage.
you know what that neighborhood is identified as?
You would provide full information to us.
I'll take that as non-responsive. Do you, or are you aware that this property is located in the north end?
Yeah, it's presented on map.
Now, as we take a look at your rental comparables on page 3, none of those are located in the north end, right?
Let's look on comparables, 1240 Main Street.
Right, that's
It's
in the West Kelowna
very,
area.
few blocks away from subject property, rent for $12.57.
A few blocks away, but as you look at
And
it,
size, full size of gross floor area of subject property,
none.
done.
So as we look at 1240 Main, one of your rental comparables, you'd agree with me that that's in West Kelowna?
Okay.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's close to subject property.
You-
It's
did-
best,
did-
it's best what I found.
Did I hear you?
When I look for comparables, I look first for age of building. It should be office building or C, and plus rent should start not lower than 2016. In size, close to subject property. We can see 5 comparables, very close in size to subject property. Biggest comparables on number 4 on Century. And you can see range of rent between $12.50 to $17 on Jefferson. What is your question?
Done?
Done.
My question was, did I hear you correctly that you said who cares about the neighborhood?
My comparables close to the subject property.
Close to the subject property. Okay, let's talk about 930 Jefferson. We're looking at your page 3. That's actually in Garden City, right?
Correct?
That's a very different neighborhood than the subject.
That's why rent $17, it should be a downward adjustment.
All right. Similarly, it's a 1990 building, right?
Correct?
You know if that building has a basement?
I look for specific needs in 2017 for similar square footage.
Done. You're done.
I know.
So do you know if 930 Jefferson has a basement?
I don't present basement lease, so I have.
So none of your rental comparables are basement space?
I don't, I defend overall rate
Okay.
for $7.64 for full leasable area.
Now, you indicated that your first parameter was age. That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
So let's take a look. So here we have your number 1 at 1988, correct? Your number 2 at 1990,
Correct?
and your number 3 at 1990. The subject at 1969. Do you think those are comparable?
Yeah, and comparable number 4 and 5, it's 59, 55, it's 10 years older than the subject property, and lease for $12.50 and $14.75. And we apply only less as $8. It's very fair for this type of property in this age, in this location. It's inside.
So we can debate your comparable number 2, but with respect to your comparables, your comparable number 1, but with respect to your comparables 2, 3, 4, and 5, will you agree with me that those are very different neighborhoods than the subject property is located in?
It's close to the subject property, but different neighborhood, correct?
Close to the subject property. Okay, so 1765 Sargent Avenue is located in close proximity to the airport, correct?
Yes, but it's very old building. I have to present that market for old building.
In terms of,
You know, Mr. Borgstrom, just to be expedient here, I think we understand that you don't consider that it needs to be great comparisons.
I'm asking her opinion. She's
Well,
presenting this evidence.
It's my opinion, it's my comparables. I present the best of my knowledge
But-
what I find.
And you're trying to make the point they're not great comparables. We get the picture. I'm sure you're going to provide us
Best
with better
comparables.
comparisons. So let's just move on from this, please, for expediency. You made your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The department has applied, or sorry, the model has applied a capitalization rate of 7.8% for the subject property on your page 4, correct?
Correct.
Is that an indication that this is a poor location?
Yes, because when we look on page 6, our city of Winnipeg between 20 and 80%, 60% of properties between 6.2 and 7.3. It's much higher because it's for location and age.
And so,
But most of location first. Location, location, and location.
those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borgstrom. Doug, any questions of the assessor?
Don't for me, thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Did you adjust any of the model numbers?
No, it's model driving.
No further questions?
Thank you, Richard. Okay, my only question, Svetlana, is page 2. I'm looking at the property leases. It's about 2,200 square feet.
Yes, it's what I try to put here from specific for income expense on page 15.
Okay, so they've declared 2,203 square feet to be precise and pardon me. On page 4, you're using a releasable area of 2,959. So I guess there's some storage space involved there. Would that be fair?
Possible, yeah.
Okay. And that's reflected in the lower 764 blended rate. Okay. All right. And just to summarize, page 3, you provided 5 comparables. I think you made a statement. I think you're making a statement that they are superior to the subject property, but you've reflected that in the lower lease or rental rate that you applied. Would that be fair? Okay. Thank you.
To clarify, she hasn't applied the rental rate, it's model driven.
Well, she's
But I
presenting
support.
she's presenting the rental rate.
Okay.
So she's taken ownership of it. She's accepting what it came up with. So that means she's applying 764. Okay, Mr. Borgstrom, when you're ready, please.
Thank you. So this property has been the subject of a number of appeals, including last cycle where it was substantially reduced. And I'm not going to discuss the value other than to say the model's a little wonky on this one. I show you an exterior photo of the property on page 2. Now, there are leases reported or shown on at least on the income expense questionnaires. We believe, as we've stated in past appeal hearings on this, that they are related organizations. This building is actually the ownership is the Ukrainian Fraternal Society of Canada. If you look at the occupancies, certainly shown by the assessor, they are related. They are all related Ukrainian organizations. We haven't included the income expense questionnaires because the rents reported do not, in our view, reflect an open market rent for this property. So there's no disagreement with respect to the amount of leasable area. There are 2 main floor units totaling 830 square feet, and there are 3 lower level units totaling 1,129 square feet. And I can tell you that we took a look at rental comparables. We show them on page 7. I can tell you they're the properties we've looked at before are 395 Notre Dame and at 960 Portage Avenue. I can tell you that most of them are in a similar age category. I can tell you that all of them are superior to the subject property. Its neighborhood is identified as William White, and if you run the crime statistics on this neighborhood, its location is, I would consider it as poor or lower. It is not only in the William White neighborhood, it is in the heart of the North End. This is not prime real estate location for commercial development. So based on the rental comparables we show on page 7, notwithstanding the reported rent, or the average and the median shown there, I've still applied $7 a square foot on the main. I'm not quite sure how the model comes up with $9.79 for a building of this vintage in this location. It's really baffling. And I can also tell you that for the basement area of 1129 square feet, we have assigned a rent of $5 a square foot. I think it's generally agreed that basement space will lease for less than main floor space. So our overall rate that we're applying is $6.24 a square foot. Again, no disagreement with respect to vacancy or shortfall. Again, 7% non-recovered. The capitalization rate we're applying is the same as the city has applied in this location. That's 7.8%. Based on all of that, we're looking for a reduction to $198,000. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boardroom.
Let's open page 7, Agent B.
Page 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
You presented the rent term comparables, but you don't identify these comparables, correct?
Well, as I indicated in one of the last properties, it's a simple inquiry to us. We do that to protect client confidentiality, but I have identified them for this panel. 960 Portage is located on the south side of Portage Avenue in the west end, around Lipton Street. 1970 Main is identified. We've just heard it at $8.50 a square foot. 395 Notre Dame. I've certainly used it on many previous occasions, so you're quite right that we have not shown the actual physical street number, but certainly the locations would indicate that these are superior locations.
So I cannot verify your comparables, can I?
Well, again, it was a simple inquiry, right?
Closest comparables for subject property, in your opinion, best from your 10 comparables?
They are all, in my view, superior to the subject property, certainly in terms of location.
So you didn't have any evidence about basement rent?
We do not.
So you don't have any evidence support $5 for basement, lower level, correct?
That's true, but I note that the city model has applied $4.15.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Richard, any questions of the appellant?
Nothing, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I am good. Also, any requirement for summary? You're good. Okay, that concludes 235 McGregor Street. And for the record, I'm going to note that Ms. Rojo has joined us as our executive assistant, and we are going to take a 10-minute recess to take care of some staffing members, please. Thanks, Belen. Okay, I'm here to call the hearing back to order. Next property on the docket is 3303 Portage Avenue. Svetlana, when you're ready, please.
File number 19-1808. Roll number is 073222660000. Address Avenue 3303 Portage Avenue, owner Strobel Holding Inc. We are valuing the property as it stands. on January 1st, 2020, based on economic condition April 1st, 2018. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only, based on evidence in this report. It is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2018, $1,082,000, and that the 2020 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property is located at northwest portion of the city of Winnipeg on page 12. Subject photo map and photos presented. The subject size has rectangular shape of 10,032 square feet. The two-story with full basement building was constructed in 1969. Basement area 3,972 square feet, and our gross floor area 11,916 square feet, and we apply leasable area of 8,795 square feet. On page 2, we receive income expenses mailer. It's provided on page 15, 16. Information from income expenses mailer on page 16. I put in subject property lease. I can see here sale with salon, wellness, parking homes. More photos, subject photo, page 2. On page 3, our 5 rent comparables. First line is subject property built in 1969, assessing for effective years 2018, around 9,000 square feet for average $9.98. My 5 comparables location on map below at suburban office. So I was looking for suburban office buildings, old buildings. So my comparable Sergeant Portridge Century Portridge Avenue was built between 1929 to 1990. All building 1-2 floor buildings, story buildings. My lease range between 2,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. Net per square foot between $12.50 to $16.80. My unadjusted median came across $12.50. For the subject property, we apply overall $9.98. On page 4, income approach calculation summary. So we have several premises. All total leasable area 8,795 square feet. We applied overall rent $9.98. Our potential rent came across around $88,000. For this type of property, we allow 5.5% vacancy loss, and we also allowed for not recoverable expenses that include general 2% expenses allowance. These expenses include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs, and also shortfall allowance per square foot to account for not recoverable expenses during time of vacancy on $7. On page 10, not recoverable expenses sampling to support our 2% not recoverable expenses. From 29 comparables, our not recoverable expenses showed 1.06%. So our 2% is reasonable. In fact, for this property, we apply 7.2% capitalization rate. That's supported by table on page 6. It's suburban B office between 20th and 80th percentiles, range 6.2 to 7.3. We apply 7.2. It's inside this range. and also very well supported by Collier, CBRE, and Cushman, and range between 6.5 to 7.5. Also, our capitalization rate table supported on page 9. It's actual sample or actual sales that took place during the reference period. You can see same office, first table for office building on Portage, Lombard, Henderson, Notre Dame, Roblin, range between 5.1 to 6.35%. On page 17, we can look specific on my office rate comparables. On page 17, comparables on Sargent. It's office building built in 1990, two-floor building, rent for $12.50. On page 18, office building on Portage, facing Portage, semi-subject property, lease in 2017 for $13.64. Century Street on page 19, one-floor building built in 1959, 10 years older than the subject property, lease in 2010 for $12.50. It should be adjusted upward for inflation, for 2 years of inflation. On page 20, comparables on Portage, built in 1955, 11 years old as a subject property, facing Portage, semi-subject property, lease for $14.75. My last comparables on page 21, facing Portage Avenue, very old building built in 1929, two-floor building, lease for $16.80. My office rent comparable shows that our around $10 per square foot is reasonable and fair. Based on evidence and this report, it's this assessor opinion that the April 1st, 2018 market value of the subject property indicated by income approach is $1,082,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Svetlana. Mr. Boardroom, any questions of the assessor?
I do. The figures and the calculations you show on your page 4 are all model-driven, correct?
Correct.
And the overall capitalization rate is model-driven, yes?
Correct.
And that's calculated and impacted by a number of factors, including age, size of the building and location, right?
Yes, and also analyze sales happen, actual sales.
Now, in this particular property, let's, in previous files today, you indicated that you looked back in the files on the properties. Yes?
What property you talk about? Subject property, Main Street.
Let me read.
3303 Portage Avenue. Let's stay with property. We are
Thank
already
you.
behind timing.
Did you look at the files on this property?
What files you ask for? I have
The history
information
of
about
this-
this property.
Okay, something then.
No.
The history of the property, did you look
Yes.
at appeal history? Did you
Appeal
look at-
history, it's not relevant for 2018 market value.
Did you have a chance to review previous income and expense questionnaires on this property?
I don't need to.
You don't need to. Okay, so let's take a look at your page 16. Now, so that I'm clear, the model has assigned a vacancy rate of 5.5% on this property, yes?
Correct.
You see there on the rent roll, and this is for the 2017 year, yes?
Mhm.
So do you see there where it's itemizing vacant spaces?
Yes, and I see that the monthly rent doesn't present it, how I can analyze it.
Okay, so let's just talk for a moment and limit ourselves to the vacant spaces, because that's what my questions are about. If you total up the vacant space, do you know what that totals up to?
On page 15, provided by owner, 50% vacant space.
Right, and in
And
fact,
3 tenants inside building and also has 14 number of stalls. It's in property information.
okay, so let me take you back to page 16 of your brief. And you've already indicated that you can see at least 3 vacant spaces in there, correct?
Correct.
Do you
And
know-
I provided same information on page 2.
Now, with respect to your page 60, do you know what those vacant spaces total up to?
We can count right away.
You would-
Because I don't need to count, because on page 15, owner showed 50% vacant space.
Let's agree it's 2,700 square feet, okay?
2803.
Okay, 2,800 square feet, all right.
So, given that the model seems to indicate only 5.5% allowance, isn't that something that would lead you to dig a little deeper on this property?
Usually property changed on tenants in 10 years average,
In 10 years.
maybe.
But we're talking-
But our 5.5% showed up real
So let me,
information provided for us for home expenses never from another similar properties.
okay, done?
Done.
And so let me bring you back to the question that was asked. When you look at 2,800 plus or minus square feet of vacant space within this building, wouldn't that lead you to look at income and expense questionnaires for previous years on this property?
I look in permits provided for these properties, and I can see a new occupation in 2017, new occupation in 2018 posted in our records.
2018, when?
Yes. So it's normal.
When in 2018?
It's posted since May 2018.
So you
So
don't,
it showed me that property, it's vacant space, but I see new tenants 2017, 2018. It's normal for office building fluctuate tenants.
In your opinion, okay?
so let me just ask you again, so, and perhaps I can rephrase the question for you. You did not look at previous questionnaires, correct?
No.
No.
And I see another occupation 2017 for same property. So it's very well.
Do you know,
I know name of tenants.
do you know if those are new tenants?
It's new tenants.
So tenants moved out, tenants moved in?
Yes.
Do you know for the, and so you've already indicated that you didn't look at the questionnaires, and that's fine. So, is it, if we look at the 2017 figures as reported by the owner, you agree with me that that vacancy rate approximates 43% of the building leasable area?
It showed 50% vacant
50%
space.
on that, but I'm talking about the rent roll that you've included in your information. You agree with me that that works, the square footage works out to about 43% of the leasable area?
I see a vacant space 50% reported by owner. Why is the second time ask this question?
Those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you. Doug, any questions of the assessor?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
First question, have you changed any of the numbers in the model?
No, it's model driven.
It's model driven.
And very well supported by my market evidence.
So following up the applicant's questioning then, if you saw a 50% vacancy, that would be normal in your mind?
It's not normal, that's why I went specific and permits and see it's four tenants coming.
Okay, so not normal.
It's
I didn't
it's
quite hear
happened.
you.
It's happened.
Okay.
It was tenants. It was in 2017 reported.
Sure.
But I see 2 tenants coming already by the end of 2017.
I don't need the detail about the tenants. I want to ask you very specific questions and get very specific answers from you. So, if you saw 50%, and I'm just asking you to tell me how you process things, and you went back, and for the previous 4 years, it was 50%, or 48, or 63%, for 4 years previous to that. Would you classify that as chronic vacancy? It's a yes or no question.
If I would look back 4 years,
Yes.
I need to look more 10 years back to see if it's chronic.
So 5 years in your
Yes,
mind is not
but in
chronic.
2017, I see 50%, but I look right away in permits, and
I'm
by
not- no,
2018...
don't go to the
Yeah,
permits,
I
please.
can see that
Vacancy.
new occupation permit posted.
Sure.
It's normal,
But-
it's coming back.
But his question is,
I'm
I
questioning,
didn't
question about
check
chronic
back 10 years.
vacancy.
Chronic vacancy, it's around 10 years.
Oh,
So you would go
Check.
to 10.
Yes.
I see. If you, it doesn't matter, because in your mind, you don't have a chronic vacancy here, so, well, if you did have a chronic vacancy, would you adjust the model then?
Yes.
Okay. And what would be the vacancy rate you would assess for a chronic vacancy at 50%?
It's for specific case.
Sorry?
It's
Okay.
every time different.
You can't do it general?
Yes.
Okay, I should put you on the spot like that.
Because his building has four different four different address,
Yep.
and I can see three address will be filled in.
Okay, so
by
I'm looking at the
2018.
mailers.
And we look for actual 2000 condition 2020. It's not chronic anymore.
No,
by-
I'm hearing what you said now. So if I look at the mailers, I'm consistently seeing 6,578 square feet, and yet you're using 8,795 square feet. Can you explain that difference?
Gross floor area for this building around 12,000 square feet.
But we're talking about total leasable
Yes.
area?
Our leasable area usually fluctuate because when new tenants come in, we really looking how much lease, what square footage they occupy.
But you can't have more than what the
I
owner says.
cannot have more than 12,000 square feet of this building. Leasable, more than gross floor area. If it's more than gross floor area, it's allowed. We have to inspect and clean building.
I can't see a basement.
Usually, multi-tenants building, efficiency between net leasable area and gross leasable area between 20-15%.
So you could say, take
It's
the gross floor
efficiency.
area and subtract the basement if it's not usable, and come up with about 8,000 feet. Is that
Yes, but
Just
now,
rough.
yes.
okay? And in this case,
In this case,
You
in
use the-
our records, it's a finished basement.
but you included the basement, yeah.
Yes, it's finished basement, because tenants use for storage area,
Okay.
so basement exists.
Okay. And that's an average rate for storage area, 872, 834, 810?
Yeah, something.
Yeah, you're comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions, thank you.
thanks, Richard. Okay, Svetlana, first of all, you're declaring a leasable area of 8,795 with 10 premise IDs. Mr. Boardroom is saying that there's a 2,800 square foot vacancy on that one income and expense statement. So based on your square footage, that's a third.
That's not what I'm, well, that was the question I asked,
No,
but
just
that's
wait,
not what
just
I'm
wait,
saying.
just wait.
Okay.
Okay, so based on the vacancy of 2,800 square feet on that one income statement, that's a 32% vacancy, and yet on the income and expense statement, the owner's declaring 6,578 square feet. So we've got a difference of 2,217 square feet in leasable area. So, and Mr. Boardroom, you calculated yours based on the 6,578 at 43%.
That's actually not accurate, sir.
Well, we're, okay, 6,578 by 2,800 square feet is 43% vacancy.
You'll see in our evidence, and we haven't
Okay.
gotten into
Okay.
it yet, that we apply a different leasable area.
Actually, I was asking her,
Yes.
I was just comparing the two in an income and expense statement. You made a comment of 43%. Anyway, when the calculation ended up being based on that. Okay, so there's 10 premise IDs, is there 4 tenants in here? There's 3 right now, with more coming on the way, I
Three
guess.
coming.
Yeah, okay, so we've got 3 tenants.
By now it's already there.
Okay, are you comfortable with the 8795 square feet of leasable area?
Yes, because it showed efficiency 74%, it's already low, it's supposed to be for office building. It can be more higher leasable area.
Okay, so why do we have 10 premise IDs, business IDs?
It's depend of tenants. Sometimes
Right.
tenants have separate, sometimes new tenants ask to
Right.
remove middle wall and companion to one
Yeah,
premise.
okay,
So
right.
when tenants, new tenants, when we will go in for occupation permit and
No, I
expect, we will
understand
be
that.
update his.
I understand that, but
These
when
premises area?
we've got the tenants that are in place, I guess my question is, are you comfortable that these premise IDs are accurate and that the total is accurate?
It's within our records right now.
That's what your records reflect, okay,
Yes.
okay.
When we will be process occupation permit
Okay.
with business inside, it might be changed somehow.
Okay, so,
Quantity of premises.
okay, so let's look at the income and expense statement. Mr. Boardroom showed on page 16, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 premise, let's call them premise IDs, okay? And he said there was about 2,800 square feet in vacancy. So I'm just wondering, it's hard for you, how does the mailer come up with a 50% vacancy rate? That doesn't calculate.
It's provided to us.
Yeah, but do you agree with that? It doesn't, that doesn't match what the rental or the leasable space is. Anyway, I guess you can.
50% because it's half.
But it's not showing the full size of the building, is it? No. Okay, I guess you didn't analyze it. Okay. That's all my questions. Mr. Boardroom, when you're ready, please.
Can I ask you to bear with me for one moment?
Okay.
Can you just give me 15 more seconds here?
Sure, no problem, Mr. Boardroom. Take your time.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you, and I'm trying to be brief here, I'm going to tell you that our disagreement here is with respect to vacancy allowance and with respect to the non-recoverable expense allowance that's applied. There's no dispute with respect to the rent, and there's no dispute with respect to cap rate shortfall. So I'm going to show you, or just take you through really briefly on our page 3, this property, now the assessor made the statement that the basement is used for storage. I'm going to disagree with that. The subject property has problems with the foundation when there's a heavy rainfall. There's leakage in the basement. This is not an area that tenants would store things, given the seepage. We have calculated our rentable area as 8,728 square feet, and that includes the upper units. The basement area we have changed a little bit. The owner has indicated to us that he's calculated it at 1,775 square feet after he's deducted common hallways, washrooms, the furnace room, and the electrical room. We're applying 2,150 square feet, which is a little larger, which is the leasable area that we've applied in previous appeals on this property, and there have been. Now, I have included verifying information, and I'm not going to take you through it, at the rear of our submission, but on our page 7, the vacancy rates that we show there are based on the owner's areas, so let me then tell you the calculations based on what we are using as the leasable area at 8728 square feet. So that little square box you see on page 7 for 2017 is 32.1%. That's 2,803 square feet vacant. 2016 is 33.3%, as it is for 2015 and 2014. That's 2,910 square feet. That's all verified as vacant in the attached questionnaires. Now, I'm not sure where Ms. Scheibel gets her 10-year time frame from. I do know that previous testimony at the municipal board has indicated that the department's policy on chronic is not written. It is a policy only. Certainly when you look at the 4 years prior to the reference date, that's a significant issue. And so in this case, and until it's actually cured, we've suggested that that be stabilized at 25%, which is the department's fairly often stated maximum vacancy allowance for chronic vacancy. Now, I know the municipal board has from time to time gone beyond that rate to a higher rate. We're seeking, in this case, 25%. So let me go through the calculations on page 8 really quickly. 8728 square feet is the stated leasable area that we are applying here. 25% vacancy allowance for the chronic vacancies. The non-recoverables at 7%, no disagreement with respect to capitalization rate. We're looking for a reduction on this property to $638,000 based on all of that. It's as short as I can be. So while you're taking notes, I'll just add, when I see a vacancy rate that high on the 2017 questionnaire, I go look. I go see what happens in the previous years. If it's an anomaly, we may or may not make a minor adjustment. This is not an anomaly. This is chronic. Okay. And that's why I checked the previous questionnaires and have included them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boardroom. Okay. Svetlana, any questions of the appellant?
Yes, please open page 7, conclusion brief. Let's talk about market rent. Market rent of $10.06 per square foot. There are no any evidence to support market
Well,
rent.
let me just help you understand that. So if you look at your brief, on your page 4, there is a gross potential rent of $87,781 square feet. Sorry, dollars. $87,781. We use 8728 square feet versus your leasable area, but I've applied exactly the same gross potential rent as the city's model. There's no disagreement here. Now, I'm happy to quibble if you want, but that's what we're applying.
Okay, you are applying vacancy rate of 25%. I would like to make a statement. Our practice is not exceed a vacancy allowance of 25%, even for our properties are completely vacant. So in your case, it's completely vacant property, yes?
No, actually, as I indicated in the presentation of our evidence to the board, our page 7, and I went through the figures for them, the calculations shown in the box is based on the owner's rentable area, but I also stated, based on our rentable area of 8728 square feet, what the vacant areas for each of those years is, and it's 32.1 for 2017, and for each of the preceding years, 16, 15, and 14, it was higher at 33.3%.
Okay, if you decide to use a vacancy rate higher than the market rate, we keep in mind the implicit assumption in that property will experience that level of vacancy in perpetuity, infinity, time without end.
I didn't hear a question in there.
It's a statement about 25% of vacancy. It's our
So,
practice.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps we could expedite things if she would ask questions, and if she wishes to give a summation, she's certainly welcome to.
Yeah, we'll leave that for summation, please. Svetlana, okay. Sorry, I was just writing notes here. All right. Any other questions of the appellant?
No.
Okay, thank you. Richard, any questions of the appellant?
Did you go to the premise?
I have not. I know that others in our office have. I base my information on their notes, but I have not personally inspected this property.
What do their notes tell you about the condition of the building?
It's shown on our page 3.
I see the outside, but I'm talking about the internal.
No, and so our page 3 is actually a description of what's going on in there. So I went over it a little quickly. There are some issues with seepage in there. The parking lot needs some repairs. It's got some issues.
Does anyone talk about it as being substandard space? Well, I'm wondering why I won't rent out.
That's going to be
Location.
reflected in the ability to rent and the rents that it's able to generate.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Location is good.
nothing wrong with the location. I
No,
agree.
not at all.
Yep, I agree.
And that's on the north side of Portage, isn't
It
it?
is.
Yeah.
And actually, if you look at our picture in the bottom of page 3, it's right at the corner of Parkdale and Portage Avenue. So St. James, there's nothing wrong with the location.
Yeah. Thanks for your answer.
Yeah.
No other questions?
Thank you. Doug, any questions?
No more questions for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Boardroom. So is this a mix of owner-occupied and tenants?
It is not.
It isn't, okay. So they're all tenants. And I don't know if you can speak to this, but any knowledge of new tenants moving in, improving that vacancy in 2018?
Well, and so let me just really quickly tell you that there was a tenant, there was vacant space for 14, 15, and 16, 1,050 square feet. But then, let me grab this the other way and just make sure I'm talking what I'm talking about. So for 14, 15, and 16, there was 1,050 square feet vacant. A tenant moved into that space, but in 17, or reported on the 17 mailer, but then another unit went vacant of 943 square feet. So yes, tenants move in, but also tenants move out in this location. And so when you look at the 4 years preceding, that's the actual operating performance of this property. No owner wants vacant space in their property. If they can lease it out, they would.
Okay. My next question is, looking at the income and expense statements, every year it's filed, the leasable area changes.
Yeah, he comes up with a different calculation.
It's up to $8,966 in 2015. Keeps on fluctuating.
Yeah, and so I went over what we, or how we, the basis of our calculations. We use the tenant areas on the main and the second floor, and 2,150 square feet in the basement as tenanted. And that's where we come up with 8728 square feet, including the lower level.
Okay, so, and then how has the vacancy rate been calculated have you used that 8728?
I did, and those were the verbal numbers that I gave you, right? So
Okay.
32% and change, and about 1/3 of the space in the 3 years preceding, based on our calculations of the leasable area.
Because if you use his numbers,
And we're not.
declared, then
It
the
would be
vacancy is
higher.
actually less.
Well, the vacancy would be higher.
No, it'd be dropping if the GLA is going up.
If the, We're using the higher number.
Oh, no, he's got 8966.
Where?
2015
2015?
and 20, he's declaring, or he or she, property owner is declaring,
So,
8966 in 2015, and if you divide that by, I think you said he used 2050, that means the vacancy rate would be down to 25%.
hang on. So he comes up with, so if we look at the 15 mailer and the tenant verification form on our page 30,
I'm looking at 25. Sorry, 30.
well, 2015 is shown on our page 30, and I'm happy to go through the calculation on the other one. He shows a leasable area excluding the basement of 6578 square feet, but he also shows 2,300 square feet vacant in the basement. Okay?
But he's, okay, page 24.
Mhm.
He's declaring a total leasable area of 8966. If we use your 2150, that comes to a vacancy of 24%.
Hang on, I'm still trying to get to the page.
Okay?
Page 24. 8966. Right, and if you look at the next page, which is the tenant verification form, and you add up the numbers, you get to a number a lot lower than that, and in fact, it only adds up to 6578. So I think he's again including that vacant basement space to show 8966.
But there is tenants in the basement,
Well,
or usable?
well, so there are issues in the basement, and I believe that, so a couple of things, right? You've got a leaky basement. So as a tenant, are you going to want to occupy space in a leaky basement? And so I think, even though we've included it in the leasable area, if we want to use a much smaller leasable area, then we can talk about just the other way. If we just use as the leasable area the upper floors, which is, that's the basis of our calculations for the vacancy in terms of the percentages. If we remove the basement area and reduce the square footage, our vacancy percentages are much, much higher than we've actually applied here.
Part of the basement's leased. Part of the basement is leased.
No, I don't believe so in looking at his information here. So so let's take a look at, for example, which one I can find is page 25. And you'll see there the unit numbers on the very left-hand side. So the unit numbers, in my view, the first three would represent main floor spaces, and then you'll see there 201, 202, 203. Those are, I believe, second floor spaces, so he shows no basement occupancies here.
Okay.
And I think that you'll find that that information is consistent on each of the questionnaires.
Okay. So, from what you know, I think I asked this already, but just to confirm, is the vacancy rate dropping in the building with new tenants?
No. As I indicated, there was a constant square footage, same units empty 2014, 15, and 16. In 2017, one tenant moved out, one tenant moved in. The net difference was not a lot. The vacancy rate went from 33.
Okay.
No, but I want to give you the actual square footage. So the vacant areas went from 2910 square feet vacant 16, 15, 14, and dropped about 100 square feet down to 2,803 empty square feet in 2017.
Okay. So Svetlana, you had different information about new tenants coming in, increasing or decreasing the vacancy. Would that be fair, or is it just replacing
I
existing
just see
space
a
moving in?
occupancy permit, and I don't see anything talking about I have permits in front of me of
And these are
bunch of them.
free,
No one mentioned about basement problem, and I can see occupant, new tenants coming.
but are any
because it's-
moving out, you know? Like Mr.
Permits are
Borges,
going to show that.
yeah, Mr. Borges was saying maybe they're replacing existing tenants, so.
All
in
of
and out.
that information is verified in our evidence because we've included the income expense questionnaire.
But I'm talking about from January 1st to May 31st, 2018, which wouldn't be reflected on that 2017.
No, but we also,
Fair?
I can tell you that it's not been cured in here.
Pardon me?
I can tell you that the vacancy issues have not been.
Oh, no, I'm
cured.
not saying it's being cured, but maybe it's fluctuating, you know? For the better, possibly, from what Svetlan's saying, I know. Okay, all right. Okay, that's all my questions. Svetlana, any requirement for summary?
Yeah. You asked right question in 2015, leasable area showed very close to our leasable area right now in our records. That's it.
Okay. And any comment on the department's policy on vacancy rates?
Vacancy rents 25% we apply when it's completely vacant.
Okay,
No one in.
Okay, so you, the department or yourself would never allow more than 25%?
No.
Might reflect it in a cap rate or something like that, is that fair?
Because it's our policy. If it's completely vacant, if you know it's under full renovation, we put 25% vacancy.
Okay.
Okay, so,
It's what I know.
Okay,
yeah,
Mr.
so,
Brooks.
yeah, and so, just as a quick summation, I'm going to suggest to this board that Ms. Scheibel's statement now about 100% vacancy in buildings is contradicted by previous evidence of other assessors under oath, both here and at the municipal board. And so I'm now formally asking Ms. Scheibel to forward me a copy of the department's vacancy, or chronic vacancy policy, so that we can review it.
Well, it's probably better if you make that directly to the department.
I am
No, not to her.
You can
to the
request for
department.
our management.
Yeah.
I provide that. All my evidence and my.
And as I indicated in the previous testimony from this board, it was the evidence of the assessors in those hearings that it is not a written policy, it doesn't exist.
But I would like make my credential. I was assessment department 5 years, and all 5 years in office buildings. And I am officer 2 years. I have full credential. I have diploma for urban land economic from British Columbia. I have accreditation in assessment as an officer of Manitoba. I have full credential.
Okay, no, Mr. Boardroom will pursue it with the management of the assessment department, I guess. So we will leave it at that. That concludes 3303 Portage Avenue. Now, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess for...
I'll try to be as quick as possible.
Oh, here. Next property on the docket is 150 Moray Street. Now, we're dealing with the 2020 real time assessment, and we've got a request for an increase on the property, and the assessor, and also the assessor, no, yes. So the assessor is also asking for classification change.
That's
Okay.
not at issue, as I understand it from the onset, and that's why Mr. Newman
No, I
was excused.
confused myself. It was not correct. I am asking for request.
And so now, given that, and given the absence of Mr. Newman, I'm now going to ask that this property be postponed. If that's going to be an argument, it was very clearly asked at the onset when Mr. Newman was here, and that's why he was here.
Well, I've been instructed not to delay any of the properties. So, so, Mr. Borgstrom?
Do you know what he says?
Okay, I'm going to ask you, is Mr. Newman's material still here that would be relevant? to the
Mr.
argument?
Newman will be making arguments in respect of the assessor's request that don't require the materials because the exemption that the assessor seeks to overturn is
Right.
already in place. So it's very different. It's related, but it's a different type of argument. The section under which the assessor, if I can just finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
The
ahead.
assessor is making application for the increase under, I can look it up, but some section of the Act. The legislation does not provide the authority for this body to make that change.
So we didn't need Mr. Newman, is that what you're saying?
Well, relying on Ms. Scheibel's information, at the time we heard 375 Jefferson, she indicated that because class and liability was withdrawn from our end, it wasn't needed, it's not going to be heard. So,
You know,
now
that's
that-
so long ago, I don't know what
So,
transpired.
so now that she has changed that position, I definitely want Mr. Newman here. Now, I can certainly suggest, Mr. Newman and I are in here on Monday. I'm happy to add it to that docket, and perhaps Ms. Scheibel can argue the issue first thing Monday morning.
Okay, we're going to have a quick 5-minute recess, please, Ellen.
Shall we step out, or?
No,
No,
we'll have to.
no, we're going to, I will now call the hearing back to order. Okay. In regards to the assessor's request to change the classification and liability, Svetlana, in your application to the board, you have
No,
only,
there was no application from the assessment department.
there was no application to deal with the liability, there was only an application to deal with the assessed value.
It wasn't an application, it was a notice of increase under section, I can look it up.
Yeah, but on,
Which is very different, a very different creature than an actual application.
right, okay.
So the assessor can request to change the assessed value, but because the original application received does not address
Yeah.
the classification and liability, then those won't be looked at
I
today.
understand, yeah. And so if you look at the notice that has been filed by the city, it says notice of request to increase the assessed value
Right.
only, so.
Yeah,
In any event, there isn't the jurisdiction under the Act for this board to change a classification or liability on a request from the assessor, other than by the filing of an actual application prior to the filing deadline.
right.
Is what we are saying.
Yeah, so,
That's what we
to
said.
be clear, yeah, I
Right.
agree.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, so we are
Just to
not,
note, Robert, us uninitiated, we're not familiar with this process. By this notice of request to increase the assessed value, the city is denied trying to change classification or liability at this time.
right, because they haven't made an application to deal with the liability.
Okay?
We have deal with liability municipal board for 2018,
No.
and after this hearing, we will appeal municipal board for 2020.
Right. Which the municipal board has the authority to deal only with quantum and classification of property. Municipal board does not have the authority to deal with all other taxation.
The bottom line is, we're not dealing with liability or
Yeah.
classification here today,
Yeah.
because they never filed.
It's not an issue.
It's a short hearing.
Yeah. No.
Well, no,
I'm sorry about that.
does that make sense?
Yes, I understand. I just wanted to make sure I had that.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Okay, so we're just dealing with, okay, so let's stroke that off, right? So, we're dealing with 150 Moray Street, and we've got a request for an increase in the assessed value by the assessor,
Yes.
and,
For the record, I have client instruction to proceed with you.
okay, right. Thank you, Mr. Boardroom. Okay, Svetlana, when you are ready, 150 Moray Street, please.
File number 19-3403. Roll number is 07075239100. Owner is the St. James School Division number 7. We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2020, based on economic condition April 1st, 2019. This appeal is with respect to the amount of assessed value, classification of property, liability of taxation. Withdrawal document shows that classification of property, liability of taxation is withdrawal. This appeal against the amount of assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of the subject property as of April 1st, 2018, 4,515,000. In that, the 2020 assessed value of 3,845,000 should be increased to this amount. The subject property is located, let's open page 16, and northwest portion of the city of Winnipeg. It's located on southwest corner of Portridge and Murray Street, page 16-17. This subject site has a rectangular shape of 169,438 square feet. We have two buildings of property with leasable area of 23,682 square feet. One building was built in 1959, another was built in 1975. Effective years built 1975 established. On page 2, more air photos of subject properties. I have more photos on 18, 19, and 20. Summer and winter photos. On page 21, we have income expenses mailer. It shows that property owner occupied. We have annual expenses. On page 28, I posted few permits for subject properties. In 2018, prior to our reference day, was alteration exterior office for 22,000 on 1974. We have permit on 29. It's interior alteration office. On page 30, another permit in 2009 was alteration exterior office, interior on 31, so it's property very well maintained. On page 32, subject property side map. So building front Portridge is board office with address 2574 Portridge Avenue, and Portridge along and building along Murray Avenue. It's professional staff development center. Mortgage plan on page 33 and floor map of professional staff development. you can see it's computer, media, library, office, auditoriums. On page 34, more information about the rebuilding, renovation inside, and interior elevation. On page 35, it's specific office building that based portrait floor map. So let's go back to my comparables. On page 3.
Okay, Svetlana, maybe for expediency, we'll just highlight your range there and the area that they're located in. How's that?
Yes. We assess the subject property first line for 23,684 square feet at $40.21. That's very well supported by my comparables on 8 comparables, 3 on Portridge, 2 on Broadway, 1 on Taylor, Waverly and Pembina, all my comparables map present on Google Map below. Our unadjusted median came across $14.63, and normal is 2016-2017 with all building between 1929 to 1966 on Pembinas for $70 per square foot. It's building 2008. It's more. So on page 4, our inform approach into market estimation. So we have 2 buildings, we have 2 separate premises. Altogether leasable area 23,622 square feet. We apply a rent for $14.21. Our potential rent $337,000. For office building, our vacancy rate 5.5%. 2% not recoverable expenses, shortfall at $7 per square foot. Our overall capitalization rate 6.7%. That very well support on page 6. Our city of Winnipeg capitalization rate 80%, so 16% of properties range between 6.2 to 7.3%. So our 6.7 inside this range. Same range has Colliers, CBRE, Bushman, Wakefield. Also our capitalization rate supported on page 13. We present samples of sales of 5 office buildings on Portridge, Lombard, Henderson, Notre Dame, Rowland Avenue, with capitalization rate between 5.1 to 6.54%. Our 2% not recoverable expenses very well supported on page 14. From 29 comparables, not recoverable expenses media, total media came across 1.06%. On page 36, let's look at my comparables. So on page 36,
I think we've gone through those.
you see already on Portridge.
Yeah, so we're good. Thank you.
So it's very similar to the subject property. Based on my evidence, as an assessor opinion, that the market value of the subject property April 1st, 2018, $4,515,000, and that the 2020 assessed value should be increased to this amount. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Maybe, Mr. Brooks, if you don't mind, Svetlana, there's currently a classification split on the property, and it seems to be about 50% split due to rounding for class code 40 institutional property and class code 60. So I believe last go round, I believe there was an exemption allowed for part of it is office, that would be the class code 60, and the other 50% area was resource center, I believe. So we would need a breakdown in your assessed value, splitting the class code, okay?
It will be same, it's very close, leasable area in same rent.
Okay, no, but I need a breakdown of value. I need a split of 4,515,000 assigned to a class code 40 and a class code 60. And I believe the square footage, it appears that the one level is offices and one level is resource, I think, possibly. But so I need that estimated market value split into classification. If you look on page 1 of your brief, I guess you were assuming.
Okay, how I can submit it?
I need it right now. Like I need it before this hearing.
Okay,
is.
divide by 50. You can
Yeah, but
just
there's
divide
round-
by 2.
No, but I need you to state it for the record. But maybe you can work on it while Mr. Borgstrom is asking you questions.
Well, frankly, I think I need your undivided attention to my questions.
Okay.
I don't want her to be distracted. I want her to answer.
Okay, then I'm going to wait. Then you have to break it down for me right now, please.
And I apologize, it's just.
No, that's okay.
This
That's okay.
This
Okay.
is not a simple property.
Come on.
So if I understand what you're asking is, the office is not exempt.
Yep.
You need that breakdown.
So-
And the exempt is the resource.
I have a history of sitting on this property, so
And in fact, Ms. Scheibel and I dealt with this property at the municipal board in respect of the 2014 appeal.
okay.
It will be me 2016, 18, and 20.
Well, I'm talking, so
Okay, no, let
in
it.
terms of valuation at the municipal board this year. So while she's working on those calculations, I have a question. I can extract my answers, one question at a time from the assessor, or in my cross-examination, or what I can do is provide you with a description and framework of what's on this site by making a statement about it prior to my question here. I'm
Well,
happy
let's
to-
take the
I'm
shorter
happy
route.
to do either.
Yeah, but let's let her do the calculation, please,
So,
for the record.
while she's doing the calculation,
Okay.
would it be, and I don't want her to miss the information I'm giving you, but I'm happy to give that sort
Then
of
we won't.
description of the property now, or I can wait.
No, we'll wait.
Thank you.
Let her do a
I'm going to
calculation.
move it along.
Yeah. Let's provide her with it for undivided.
And for your reference, I will have a rebuttal package on this property as well.
Yeah, okay. I think we knew that already. Thanks, Mr. Boydstrom. Yeah, okay.
The rebuttal package has not been filed yet. It was in, and I see you looking, it was filed in response to the information contained within the assessor's brief. Or will be filed.
Mr. Sharon,
Hello.
we take a break while this is happening and go visit the washroom?
Okay, we'll recess for, thanks, Phil.
That's acceptable, is it?
Thanks, Phil. Okay, Mr. Borgstrom. So we were having a discussion about how you're going to proceed here. So
Yeah.
can you, have you mind?
And with your consent, what I would like to do prior to launching into a series of questions with the assessor, just provide you with some background regarding the physical configuration of the site and the buildings. I can distract you with questioning, but
No.
I'd like to do it this way, and then perhaps the assessor can agree or not as to how I've described the property.
Okay, perfect. I agree.
Is that fair? Okay. So the property we're talking about here has two separate discrete structures situated on it. The one structure located at a specific address of 2574 Portage Avenue. That's the administrative offices of the St. James Assembly School Division.
And that's a different roll number.
No, it's all on the same roll
Okay.
number.
Okay.
So what I'm talking about here is one roll number.
Okay.
Which is why there's now a split classification on it. We do not dispute the classification of property as other, or the city's vernacular 60 taxable, on the administrative building at 2574 Portage Avenue. It's a one-story structure built in 1975. Second structure on the site is it's a former school. It was at one time Birchwood School. It has the civic address of 150 Moray Street. Separate building as from the administrative building. The functions in that building are very different, and in the appeal last cycle, because of the functions within this building, this board granted the exemption on that school, former school structure. I can tell you that now in that former school structure is located the Professional Staff Development Center, where in part, that's the label on the outside, they also have centralized printing services and a number of other functions that are related to the needs of the public schools in the school division, hence the exemption. I can tell you that the Birchwood School was built in 1959, and I'll have some questions of the assessor about that, but I think that is the information. Both are one-story buildings, both have no basements, and other than that, I think that is sort of a description of the physical characteristics of the property, which I think helps us.
Yes. Okay. 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 So Atlanta, you agree with all that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so, Mr. Boardroom, questions of the assessor, please.
I do, thank you. So if I understand what you've done here, this the other way. If I understand what the city has done here in its modeling, is adjusted the 1959 construction year of the former Birchwood School and changed it to 1975, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've had the opportunity to inspect this property, correct?
Yes, we walked it.
And in fact, that inspection happened January 25th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
So not quite a year ago, right? Yes? Okay. And during that inspection, you had the opportunity and in fact availed yourself of that opportunity of taking a significant, a large number of pictures of this building and of the former Birchwood School building and the school division administrative offices, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that you haven't included any of those pictures in your submission
Okay, let's open page.
of the interior of the property.
Let's open page 18 to 20. I have exterior picture.
Right, and so my question was with respect to the interior of the properties. You've included no pictures of the
No.
interior. But you
I will
have,
be included for municipal board for sure.
So-
We did it already.
so,
But I presented the full floor map of this property
I understand.
on page 32.
Okay, so Atlanta, let's ask and answer,
Yeah.
okay? Yeah. Okay.
Right, and so, let's examine the structure one at a time. And let's talk first about the administrative office building, which was built in 1975, correct? Now, during your inspection of this property, was it your observation that the effective age of that property was 1975 as well?
It's well maintained property.
So the property was built in 1975, and during your inspection of the property, you had an opportunity to observe the physical condition.
I observe physical condition, and my statement, it's very well maintained property, yes.
Right. And so you continue to assign an effective year built of 1975. In other words, there hasn't been a reason to vary the effective age on this property. Not
Yes,
Not yet. For the purposes of this hearing,
yes, I'm correct.
1975? Now,
Because in my information, I see a lot of, I see some outstanding permits.
Yes,
But
and
it's
we'll come to
after
those.
reference, yes, that it's postponed. So right now, it's 1975 effective years.
well, actually, it reflects the physical condition as of 2020.
Yes.
So certainly, we'll come back to those.
And I also observe another building, it's similar conditions, that's why I came to same effective years built for now, for 2020 years. Done.
So the finish in the administrative office building consists of some perimeter offices and interior cubicle space, correct? Generally
Let's open and
speaking.
look and for plan.
There's an
Check
open,
it in the, on page 33. It's we have stuff, right now we talk about board, on page 35. Currently board plans.
okay, so what I see here are two different floor plans, but you'll agree with me that this is a one-story building with no basement, correct?
Correct.
So
It
which-
states on page number 1,
which-
0 basement space.
So on your page 35, you're showing two floor plans. Which one are we using?
You can use any, they're very similar. I just find currently in permits what plan we have. You're right, I can show it only one plan.
Which one should we use?
Let's look up first,
First one?
because they're similar.
Now, as you walk into this building, and there are entrances off Portage Avenue and off of the parking lot, right? And as you walk into the building, there's a reception area, correct? And to the right, there is a step.
I'm sorry, what is your questions? You describe property, it could be your presentation. I describe my way. Why we waste time? What is your purpose? What you want to achieve, please?
Frankly, I think I'm entitled to ask the questions of the assessor regarding the condition and how the subject property.
Well, okay, but maybe you could do that in a general rather than,
Well, I'm just taking her through the property.
no, but ask her a general question. I think that
The
would
general
be fair.
question, all floor
I think she
marked
already made
here.
it.
Yes, we can see office building, entrance. I hide nothing.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the assessor has inspected the property. She took numerous pictures of both
Right.
buildings on this property, but hasn't included it. Now, I know this panel,
Well, that's okay.
Not all of this-
That's her decision.
so
And it's not, she's presented what she's presented. Maybe you disagree with it, but that's what she's presented.
So-
And that's what we're going to look at. But to hypothesize and say, well, why didn't you include them? Why did you? She didn't. That's what we're dealing with here.
so
And also on the condition of the property, I think you asked her if the age variant was the same. She said, in my opinion, I'll simplify this, both buildings to me were up to the same standard of modernization, I'll call it. It's as simple as that. She inspected it, that's what she stated. We don't, well, I'm just making a point.
I understand that.
Right.
However, while I understand that you have some familiarity with this property.
No, actually, I don't. I mean, I do.
And fair enough.
Yeah.
That being the case, and in particular because the other two panel members I know don't have familiarity with this case arising from previous appeals, I see a hand being raised.
No,
Oh, okay.
I've been in the building, I've been in the resort center.
Okay.
I'm familiar
Yeah.
with both.
So,
buildings.
Yes.
So,
But-
I'm trying to cut this a little bit shorter, but I think you achieved your goal of asking the assessor's opinion of the condition of the property.
Well, particularly with respect to what's going on inside and the layout of the building in terms of an office building. Certainly, Mr. Marks is not.
Well, if you've got something different than she's presenting, then you're going to deal with it in your evidence.
She hasn't presented any.
Well, she's showing her floor plate, you know.
Okay.
So, she's assessing it as an office building. In her opinion, it's 50%, well, in her opinion, it's 50% off, 100% office building, broken into exempt allowance on 50%. One building is exempt, one building isn't. It's simple. She's said under oath that, in her opinion, that both buildings are reflective of 1975 condition.
And I'm going to be questioning her extensively on that submission.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, Ms. Scheibel, the finish within the administrative office building, generally speaking, and I was trying to get a little more information about it, the office area, generally speaking, is perimeter offices with cubicle space in the middle, correct?
Correct. You can see on page 55, cubicle by perimeter.
Now, when you inspected the property, in terms of your observation of the condition of the building, would you agree that it reflects an institutional finish, a government finish? It's not an executive office, for example, as you might find in a lawyer's office. I would describe, or I'm not asking if it's minimalist. Would you agree that there is nothing within the administrative office building that is luxurious? There's no luxury office space in here.
Okay, you state that these two buildings and different interior alteration, correct?
I'm asking you questions about your evidence here.
My evidence in front of you.
Right, and so I'm asking you.
And I assess same rent for both buildings. Following your questions, I need to reassess for what?
No, let's not go there. We're not asking questions. Look,
it's simple. Assess for $14.21 two buildings for full square footage. What your question? What you ask me?
Well, the questioning relates to the rate that you were applying to it, and I'm trying.
You can present it in your evidence,
So
all what
if
I didn't present it, and after we will talk about it.
If I might finish, and so relevant to that.
you know what I'm going to ask?
Yeah, please.
I'm the chair here. I'm going to ask that both of you address me. I don't want this back and forth.
Yeah,
You know, so, yeah, okay, is that fair?
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, let's not make it personal. Let's deal with the facts.
And so,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. Because the assessor has provided very little information within her brief with respect to the condition in terms of the finish of the property, that's what I'm seeking to find information about.
Okay, but I think she's responded as well as she can.
Well, she certainly hasn't answered the last question I put to her.
Which is the different
In
floor.
terms of the quality of the finish within this building,
But she said it was renovated and reflective of 1975 age.
So-
Okay, let's leave it at that.
It's my opinion, yeah.
Yes.
and
You
so.
can have another opinion.
Okay. So it's your testimony then that the property has been renovated? Was the renovation more than, for example, the replacement of an HVAC unit or the reconfiguration of the office space?
Well, she presented permits that showed improvements.
And I'm about to question her on those, but
I
I'm asking.
presented current permits before reference date. Let's go from my permits
So-
again. Let's go.
No, let's not.
Well, I'm about to ask her about them.
Okay.
But my general question prior to that,
No, let's,
because you referenced and she agreed that there were renovations in this property, so I'm asking the question, Mr. Chairman. The extent of the renovations.
Let's open
She
page
has- She
28.
inspected the property last January.
I know, right? So what's the point of you asking me these
Yeah,
questions?
I inspect this property
We-
in 2019. It's
Svetlana,
post-reference.
talk
I
to me.
cannot use this
Svetlana,
information.
talk to me, please.
Sorry.
Reference.
My inspection was in 2019. It's
Yeah.
post-reference. I cannot present this information, period.
And see, I would disagree because
Same
it
with assessor, with agent.
reflects, Mr. Chairman, the physical condition of 2020.
Okay.
And you'll see in our rebuttal evidence that we do provide right up to date.
Well, why don't we just get to the rebuttal evidence?
No, because I have a whole bunch of questions about these properties for Ms. Scheibel.
Okay, but if they're, okay, go ahead.
So let's turn our attention for the moment to the permits that you've referenced. Can you take me in your brief to the pages that, and I'm trying, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to keep these two buildings separated. Okay? So if you can take me to the pages with the permits for,
What does that accomplish, Mr. Boyce?
because the other
One is,
property.
we know one is older and one is newer, but they both need modern, or one of them be modernized to 1975
See,
standard, according to the assessor.
According to the assessor.
Okay, so what-
And I'm going to, through questioning, establish that that is not the case.
To what end?
Ms. Scheibel is seeking an increase in the assessed value, certainly partly based on what she has described as a variation on the actual year built up to 1975 for the resource and build difference. For this property, you've described it, and she's agreed with you that the property's been renovated.
Okay.
So I want to go through the permits that she has provided
Right.
in her evidence,
Okay.
to ascertain the extent of those renovations.
And I'm going to say to you that Ms. Scheibel has presented her evidence, and you're going to have an opportunity to refute that evidence to the contrary. So there's no reason to question her in detail of what color the walls are painted and what carpeting is being replaced.
And so those are.
Pardon me, but,
Those are not my questions.
yes, but you know what, no, we're,
Mr. Chair,
with-
may I interject?
yes,
Because I think I know what the applicant is getting at.
I do too.
But
Yeah.
it's all provided in the detail that has been submitted in evidence. We can all read, we all know what is stated in the evidence on the permits. So we have a pretty good grasp of what was done in these two buildings, because the permits separate out the two buildings.
That's absolutely correct.
So
So perhaps I can ask the assessor a question and see if she agrees. For the administrative building, 2574 Portage Avenue, the permits that you've included within your evidence do not indicate any significant renovation or updating of this property?
It's exterior renovation for
Which page, please?
page 28. In
Okay, so
2000,
page, if I might, just, let's keep the buildings separate. So what I'm talking about here is the administration building. And what you're referring to on your page 28 refers to the old Birchwood School.
so the address is 150 Moray.
Yes.
On the next permit, the address is 150 Moray.
Yes.
On the next permit, 150 Moray. They're all listed 150 Moray.
But it
And
does
we
go
all-
into detail, Mr. Chair, in the specific descriptions of which building
Okay.
has had what work done.
Okay, and we can decipher from that, from her evidence presented, what goes, or which value, or what improvements we should assign to each building. Is that fair?
Well,
You don't have to point it out.
I must tell you, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
that I am concerned about the limitations imposed on my questioning of the assessor's evidence.
Well-
Now, I'm prepared to be guided by your instruction.
Okay,
But
good.
I am concerned that
All right.
I'm not permitted to question the assessor even in a cursory fashion on this.
Well, you're doing more than a cursory questioning on it, Mr. Boardroom. You've made your point. We understand where you're going with this, with two buildings. We understand that. Really, we understand.
So
Okay.
I want to now then turn my attention, or turn the attention of the assessor, Mr. Chairman, to the building located at 150 Murray Street. That's the old Birchwood School, right? That was constructed in 1959.
Correct.
And as you inspected the interior of the property, the central corridor that you would typically find in an elementary school of that vintage hasn't changed, has it?
Let's open page 33.
30.
Of my presentation, my briefs. We have professional staff development center floor plan. You can look in there.
You know what, Mr. Borgstrom, I'm going to ask your question in one simple line. Excuse me, but just to expedite this. Svetlana, in your opinion, is an age variant for both buildings at 1975 warranted? That's what you're getting to, Mr. Borgstrom.
Actually, no.
Well, yes,
It
it
also, Mr. Chairman, it also relates to the rent that this city or that the assessor
All right.
is trying to.
And you're going to present that you think that the rent should be different on an older building as a new building. So, but meanwhile, you're sitting here questioning her, but when you can present it yourself. But I'm going to ask you, Svetlana, is it warranted on both buildings in your opinion?
In my opinion, in 1975 for both buildings.
There.
Both very well maintained.
Yes. Okay.
Period.
I have to tell you, Mr. Chairman, that ordinarily there wouldn't be this attention paid to it. But here we have a circumstance where the city is seeking an increase in this property, its assessed value. And so it becomes important to my client that the evidence be tested and examined for its credibility, for its veracity, and frankly, that's not being allowed to happen.
Okay.
So perhaps I
But
can...
does a minutiae of detail improve that situation? It
Right.
doesn't.
Frankly, I think the description of the property does.
We've got the description of the property. We've got her having inspected it with you, I believe, and she's stating her opinion of value. We're going to have your opinion of value. Let's get to that.
Ms. Shiloh, can you show me in your brief where it describes the interior walls of this property?
I never described interior
Never
wall.
described
It's
interior.
office building, OFC
Right.
building. Let's look how we describe OFC building.
So let me
No, let's not. Stop.
let me stop you
We
there.
have classification office
Let me
properties
stop
for
there.
different
Talk to
classes.
me.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
And
So
now-
it's typical OFC building.
So if I may continue with questions, would you agree with me that the building, the former Birchwood School, retains its interior concrete block walls in the corridors and in the walls separating the former classrooms? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's, when you look on my page 33, it shows they have auditorium, they have big office space, office one, sets, existing media library, we have 4-7 computer department. On bottom we have UZ storage, media office, existing washroom, second office, staff room, computer lab, we have boiler room, 2 washrooms, and by right we have a meeting room, exam coordinator, storage, furnace, usage storage. Yeah, everything on this map.
So I'm wondering if you might actually address the question that was put to you with respect to the concrete block
It's
walls.
my response.
There are concrete block walls?
Yeah, it's concrete building. You can look on my photos.
And as
On page 18.
No, you've answered. That's good, Svetlana. Thank you.
So as you look at your page 33, and from your inspection of the property, would you agree that the corridor is significantly wider than you would find in an ordinary office building?
It's unique property.
Unique property.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've indicated that I'm assuming it's your view as well, that the effective year bill should be varied to 1975?
Correct.
And Is that based on renovations within the property?
On condition of property,
On
yes,
condition-
renovation.
On condition of the
And
property?
renovation until 2018,
Okay.
in my own observation.
So during your inspection of the subject property, can you identify a single feature in this building that has extended the physical life of the property?
It's office building, very well maintained.
But during your inspection, did you make any...
I didn't find significant difference between two buildings.
Is it fair to say, and I can go over each of the permits if you'd like, but is it fair to say that none of the permits taken out on this property from January 1st of 2000 affect the building envelope or affect the life expectancy of the property?
Let's look on page 28, permits. It's exterior renovation. On
Page
page 29, it's interior renovation. It's already 2018 and 2016 two renovation possible. It's both for professional staff development center.
So let's start with your page 28 then, and the description, and I hesitate to do this, but the description on the permit was exterior alterations to the west wall of an existing office building to include installing new windows. So that was simply adding new
It's
windows.
exterior renovation, correct? Windows.
It added windows for the interior offices, right? There was no reconfiguration of the offices there, was there?
No.
So they added some windows.
Reconfiguration of
So-
estates will be interior
So
renovation.
that would not have affected the physical life expectancy of this property, would it?
It's affected because it's already exterior renovation.
So, on your page 29, the description of that permit is to include infilling an existing opening in a partition wall and constructing two offices.
Mr. Borgstrom, that's it. No more permit detail. Please get to wherever you're going, please. We can read the permits, as my colleague Richard said. We understand there's been improvements. The assessors made statements on the condition of the property. You both visited the property together. You're asking her to regurgitate every memory that she saw in there, and to what point, I'm not sure. But I'd like you to get to it. Please. Because I'm going to assume that we've got rebuttal evidence that can address all these issues, so I'm not sure where we're going with this line of questioning. Because we're going to end up in the same place when we get to the rebuttal, I believe. So why don't we just go right there?
So I want to, for a moment, turn your attention to your page 1 of this brief. The zoning on this property is PR2 Parks and Recreation District, yes. It doesn't permit office use, does it?
It's an office right now, and we highest and best used office.
I understand that, but in the event that the property became surplus, the current use would likely not be allowed, right?
It's office. We highest and best used current condition office.
I will take that as non-responsive. If we turn your attention to just for a moment back to your permits, is this a comprehensive list of the permits?
No?
No? Those are my limited questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, any questions of the assessor?
I do, and at risk of taking you off,
No,
I'm
no.
going to go down this path for a moment.
No, you're good. You're good.
So you went to let's deal one building at a time. You went to the resource center. It's a 1959 school that has been modified
Yes.
to become a professional development training center.
Yes.
They teach teachers in this building.
Yes.
Yes. Obviously, work was done at some previous point to convert this school building into offices and then into this development center. Right. And when I look at the permits you've provided, in 2018, $92,000 worth of work was done on the two permits. And it is, in my opinion, just looking at what we've got in front of us, not enough to bring it from 1959 to 1975. So did you make a value judgment, your own value, when you walk through the building? Hey, this is pretty nice. It's not 1959,
Yes.
it's 1975.
It's correct from my observation.
And did you have any hard evidence that brought you to that 1975?
Yeah, because I have access from property development, PTNB. I have all permits in front of me. I can see it. I posted just currently before reference date. It shows it. Property very well maintained. It's keep renovating.
So let me understand that. But, so you had other permits that you were able to look at beyond the ones you
Yes,
provided?
correct.
That's what we're missing in the information
Sorry.
here.
Okay, good
Yeah,
point.
that would be,
Very good point,
not that we
yeah.
need to see, but it's for you to tell us that.
Yes, I have, but I present just currently.
And were they significant permits? Hundreds of thousands
I
instead of
didn't count,
10,000?
yes. I don't have this information in front of me. I have what completely going, but I need go inside each permit and see what the value. But it's for my observation, it's office building, it's, yes.
I understand. So you're on here under oath, so you review these other permits and these permits and say 1975,
Yes.
my professional judgment.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very good, developed, solid building.
Yep. I've been in both of them. I know what they're like.
Student, now teacher.
And so let's jump over to the office, the St. James School Division office, and it's a typical school division office with
Yes.
offices and primarily offices, good, actually. It looks like in 2009, the building built in 1975, about 35 years later, they have to do some HVAC work, they have to do some ceiling removal and replacement, enlarge an office, and in your estimation then, that didn't require you to move from 1975 to a 2000 effective date.
I mentioned that I increased to 1975 for this reassessment, but I can see new permits posted already, more innovation going on.
For this one building?
For both buildings.
But deal with this building?
Yes.
Okay.
So for now it's 75, but for next reassessments, I really will be look into what was done.
Okay, but we're not worried about the next, okay. So when you went through this building, sorry, how long ago was that?
When we was in January 2019.
Okay. You walk into the school division office. Is it a standard professional business looking office, finishes?
Yes.
Not a luxurious office like you would see downtown at Great West Life or Canada Life
No.
or other executive offices.
No.
It's a school, it's a working office.
Yeah, normal office, yeah.
Okay. Now I jump you back to the resource center and you go in that facility. Is it a professional business office as well?
Yes.
Or resource
Yes.
center, but it's an office, in effect. People work in there.
Yes, correct.
And it's professional, it's not lavish and it's
No
luxurious?
lavish, yeah.
Okay, so I haven't,
Because when we do apply our model, for example, for a lawyer office, we have special setting. It will be going up, rent, it's already will be created by models.
Yeah.
So in my case, standard office building.
yes. And you would suggest to us that it's well-maintained, well-looked after?
Correct.
School divisions always have good maintenance.
Yes,
It's a public
it's very solid
relations.
building because it's
Okay.
masonry construction and office building. It's wood steel frames, that's why it's more renovation.
It's a good building.
Yeah,
Both
both
of them.
buildings, both very well maintained.
School building, yep, okay. I'm going to change gears now very quickly here, and I'm looking at the ratio of 7.15 and all that land. Do you ever consider excess or surplus land?
Good question, because now we will going back to our zoning restriction. It's zoning, parking, recreation activities. That's why I don't use excess land. First,
Because of the way it's zoned?
Yes, zone. That's why we don't, it has plenty of parking lot, but we don't do any extra addition for land because for zoning.
But the school would have had all that recreational land.
Yes, correct.
It's not a school any longer.
No, not any longer, yeah.
And does your department change that zoning?
We're not allowed to change zoning.
You're not, eh?
It's
Okay.
for
Good, because that's my
property
question.
developments.
Okay.
That's why I did an extra land adjustment, just for zoning. And for current, height-based usage office, because it's office right now.
Sure. Thank you very much for those answers. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you. Doug, any questions?
No, actually, they've been answered, thank you.
And I have no questions either. Yes, Mr. Boardroom, start the rebuttal. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
So let me start by telling you that I've inspected this property on more than one occasion over the last half dozen years. Some of the pictures included in our rebuttal evidence date back to my November of 2015 inspection of the property, and some of the pictures date back to our January 25th, 2019 inspection of the subject property. I'm not going to go over the exterior pictures other than to make a note, or you might want to make a note on page 1, that even the exterior on page 1, what you're looking at there is the exterior of the administrative offices. This is not the expected quality office finish. You see some staining on the exterior. That's not what you would normally typically expect to find in a freestanding office building. I will, in the interest of time, I will limit my comments to the school, or the former school and now the Professional Staff Development Center with the civic address at 150 Morey. We can start at page 7.
Excuse me? Can we just have a minute to look at the first set of photos?
Yeah,
before we get to where
please,
you are?
please do.
Yeah, thank you.
And that will save time.
Thanks a lot.
Just for your reference, at the top of each page will be identified the building that it applies to. Thank you.
What time of day did you go here?
Pardon me?
What time of day did you go out? Was it daytime or was it just dark
No, it was
shot?
daytime.
Yeah, okay.
The pictures are probably as they are because I printed them off of the PDF rather than redoing all of the pictures. They were conveniently labeled at the top, so remember this. pictures that you're looking at there, I took.
You're a fine photographer.
Not really, it's just this what it is.
Okay. Tab 3 mean anything?
It was, this is, the pictures are actually extracted out of our municipal board submission. They just ignore the tab 3. It was double-sided and it just happened to get in there.
So you've kind of gone back and forth in
Yeah.
your photos.
Well, no, so the tab 3, the following pictures will be from a subsequent inspection. Previous pictures will be from our earlier inspection, if I recall correctly. I see what you're saying.
Okay. And we will come to the related permits after.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You okay, Doug?
Yes, sir.
But Lana, you've looked through it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Boardroom, when ready, please.
So I'm going to tell you, and I'm not going to take you through all of the pictures individually now that you've had a chance to look through them, but the former Birchwood School is configured very much as it was. Now, there has been some subdivision of some of the classroom space, but there are still, as you can see from the pictures, the painted concrete block, or cinder block, if you will, walls. There is, as an office building, a lack of flexibility in this building to change the configuration of the space. And so in terms of market attraction, very limited given the lack of flexibility in this space. The hallways are much wider than you will find in even a relatively modern office building dating to the 70s. But certainly in terms of an office building, and as you look through it, you can see the open steel web supporting structure of the roof. A little bit unusual feature in this building is as you walk in the front entrance, and it'll show up in the assessor's floor plans, there's a mechanical room that includes the heating for the building to the left. It's not on the roof, it's taking up part of what the assessor has included as the not only the gross floor area, but the leasable floor area. That makes the space less efficient in terms of anybody wanting to lease it. I'm going to take you through the permits, not individually itemized, but there are some highlights that I'm going to bring you through. I'm starting on page 29. And you'll see at the bottom of page 29, dating back to 2001, is a canopy. That's not anything that would affect the age life of this building. It's nothing that would affect the effective age of this building. In 2008, they added cameras. That's security. That's not adding life to the building. The other permits that you will see on this page are for a reconfiguration of some of the office space, but none of these permits, and this goes all the way back to January 1st of 2000, none of these permits can lead any reasonable person to the conclusion that there should be a variant age assigned to this property. Okay? Now, we've also gone through the same exercise with respect to the adjacent building, the administrative offices at 2574 Portage Avenue, and it's the same exercise. You'll note at the bottom of page 31, or near the third from the bottom, start at the bottom, they erected a sign. That has nothing to do with the age of, or the expected age of the building, life expectancy. We go up two lines, they've replaced the HVAC unit, and if you note the date on that, it's because the HVAC unit was 35 years old. This dates all the way back to 2009, so as of the reference date, physical condition of the property, it's already 10 years old. As you go through the remaining of them, as you get near the top, you'll see an alteration to reconfigure their server room. That doesn't add anything to the life expectancy of the property. And as you go through all of these permits, nothing in here would lead you to conclude that this is a top-notch building that would warrant the application of the rents anywhere close to what the assessor is suggesting. So with that, I will answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Borgstrom. Svetlana, any questions?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Which building, in your opinion, will deteriorate faster? Wood frame building or masonry concrete building?
If you look at the Marshall Valuation Service age-life tables, they suggest that wood frame buildings have a shorter life expectancy, which, well, okay, I'll stop the question and stop the answer there.
So we have 2574 office building, it's a wood frame building, correct?
Yeah, and so its age-life expectancy would be less than certainly another, like a metal frame office building, for example, steel studs, brick veneer. Its age life would be less.
To maintain this building, it will involve more renovation, correct?
I'm sorry?
To keep alive life of this building, it will expected more renovation, correct?
Not renovation, certainly repair and maintenance. That would be expected, in particular given the exterior finish being what it is. But that would add to the owner's operating costs of the property.
And we have 150
Morey.
150 Morey, another building with for training. It's masonry concrete building, correct?
It's
Masonry concrete building,
it's
reinforced concrete building, correct?
it's not reinforced concrete. It's masonry wall. And if you look at the interior and you look at the exterior walls as well, there's concrete block.
In your opinion, how often masonry concrete building has, how faster it deteriorates? How much maintenance is expected, required?
How much maintenance?
Renovation, maintenance of this building.
There's a difference between renovation and repair and maintenance.
Okay, renovation and,
Okay,
how
so
much
this
renovation?
building hasn't undergone renovations other than some very limited reconfiguration of some of the space within it. Right?
It's because it's very solid building, correct?
No, it's because they've made do. As we, okay, if I just might continue the answer.
I'm
As-
received my answer, thank you.
Might I finish, Mr. Chairman? Yes, thank you. So, as I indicated, as we were going through the pictures, the interior walls are concrete block, and so the reconfiguration of the space, the potential for reconfiguration of the space is very limited, and that's why it hasn't been done. You'll look in the pictures, and they are utilizing a lot of the old classroom space in exactly the same configuration as it was. They're just making do with it.
Okay, thank you. Doug, any questions?
Just one, as far as the permits were taken out on these two different buildings, were there any other permits from, was this?
This is the comprehensive list from the City of Winnipeg records.
Okay, thank you.
Is it good?
Yes.
Richard?
No, no questions.
Okay, Mr. Borgstrom, page 29, well, actually, those pages. I notice there's no declared permit value on the listing.
No, this particular, the particular function of this department for this search does not show permit values. You can certainly cross-reference them against the assessors, but there is nothing in here that would indicate any substantial expenditure.
What about the HVAC system? How much is that?
That would be the sole exception.
Okay, how much would that be?
Estimate.
$500,000?
No. Oh, no.
Okay. How much do you think?
You know what, I didn't look it up. Although, I think the assessor might have it.
Is that
So does that not extend the functionality or the age of the building?
Well, my
Significantly?
suggestion is that it was necessary to continue the operation of the building, and you now have an HVAC system physically, as of 2020, that is more than 10 years old. So let me just, because I know...
What's the life on those?
Well, if we look at the existing, it's about 35 years. So let me just...
So that's okay, you've
No,
answered my
I'd
question.
like to answer your question about the HVAC.
No, it's fine, it's answered, thank you. Ask and answer. Okay,
It's in the
so,
permit.
Yeah, and it's nowhere close to the figure you suggested.
okay, no, I just, okay, so, we've got two buildings on this property. One's built in 75, one's built in 59. I'm sure you're gonna get to this, but as a professional, we've got two buildings. Would you agree there should be a blended cap rate between the, age variant for the two buildings when you're valuing them?
So let me tell you how I approached it
Okay.
at the municipal board. So my approach at the municipal board was to value the office building at as a 1959 building,
Okay.
and I valued the administration building as a 1975 building, but I believe I applied, and I stand to be corrected, I believe I applied a uniform cap rate reflecting both structures, but because it's a single economic unit.
Yeah. Okay, so, and my last question is, looking at the pictures from 150 Morey, to me, it doesn't look like, it looks like a newer building than 1957.
It was built in 59,
Okay.
and I can tell you,
59, pardon me.
that as I walked through it, yes, it's got paint on the concrete block and the walls are painted.
It's been well maintained,
I wouldn't disagree with
and
that
it's
at all.
structurally sound.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Okay.
Still no reason to affect the effective age of the property.
Okay. That's my only questions, thank you. Okay. I guess that's it for the rebuttal evidence. Okay, now Mr. Borgstrom, you're going to present your evidence.
I am, and I'm going to tell you that because I questioned the assessor to the extent that I could on the Birchwood School because she's seeking an increase on the entire property. And ultimately, because there's an exemption in place on the former Birchwood School now, our approach here is to contest only the valuation attributed to the administrative offices. I don't find reason to increase the former Birchwood School based on certainly our inspection and evidence, but our argument here is with respect to the taxable component, and that's the administrative offices.
Okay.
Now, I've already gone through a picture or a sort of a description of the property. I can tell you that I have included an extensive number of pictures of the subject property as they were taken of the subject administration building, 2574 Portage Avenue, as they were taken January 25th, 2019. And you'll see on page 17, a reception area. That's really not any different than you would find, for example, in an office downtown. The difference is that in an office downtown, that's excluded from the leasable area. Top of page 17, you'll see the cubicles and the perimeter offices that I was talking about. Page 18, you will see the staff lounge that I referred to. And Mr. Whitbread has been in the property, he's familiar with it, so with that, I will let you go through the pictures at your leisure in your deliberations. So we took a look at rental comparables for the 1975 office building. And again, I can tell you, as we look on our page 8, all of the rental comparables we show there at 3025 Portage Avenue. This is a newer building. That's not a variant age. That's a newer building. It's located just up the street. If you're familiar with the area, it's right beside, I think, the A&W, immediately adjacent to that. All of the comparables numbers 3 to 8 are all within 1313 Border Street. And the balance of the properties I have identified for you. You'll see there a range in rental rates between about $8.50 a square foot and roughly $12 a square foot. I've selected $11.50 a square foot as an appropriate rent for a 1975 building in this location. I can tell you that the rental comparables in 3025 Portage Avenue, I've recently filed a submission on that property for hearing before this board, and I can tell you that the rents in there escalate frequently, that all of these rents reflect freely negotiated rents between landlord and tenant. And really, when you think about it, all of the assessor's rental comparables are exactly that. They're all contract rents. There's no adjustment to them. So all of the rents that they've provided are exactly the same as these. You'll see there that there are a number of step-ups, certainly bringing many of these comparables up to a more recent step start date. Certainly that's 2017, not particularly far removed from the reference date. We do not disagree again with vacancy or shortfall. We have applied over 7% non-recoverable allowance. And the department for this building has applied a 6.7% cap rate. That's not supported in all of the evidence, certainly not in the market reports presented by the city. We have presented or provided separately filed our office capitalization rate study built in 1975. It's certainly approaching 40 years of age, and so, well, it's over 40 years of age actually, and so we've selected for the administration building a 7.25% cap rate as appropriate to apply to the stabilized income stream. And so we go through the mathematics. On page 10, again, there is no dispute with the former Berkshire School because it's fully exempt. We are seeking a reduction on the OFS component for the administration building, and we're seeking a reduction based on our evidence to $1,587,000. And I do go through the split on our page 11 for your reference. So in total, we are looking for a reduction from $3,845,000 down to $3,511,000. I believe that is the information I wanted to cover, so I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Borgstrom. Svetlana, any questions of the appellant?
On page 8, agent evidence, and page 3, my evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
Page 8,
Yes,
agent evidence, market rent,
yes.
and my page 3 of my briefs.
Well, I'm prepared to answer questions about my evidence.
You don't identify all your subject property, your comparables, correct?
Well, again, it's I did for the board, and certainly you're free to request it, but even if you wanted to exclude 3, 4, and 8, there are ample comparables within this sampling from which to establish an appropriate market rent for the property.
So I can identify only 13, I have your comparable 5, 6, and 7. 13, 14 border street, 5, 6, and 7 comparables.
Well, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
No, we will look right now on index 5, 6, and 7.
Perhaps I can just shorten this up a little bit. I will concede that 3 of the 16 rental comparables are not identified by address.
Okay, we look on your comparables number 5, 6, and 7. You presented 3 comparables on 1313 Border Street.
Yes?
And I have same address, comparables 4 and 5.
Well, I'm not looking at your evidence, but what I can tell you about those is that the information came from our records, that we go through a process of vetting the information very carefully, and I can tell you that I believe this information accurately reflects what the rents were.
Okay, let's look on lease start date. 2007,
Which one are you looking at?
your comparables number 8,
Thank you.
on border, I don't know which. It's lease started 2007.
Right.
It is true that lease rate increased over the period from
Right.
2007 to 2018.
Yes, and in fact, we do show that step up, and the rate that we are showing there is in fact the stepped up lease rate at $12 per square foot.
So this rent from 2007 were negotiated in different market, isn't it right?
It was a rent that was freely negotiated between the landlord and the tenant, yes.
But they cannot predict future. It's because it's completely different market.
Well, as you look at,
2007, correct?
so let me just suggest to you, in looking at these rental comparables, that it is at the high end of my range. So perhaps they signed at a step up in excess of what it should have been. But that's the rate that we're showing at $12 a square foot, and that's what we included here.
Your comparables number 1 and 2, 3025 Portrait Avenue. Can you describe this building?
The properties? Yeah, one's a real estate office, and the other one, I don't have the information here in front of me.
It's how many floors this building?
So there are 2 buildings on this site as well as a parkade, because the site, not a parkade, a parking structure, it's a raised concrete surface parking structure because the site is insufficient to accommodate all of the occupancies in here. So the lease rates that are shown in here, the building is, I'm going to say 4 stories in height. It has different heights on each floor, and you'll be familiar with the property. We certainly have an appeal pending in the municipal court.
It's our building, 1-story building, correct?
The subject property? Yes.
And for 4-floor building, it's not similar to the subject property.
See, I'll disagree with, well, it's not a question, it's an argument, but I'm going to disagree with that. What we show here are what office rents can be expected, and I'm suggesting that these are examples of what the subject property would lease for on the open market, whether it's in a single story or a multiple story. They are office rent comparables. If you're suggesting on the record that the use of rents on other than a main floor for an OFS building, I'd certainly be happy to have you confirm that for us.
You would agree that lease was signed more than a year or 2 before reference date, include tools?
Which-
These step-ups are questionable?
The step-ups are not questionable.
It's your opinion.
Well, let me just explain it to you that those are the rents that were paid as of the step-up dates. So there's not a question of the rate.
Okay. You have not made any adjustment to account for inflationary effect on the lease rate over the time, have you?
Well, certainly with the step-ups and the lease dates, 2016 and 2017 is certainly used in the city's modeling. I would suggest to you that the money would go back further than that. But having said all of that, the rates that we apply here are, in my view, representative of what the property would rent for the administration building in the open market.
No questions.
Thank you. Richard, any questions?
None.
Okay, thank you. Doug, any questions?
None, thank you.
Okay, I'm good too, thank you. Just bear with me 1 second, please. I'm just making a note here. And you're both agreeing on the cap rate, is that right, or am I wrong? So,
I don't believe there's a dispute with respect to the cap rate.
okay.
No, I stand to be corrected, there is.
You have
Yeah.
7.25.
So that's based on our study, and the department is applied,
Okay.
I believe it's 6.4.
So, Mr. Boardroom, so a 1975 building
Yeah.
falls at 7.25 in your study, or is that what you're saying?
So let me, now then take you to our study.
Obviously it does, yeah.
Well, and there's in our study as well as the market reports, there's a range that we show. For this property, with its age, I thought 7.25 was
Yeah.
supported. It's certainly supported by the market reports, including the city's application.
Thank you. And, Svetlana, last question. We've got a 1959 building and a 1975, and you're using a cap rate based on age 75. What is the break for age? Let's say you blend, hypothetically, you blended those two to make it an age variant of 1967 instead of 75. Would that change your cap rate at all? Do you know, like, what's your...
Not in this range, it's just a very small adjustment for effective years built.
Yeah.
It will be significant, it's 1995 and
Oh,
higher.
okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, that's all my questions. Okay, any requirement for summary? You good, Brad? Okay.
I am, thank you.
All right.
So I'm going to move it along.
Okay. Does anybody need a quick break, or are we okay?
Yes, please.
Pardon me?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The cost of living over there is outrageous.
Okay, next property on the docket, 207 Ford Street. We're dealing with the 2020 realty assessment. Let's see. So we've got a rebuttal included in this one, Mr. Boardroom.
No,
No?
but the next one,
207 Ford Street, okay. Oh, rebuttal from the assessment and taxation department.
Well,
I've got a rebuttal.
yeah, I think that refers to their package
Okay, all right.
on the non-recoverables.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
we was instructed to submit for autos not recoverable expenses.
Oh, yeah,
rebuttal.
okay. I see.
It's the,
Okay. And then
every
I've got-
time without asking.
Item number 8, exemption submission from Fillmore Riley.
Not for this property. That-
207 Ford Street.
No,
That's
that
on the
dealt
next one.
only, no, that dealt only with
That's why they-
375.
Oh, mine isn't whited out, okay?
Okay,
Yeah, there we go.
375 Jefferson was the exemption
Yeah.
submission.
Okay, good. I mean, okay, that's good to know is what I mean.
I'm happy I can keep it straight.
Okay, so Atlanta, when you are ready, please.
File number 19-3786. Roll number is 12093050000. Address Street 207 Fort Street, owner 6610412, Manitoba Limited. We are valuing the property as it stands of January 1st, 2020, based on the economic condition April 1st, 2018. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only, based on evidence in this report. It is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2018, 663,000. In that, the 2020 assessed value should be confirmed. The subject property located in downtown on page 12, my photos. You can find subject location map. It's located 12-13 page in photo. It's located off northeast corner of St. Mary Avenue and 4th Street. There is subject size has a rectangle shape of 6,045 square feet. We have the subject improvements, it's 4-story wood frame structure, was originally constructed in 1905. Gross basement area 3,585 square feet. Gross floor area 17,925 square feet. Leasable area 11,670 square feet. On page 2, sale happened in 2015 for $1,200,000. More air photos of subject property. On page 3, I did presented 11 comparables. First line, it's our subject property. We did assess in 2018, a reference date, 11,670 square feet at $6.50. My 11 comparables, similar property type of building class D, located on Lombard, Bannatyne, Portridge, Gary, Broadway, McDermott. On map, Google map below, all property presented with red dot subject property. Everyone is few blocks away from the subject property located in downtown. Years built, it's old building, but original subject property built 2005. My comparables built between 2005 to 1917. We have a different floor buildings from 4 to 11th levels. My start date for these comparables between 2016 to by 2018, to reference years of April 2018. Different square footage between 8,000 square feet to 7.5 thousand square feet. Its range, unadjusted media of my comparables came across $9.80. I would like to mention that we apply $6.50. It's inside my comparables range. It's fair for this type of properties, for this subject property. On page 4, income approach estimation, summary of estimation. We have several premises in this property. Our leasable area 11,670 square foot. We apply overall $6.50. Our potential rent just less than $76,000. For this type of property, we did apply 14% vacancy loss. We did apply 2% not recoverable expenses that include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structure repairs, etc. And also we allowed for shortfall allowance per square foot to account for not recoverable expenses during time of vacancy, $7.50. Overall capitalization rate for downtown building, class B, 7.8%. It's when we open page 6, it's outside our 28th percentile, 16. It's our low and high from 6% to 9.05%, all of this building, so 7.8% capitalization rate inside this range. It's much higher what presented from Korea, CBRE, Cushman Field, so we acknowledge all the building. On page 9, 5 actual sales that took place during the reference period presented. This range of the capitalization rate 5.1% to 6.54%. It's much lower than subject property. And on page 10, support for our 2% not recoverable expenses that we allowed in mass appraisal models. we see 29 comparables showed media of non-recoverable expenses 1.06%. On page 15, presented financial statement provided to us to the owner, by the owner. We have gross leases inside, we have 6 parking stalls, it's downtown area, it's very valuable parking stalls. We have on page 16 you can see second, third, and fourth floor vacant. Some vacancy exists. On page 18, some form of map on basement. I would like to mention that basement had floating in 2017, and was electrical, plumbing, mechanical renovation done during 2017-2018. On page 19 we have floor maps. It's from our old field forms. Third floor, second floor, and main floor houses. On page 20 I showed some adjacent properties. What is to subject properties from both sides. On page 21, start my comparables. So our old building, 19 on Says on Lombard, I presented 4 comparables from 2016 to 2018. It depends of floor, different rate between $9.75 to $12 per square foot. On page 22, we have old building 1906 on Bannatyne. A lease on third floor was in 2016 for $11 per square foot. On page 24, 4 comparables. It's same room number but different post address. This building, whole building built in 1915, and leases, all my leases from 2016, between $6.75 or $14.50. On page 24, building on Broadway built in 2017, lease on main floor for $8.50 in 2007. On page 25, building built in 1912 on McDermott, lease in 2017 for $11.35. My office rent comparable showed that our $6.50 is reasonable for this subject property. Based on evidence in this report, the 2018 market value of subject property is $663,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Boardroom, any questions?
I do, thank you. Just to confirm, the building was actually constructed in 1905?
Correct.
And the city has assigned an effective year built in 1950?
Correct. It's on my page number 1.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, just quickly looking at your page 19, you indicated that page 18 is the basement, and it looks to me like there's no finish down there, right?
Because we have information about renovation of basement during leakage during flooding 2017, that's why I have realized
no finish, right?
We have boiler room because it's under renovation right now.
Is that a yes?
It's basement.
No finish. No finish.
Let's look at my record.
Well, You're assessing 2,900 square feet at $2.03 a square foot
Exactly.
for substandard basement. So there's some kind of value assigned to it.
So then the question becomes, if it's under renovation because of flooding, why is the model applying a rent to that space?
Because it exists. It's renovation 2017, 2018. During flooding, basement not disappears, it's still there.
So-
It's still usable after renovation.
After the flooding?
Yes. That's why we apply 14% vacancy, because it's affect leasable area.
Are we done?
I'm done.
So if we take a look at your page 19, you show here, I believe, the main floor, the second floor, and the third floor.
Correct?
What happened to the fourth floor? It's a four-story building. Right?
I didn't find it. I forgot this information. Sorry, it's for floor building. Yeah, it's my mistake.
Are you
Fourth
aware
floor.
that the fourth floor has been completely demolished and is unfinished space up there?
We have, when we open page 16,
Yeah, I'm not talking about the vacant space.
on page 16, units for 400, it showed vacant, so it's provided by our, by owner, it's vacant space.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to move these things along, but the question,
About fourth floor,
yes,
I point information about
Were-
fourth floor,
were
my
you-
brief.
so I understand that the owner shows it as vacant on the rent roll. Were you aware that it has been completely demolished? There is no finish up there?
I didn't inspect this fourth floor. I didn't
And
inspect
the city
it.
records, you didn't review the records in this case?
It's no records for
Okay,
this.
fair enough. Now, I want
No
to
records.
I want to turn your attention to page 4. And the basement area is 3585 square feet, right?
Full basement area, yes.
Yeah. So how does the city arrive at 2,900 square feet?
It's in our record right now. When business move around, vacate or come in, we update our records.
And there was no business, there was no occupancy down there, was there?
It's right now our records, what inside, presented on page.
Okay. So
On page 14, all premises what right now attached to this property.
I want to bring you back to your page 4. I'm having trouble understanding which floors these various premises IDs are located on. Is it possible for you to identify it for us?
No, I don't have this information in front of me.
Don't,
I need
okay.
to go to my records in my
So
computer.
can you at least identify what spaces might be on the fourth floor?
No answer.
Fair enough. So you referenced a sale of the property in July of 2015, right? Now, typically, the department sends out for every sale a sales verification questionnaire, correct? Do you know if one was sent out for this sale?
I don't have this information, but I see in my record sale in 2015. It's a multi-role sale.
It's a multi-rule sale. Now, you didn't tell the board that when you went through your presentation. You said, and let me quote, "The property sold
Mr.
in
Boyson, we would have asked her,
2015."
so we would have asked her.
And in fact, the vendor of these properties was North American Lumber, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't have the sales questionnaire in front of you, how do you know that?
Because I have records.
And in fact, it was a multi-role sale, correct?
Correct.
And so we're not relying on this sale price to attribute any kind of value to the subject property.
Multi-role sale, no. You cannot distinguish what belongs to what. That's why I don't, it's recorded, it exists, but I don't. Our value much lower than sale presented.
And I believe those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyson. Mr. Richard, any questions?
I said no.
Oh, okay, sorry. Doug, any questions?
Yeah, are there any building permits out on this?
On this building? Yes, 1 second. From these working permits, I find about floor damaging, basement damage. So it's right now working, going inside. It's mechanical, electrical, plumbing.
Does that include the fourth floor as well?
For fourth floor, I need to look more deeper. Because floating floor in basement site flats and current permits posted.
Okay.
We have interior renovation for new tenants, lot by London Road. It's about basement, west end of the basement. We have several electrical, plumbing, mechanical. Several we are doing this work, this floating. I see in 2001 it was removed from historical resources.
Now, is the fourth floor being leased at all?
According to owner, it's by vacant.
Okay.
Anything else, Doug?
No, that's okay.
Thank you. Svetlana, page 4, vacancy loss 14%, that's the model-driven vacancy for this style of
No,
building?
it's specific apply for this building.
Okay, so that's an override? Okay. And I believe, am I correct to say there's a blend of owner-occupied space in here and leased space?
I can talk just through common sense more, it's provided there.
I'm just looking at the I&E, and it says a blend of, it says partially owner-occupied.
Partially, yeah, it's correct, so owner and side too.
Okay, so looking at the income, I would believe possibly he or she isn't accounting for the space they're occupying?
For sure.
Okay.
I will.
And also, I
address that
noticed,
with you.
I miss it, because it's downtown, they have outdoor sex parking stall, they never account for it.
Okay,
So in future, we'll update records.
okay. Okay, that's my only questions. Mr. Borgstrom, when you're ready, please.
Thank you. So, the subject building, and I'm going to start at page 3, and just go into a little bit of the background. This is a 4-story building with no elevators. This is not modern standards, and if you look at the comparables the assessor has provided, they're elevator buildings. I'm going to tell you that in November of 2017, there was a temporary loss of heat because a boiler was submerged. There was some flooding down there, and at least one tenant of this building vacated as a result of that. I can tell you that the 4th floor has been entirely gutted, awaiting potential occupancy, but you're talking about 4th floor space in a building without an elevator. So until they can actually secure a tenant for that space, it's going to remain in an unfinished condition. Now, we've assigned a nominal rent to that space as storage. I can also tell you that the owner of the building does not occupy space within this property. I'll tell you why in a moment. So let's then, I guess, leading with that, let's take you to page 16. And you'll see there that the person that signed the income and expense questionnaire, and this is in respect of the year 2017, is MD Practice Solutions. That's actually located in the building next door to this, one building south, the adjacent building. What the owner is using this space for is some storage. We've accounted for that space on the fourth floor. So I can also tell you that all of the leases in this building are on a gross basis, and that's confirmed in the questionnaire on our page 15. And so when you look at the total expenses, even excluding property management and professional fees, this property is generating a net operating income less than $10,000 a year, net to the owner, excluding management and admin costs. So let's turn to our review of this property. We used the rents in place. This property, again, no elevator, gross leases. There isn't really comparable rents other than what's going on in the subject property. That's what we've used. We have adjusted them, and we have, as you see there on page 7, adjusted the fourth floor gutted space to $2 a square foot. Overall, we're applying $5.05 per square foot. We do not include basement space in that. And so $5.05 per square foot. The vacancy allowance, we are applying the same rate as the city. $7.50 a square foot is the shortfall for the two buildings. In this particular case, because of the condition of the building and because it has no elevator, it has no parking associated with it. If you look at the overhead shot, this is an office building that doesn't have parking. Now, parking is available downtown, obviously, but any tenant is going to walk up the floors and seek parking elsewhere. So we've varied this cap rate based on our study from 7.8 to 8.5%. And we go through the mathematics on page 9. And you're looking for a reduction down to $344,000. I am open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergstrom. Suzanne, any questions of the...
Yes, please open page 7. You don't present any market evidence of similar properties?
The best indication is what this property is actually renting for. There are buildings out there without elevators of this age. Right? So downtown, people occupying more than one story, one floor. If you're on an upper floor, people expect elevators. It also limits the tenancies that you can allow in that building because certain tenants will require access for handicapped clients or handicapped personnel. So there's a limitation to the potential tenancies within this building as well, arising from the lack of an elevator.
No questions.
That's it, sir? Yeah, okay, thank you. Richard, any questions?
None.
Doug?
None for me either, thank you.
Okay. Brad, do you have any information on the multi-role sale? Was there a value assigned to this one property?
The $1.2 million, as I understand it, is for all three roles. This is the building in the middle.
Okay.
You've got a building to the south of it. I think it's a two-story building. North American Life offices used to be in there. Calvin Coffee Center used to be in the main floor.
Okay.
And so directly to the north of it is a parking lot.
So
Rented out monthly.
the current owner owns the parking lot,
Which is rented out monthly, as I understand.
but it does...
Separate role.
But it does provide parking for the tenants in this subject property,
Rented out.
possibly?
Well, potentially, but there are a limited number of spaces rented out monthly.
Okay. So they bought three properties for $400,000 each?
I wouldn't allocate it like that.
Okay. Okay.
So there's no parking at the rear at all in that place?
So if you, just to quickly answer, take a look at the overhead shot on
Okay,
page 3.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, if you look at the downtown zoning standards, they require at least one loading spot for any office building. I think they get away with this under a grandfathering of the building, so.
Much like the older buildings around downtown.
Okay, my last question is, you made a comment about there's no older buildings leased out that don't have elevators.
None that come to mind.
Okay, isn't there many right within 2 blocks of us? On McDermott and Bannatyne, we dealt with them at the board. Anyway,
4-story buildings? I don't think so.
4, 5, 6, yeah,
Not without elevators.
there is, anyway, okay.
It's possible.
You're not aware of it?
It's
okay.
possible, I'm not
Okay.
aware. Yes, quite right.
Okay. And so you're stating that the leases in place are the best indicator of the market value, okay?
Of the rent for this building.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay. Requirement for summary?
Oh, sorry, and I just meant, and I'm not going to read it, but as you look at the rent roll of the building,
Yeah,
you'll see that the owner, MD Practical Solutions, is not an occupancy on this building.
Right.
Morel Vacuum and a jewelry store, number of other occupancies.
yeah, okay. Good, thank you.
Or a jewelry store.
Okay, that concludes 207 4th Street. And we are...
This one's not going to take as long as I thought.
390 York Avenue. No, I'm just realizing the fact that we've come to the bottom of the pile. That's all.
And it's only 8 o'clock.
It's all right, okay. So 390, no, that one's there, 390, okay. Now, Dean, this is supposed to be waited out online?
I think so.
Okay, so exemption submission.
Is not applicable for
Okay,
this one.
number 8, so we're dealing with a 2020 realty assessment. Any outstanding issues? No.
The
Okay.
assessor is seeking an increase on this property.
We are?
The assessor
Oh, yeah, there it is, hiding there, yeah.
And for the record, I have client instruction to proceed with the appeal.
Okay, so we've got an increase request. Okay. Okay. Svetlana, when you are ready, can we proceed with 390 York Avenue, please?
I file number 19-4723, room number 12093597000, address Avenue, it's 390 York Avenue.
Sorry.
We have 4 owners. It's appeal,
Svetlana, can you hold on one second,
Yeah,
please?
and I appreciate that she's got to read that record into it, but the assessor is also seeking the non-compliance penalty on this property, and so I will have a number of questions for her about that.
okay, the assessor requested the burden of proof be placed on applicant for non-cooperation, section 53-3B on Municipal Assessment Act, in if a reduction in assessment is ordered that follows section 543.2 Municipal Act, it will be postponed for 1 year. Please open page
Thanks, Greg.
15. We sent request in 2017 income expenses mailer. Should be submitted by May 3rd, 2018. It's came back empty. On page 19, 21, because it's 4 different, we have 4 owners of the property. We sent 4 requests for income expenses mailer. And a letter was sent on page 23 on April 12, 2018 for 4 different owners. But we don't receive any information about it.
Okay. So page 24, 25 are the separate letters sent, okay. 34.
And we request, send another request in June 8, 2018. We request 2 times.
Okay. Okay. Great.
And you send one letter to the same guy?
Yes, because it's for owner, we have to submit each owner request for information.
I only see one,
For
two owners on April 12th. Boaz is repeated.
Greenfield Road, 1, 2, 3, I mix one.
No, look at page 25. That is the same guy as page 23. And then on June 8th, you only sent one letter to Ethel. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just...
That's okay. Discrepancy.
Sorry, yeah, I had all letter, but before printing, I removed from them and I did mistake, I removed wrong one.
Okay. All right.
But we sent two times in April 12th and June 8, 2018 to request all 4 people.
Okay.
Sorry, it's
Mr.
not full
Boardroom.
information.
So, the first thing I want to confirm with you is that the documents you've provided to the board in support of your request have not been altered in any way. We've become aware of circumstances before this board where the department has introduced documents which have been altered. And I'm just asking you to confirm that
Please open page 19
Right.
and track and details for all 4 owners.
Right. So
We
let me...
sent first on page 19.
Let me stop you there and come back to the question. Before I get into asking you about these pages, I'm simply asking for your confirmation that none of these documents have been altered.
No,
Okay, so let's turn
because
to
we
your...
don't receive any
And that's fine, so
feedback.
let's turn to page 19. Okay? Now, it appears to me that there have been 2 labels affixed to this on the right-hand side in the lower screenshot, but there isn't any information on there.
On upper, it's proof of mail delivery.
I understand that, but what I'm talking
We
about...
sent mail in June 7, 2018. It's going from Winnipeg.
So let me bring you back to the...
And June 14th, signature image
No,
recorded for
Svetlana, he's
online
referring to the
review.
bottom tracking number and by certified that there's labels in that box. Is that right?
Yes. Which
Yeah, it's four different tracking number because 4 different.
I'm not talking about the tracking numbers, I'm talking about the labels that have been affixed, and there is nothing shown on there. Can you explain that?
Please look on upper, it's tracking number. It's
Right.
original document what we
Right,
sent.
but whoever you're mailing it out to is going to need an address to deliver it to, right?
It looks like a label has been put over a label. You see that?
Bottom
Right.
right. Bottom right.
Can I show you? Excuse me, is that all right? Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please. What it's looking for.
I apologize for
Label,
this, but it's...
label.
Yes, it
No
was
address to who
covered.
it was sent to. And all of them are like that. There's a blank label at the base.
But address of these people who we sent will be on these letters on page
Okay, but your
23.
proof of service, or what you're alleging to be your proof of service, doesn't have an address shown on it. And I'm starting here on page 19. We'll go through each one individually, but it doesn't show an address on there, correct?
Yeah, it's somehow it's.
Okay, and so let's take a look above that. And here we see the tracking details. Now, do you know where this request was sent to?
We have 4 tracking details. We can see that tracking records these numbers and this
Right.
number match.
So do you know where it was sent to?
Where it's sent it, we can look on letters on page 23.
Okay, so
It
you've
was
got
sent,
it, so stop for a second.
It was on page 23. One letter was sent both Tenenbaum to Israel.
Okay, so,
On page 24
So stop for a moment.
was sent to
Okay.
another person, Isaac Tenenbaum on Israel.
Ms. Scheibel,
On page
please stop for a
25.
moment
Okay, stop,
and let
yeah.
me explain, okay? I would like to deal with these requests one at a time. And I would like you to identify which of the letters you show on page 23 and following was sent in the request shown on page 19 to start with.
Okay. Please open page 22. This request was sent to United States of America
Okay?
and 3 previous on page 21,
No,
20,
let's, Ms.
and
Scheibel.
19 sent to Israel.
Ms. Scheibel, let's talk about one at a time, and the first question I'm asking you, or the first one I'm asking you about, is the request you say was sent out as you show on your page 19. Can you
Correct.
tell me which of the letters went in that envelope?
First, on page 19 was sent to Israel,
How do you know that?
because we have 3 letters on page 23 sent to Israel and 4th letter sent to United America.
From the blank labels on this page 19, we can't know that with certainty, can we?
No,
Okay, so
it's covered.
let's just for a moment, so this was sent to Israel,
Mhm.
and if we look up at the top of page 19, you'll see there that there's no signed for, right, delivery? And actually, when you look under the location, it's in Winnipeg, processed by somebody the name of C. McMahon, so that's not Israel, correct?
No, it's not Israel. It was delivered to subject property. Yeah, you're right.
Delivered to the subject property,
Yes.
which is not owner occupied, it's tenant occupied, correct?
I don't have information it is property.
so let me
For
back
us,
up.
it's
So who signed for it? With all that signatures of receipt?
it's
It's not a
receipt.
signature for receipt, so let me, and I'll get to this in a minute. So you just testified that the letter was sent to Israel.
When
And now
we
you,
look on,
and now you've said that this letter was delivered to the subject property. So which one is it?
when we look on page 23,
I'm talking about page 19.
on top we have Israel address.
Right.
On page 24 we have
No,
Israel address.
Let me bring you back to
On
page
page
19.
25 we have Israel address.
I'm trying to deal with
And
one at
on
a
page
time.
24 we have United States of America address.
Okay. So let's come back to page 19. You've testified now that it was sent to Israel and that it was delivered to the subject property. It's a multi-tenanted property. Do you know which unit it was delivered to?
So, let's check.
You know what, I'm going to interject here. Mr. Boardroom, I'm just going to point something out. I understand what you're making, but if you look at the tracking details, all of them ended up in Montreal.
Well, let me,
So-
I'm not there yet, and I've
And
got some more
they're also
information.
USA or European labels. So I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just pointing
Yeah,
out.
and so I'm trying to figure out how the city's trying to rely on this information, but I want to go through these one at a time.
Well, I think one is sufficient. It's the same point you're making, I believe.
Listen, so,
Yeah.
would it be fair to say that you're really not sure where this went?
I know that this sale was happening, sale of property was happening in
I'm not talking about the
September
sale.
22,
I'm talking
2017.
about the request for information.
All requests for information in our records are presented here.
And so to get back to the question, you can't tell me where this was delivered to. You say it was sent to Israel, and then you said it was delivered to the subject property, but you really don't know, do you?
According to tracking data of page 19,
Right?
everything location Winnipeg.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a moment. Let's take a look at the bottom of the page. And you see where it's got a label on there, Canada Post, and then beside it USA/EU International? You see that?
Mhm.
You see right below that where it says return to sender? You see below that the tick mark in the box that says this shipping label cannot be used for this country?
Correct?
And so, Ms. Scheibel, isn't it true that this package came back to the department?
Let's look at.
Okay, so you've testified that it was sent to Israel, that it was delivered to the subject property, and now you're saying that it was returned to the department. So which one would you like to stick with?
According to track of details, it's every time was in Winnipeg.
Would you agree with me that from the information contained on your page 19, so you've agreed with me that that the package sent out that you show on page 19 was returned to the department, correct? So it wasn't delivered to the owner.
Okay, maybe we can't figure out what's happened in the first three, but let's look at page 22. She's stating that
And so let's-
sent four of them, and
So
what happens, what's going on with 22?
And so let's talk about the first three.
No, let's not. No, let's say that one owner, as long as one owner receives it, then they should respond. That's what we're trying to determine. If one owner received it,
Individually, if the assessor is prepared to concede.
no, I want to go, I would like to go,
So-
look on page 22 with EMS being sent to Ann Arbor, Michigan with proof that it was delivered. I assume that this is to one of the owners?
Yes, on
Okay, so why isn't, so,
July, 2nd July 2018.
I understand your point about the
was
first three,
successful
Mr.
delivery.
Forrester, but I'm wondering about the fourth one.
And so, Ms. Scheibel, so can we agree that the first, that the information you show on page 19, 20, and 21, which all seem to indicate that the packages were returned to the department, can all be disregarded?
Because this shipping label cannot be used for this country, but for four owner, one owner received successful delivery information on page 22. And he doesn't respond either.
And so can we agree that the information shown on pages 19, 20...
I already confirmed it.
Okay, and
And
we'll
so-
agree that we're going to ignore these
Thank
three
you.
mailers. Thank you. But,
And
page
so-
22.
And so let's talk about page 22. Now, is it your testimony that the
My testimony, first line of
So-
his tracking details.
yeah?
In
So
July 2nd, 2018, 9:42 a.m., his item was successfully delivered.
so let me
In the matching zip code.
let me ask you to confirm that the label shows the address that it was mailed to, correct? and that hasn't been altered, right? Let me then ask you, do you know if this person was actually at this address when it was sent?
I assumption,
Don't
all
know.
information in front of me.
And so in terms of your evidence before this board, when we look for the signatory name, at the top of page 22, nothing is in there, right? Would it surprise you to learn that over the last few days I have been in almost constant communication with, and I'll call him Ephraim for clarity, he's in Israel.
Okay, so.
Okay, let's look on Board of Revision appeal.
Right.
Register owner Ephraim Benenbaum give authorization to Altus present this property on Board of Revision. Same person living in US received our request for information.
So you say, but let me take you to...
So I'm going to ask a question. Did this address come from a tax roll?
Yes. It's all information where we send, it's provided by owner. Where he want to receive information.
So.
If a property just recently sold, our title of sale has sometimes lawyer information, where lawyer address where this information should be sent. And we keep sending to lawyer before owner contact us and changes mailing address.
So let me then ask you, and I want you to carefully consider your answer, because you answered very quickly there. This property is managed by an arm's length property manager, right?
I don't have information about
You do have
property
the information
that
from
I
you
asked
in-
for not compliance.
In the application for revision that you just looked at, Asteroid Management is the arm's length management company, right?
I don't see this
You just
information.
referred to the
I see
application for assessment
Tenenbaum, one of
Ms. Scheibel.
owner was received
Now,
information.
Mr. Boardroom, no reason to raise your voice to her or talk down to her.
I'm trying to get her attention because she's not addressing the question that I'm asking.
But the reality is, if the tax office has this address on, that's where they're going to send it to. Not unless they made arrangements to have it forwarded to ASCO.
And so, first of all,
Right.
there's no evidence that.
Well, she's saying that it's sent to the address on the tax roll.
I understand that that's what she said. I'm not convinced that it's accurate.
Well, where would it come from?
So, Ms. Scheibel, again, you referred to the application for revision,
Yes.
right?
And I noticed
And
that
when you look at the application for assessment revision, you'll see there under the address, the mailing address at 209 2211 McPhillips Street. You see that?
Yes.
That's the business address of Asteroid Management. Did you know that?
Not because owner of Ephraim Tenenbaum never changed mailing address in
And
our
so
system, never approached us
If I suggested,
to send specific to McPhillips Street.
if I
We're not allowed send when it's not request from the owner specific.
so I'm going to suggest to the board, and I'm going to check the tax rules, and if Ms. Scheibel has presented misinformation, I will come back here.
I don't think she's purposely lying.
Okay.
So
let me then-
She's answering to the best of her ability.
Yes.
And to imply that she would lie
I'm not
is
implying.
is inappropriate.
I'm implying that she doesn't know.
Well,
So-
no,
What
but
I'm
we're-
talking,
no,
everything
she stated that in her
presented here.
opinion, or she thinks, her opinion is that the tax, it would only be mailed to the tax roll, the name on the tax roll. It's up to the property owner to notify the tax department, or pardon me, the assessment department, to forward any correspondence to an agent or to a property manager.
An opinion and thinks isn't evidence that it was delivered. So
Well,
let
they
me
didn't,
finish. I just have a couple more questions.
No, but they didn't come up with his address with his name without having registered at the office. And to imply otherwise is,
I don't know where it was sent.
well, it was sent to Michigan and it was said it was
So,
delivered.
then-
It was items successfully delivered to this name as registered.
No, we don't know that.
Yes,
In
so-
same person
So
authorized.
let me, okay, so let me ask you firstly, Ms. Scheibel, are you aware that Asteroid Management, in many of the properties they manage, receive the tax bills and pay them on the owner's behalf?
I'm not aware because we don't have information about this
Fair
property.
enough. So in terms of this property, I will give you the example when I'm presenting my evidence. In this case...
We don't want examples, we want specific information on this property.
We can't know from the evidence that the assessor has presented that the owner actually received the questionnaire. And I can give you, I'm happy to give you the case before the municipal board where I argued.
We don't want to hear a case, thank you. No, we've got information in front of us saying it's registered to the owner.
No evidence of the signatory who
Items
received it.
successfully delivered.
With no evidence of the signatory.
So
who
you're telling me that a registered letter would be left in a mailbox without,
So let me...
they're not allowed to do that.
There is more than one example in cases before the municipal board where a registered mail was signed for by a business in a different location, not forwarded to the owner. I can tell you from my personal experience, because I was, and I would like to finish this because this is going to be part of my argument anyway on this
Okay,
issue.
no, I think we've heard enough. I understand where you're coming from, and any comments or questions from the panel members?
None.
We're going to base our decision on the evidence presented on both parties, Mr. Boardroom.
So I'm not going to be allowed to argue on behalf of the client.
You just have?
I have not.
What do you mean you
I
have?
have questioned the assessor.
Okay, sorry. It just, yeah, okay. We've been on this for 25 minutes, and we haven't even got to, okay, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
So this is a case where the assessor has provided no evidence that Ephraim Tannenbaum signed for this registered mail. There are at least two cases before the municipal board. I've already referred to one of them. The second case I was involved in, and I can speak to it directly. Property was an apartment building located at 150 Abaco. It was
It's
against,
not really on subject property.
it's entirely on point.
No, it's not. No, we understand there's other circumstances, but let's stick to the details of this mailer, please.
And so the case
I think you summed it up already. You said there's no evidence that it's being delivered. It's as simple as that. We understand that mistakes happen, but that's irrelevant. We all understand that. We've all been in front of the same situation where it's being argued.
I'm not quite finished.
Okay?
So I'm going to move beyond the Abaco case where the board denied the assessor's request
Okay.
because it was received for and signed for by a tenant. And I'm going to bring you back to the Leiterson case. In the Leiterson case, in the rename management component of the Leiterson case, which dealt with three separate issues on compliance, section, at the municipal board, section 62.2 request.
Just summarize, Mr. Portston, please. You don't have to give the whole to
So,
detail. We all
again,
know the case.
You're not permitting an argument on behalf of my client.
No, please summarize. We don't have to break it down into what act was. We understand. We've all been exposed to it. We've heard the argument
So-
many times before.
The case law in this matter is that the onus of proving that the owner received the request lies with the assessor. That's set out in Leiterson.
Okay.
There is no such evidence here that the assessor has provided. I don't care where it was mailed, who received it, we don't know.
Thank you for summarizing that. All right. I'm going to ask, we're going to recess, and I'm going to ask both parties to leave the room, please. Thanks, Ellen. I'll call the hearing back to order. Okay, the panel has considered both arguments, and we will deny the request for non-compliance.
Thank you.
Okay. That's non-compliance. Okay. Let's get to the valuation, please, Ms. Svetlana.
We are valuing the property as a stand of January 1st, 2020, based on economic condition April 1st, 2018. This appeal is with respect to the amount of the assessed value only. Based on evidence in this report, it is assessor opinion that the market value of subject property as of April 1st, 2018 $763,000, and that the 2020 assessed value of $621,000 should be increased to this amount. The subject property is located in downtown. Please open page 1213. It's located west corner of Edmonton Street and York Avenue. The rectangle shape of the subject site has approximately 6,044 square feet. This subject property has basement of 1,000 square feet, gross floor area of subject property 6,000 square feet, and leasable area of subject property 6,000 square feet. On page 2, more photo of subject property. We can see that it has a parking lot close to back lane. We have a sale of subject property in 2017 with warrant value of $500,000. On page 3, 5 comparables located close to subject property in downtown are presented. We did apply for 2018 effective years $10.31 for 6,000 square feet. My comparables located in Queen, Gary Street, Fort, Osborne Street. I was looking for office building. My buildings rent comparable start from 1928, constructed to 1989. All leases prior to reference date from 2016 to 2018. Rent rate between $11.36 per square foot to $16 per square foot. Our unadjusted median came across $14 per square foot. We did apply $10.31 in reasonable and fair for this type of property. So on page 4, subject property for we have 4 premises, leasable area of 6,000 square feet, rent, average rent $10.31, give us potential rent just less than $62,000. For subject office building, we apply typical 5.5% vacancy loss. We apply expenses, 2% of recoverable expenses that include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs, etc. And also we apply $7 shortfall allowance per square foot to account for not recoverable expenses during time of vacancy. And overall capitalization rate is 7.2%. That it's very well. That if you open page 6, it's downtown office. For downtown offices, it's usually 6.75%, but we apply 7.2%, 40 subject property. On page 9, more sale, actual sale, sample of actual sales that took place during reference period. We have 5 office sales between 5.1% to 6.54%, 5.4%. On page 10, support of our general 2% not recoverable expenses. For 29 comparables, total media of not recoverable expenses came 1.06%. So 2% is very well, it's fair. On page 14, more subject property focus. We're going straight to my comparables on page 27. We have comparables on Elizabeth Way lease in 2018 for
Okay, just summarize these, please.
$15.25. On Gary Street, 2-floor building in downtown, built 1948 for rent for $14 per square foot. On same on 4th Street, rectangle shape of building, very close to subject property, 7,000 square feet, rent for $11.36, and very old building, built 1928. On another on 4th, built in 1998, sale for $12.30. In my last comparables on Osborne Street North for $16 per square foot. So our applied rent of $10.31, it's fair and very well supported by my comparables. So our estimate value of subject property is $663,000 for 2018 market. Value should be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boardroom, I believe that you're just requesting a confirmation on this property? Is that-
No, we have some rebuttal evidence, and I want to present a recommendation for a value on this property as well.
Okay, so we ignore this page 2.
So let me start, Ms. Scheibel and board members, by apologizing for raising my voice. It is,
It's been a long day.
it happens almost never. And so I apologize, Ms. Scheibel, if I'm trying to get your attention, it would be useful if you would acknowledge that, because there is usually a reason for it, trying to expedite the process.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay,
Now, Ms. Scheibel, you've indicated here that the leasable area is 6,000 square feet.
Correct?
Now, that includes some main floor space and some basement space?
Correct.
Is that the figure that the model used to generate the assessment?
I did update records using our records, what we have in our file.
And, okay, thank you. And so, in updating your records on file, what basement areas are you applying a rent to?
It's a basement, it's my last premise for 1,000 square feet, $3.07.
I understand.
It's picked by our models.
So, do you know what that space is?
It's basement.
It's basement, but you don't know what's there.
I didn't inspect properties.
If it was office space, the department would apply a rent to it, correct?
Correct?
But if it's common area, furnace rooms, bathrooms, this is a multi-tenanted property, right?
You have 4 premises, and we don't have information provided by owner.
Okay, so did you have...
So we have records based on our knowledge.
So did you have an opportunity to review previous files on this property? It has been before this board previously.
For sure.
And so did you have a chance to review those
It's
files?
not relevant for today hearing.
Not relevant for today.
No.
So you seek to assign a rent on the basement space. If I understood your answer correctly, the model that generated the 2020 assessment on this property didn't include any basement area.
I update leasable area.
You updated it. And
Correct.
so
That's why it's our assessment went up. I asked for increase from 621,000 to 763,000.
So
Correct.
let me then ask you the question again. Now, you previously indicated that basement space in a single occupant property would be appropriate, like Farrier, was appropriate to add the basement area. This is a multi-tenanted property, correct?
I don't know.
Don't know.
That's why
How
I
did you-
asked for
and-
more cooperation.
And that's fine. And so how did you arrive at a basement area that should be included in the leasable space at 1,000 square feet?
On basement area 1,000 square feet, presented on my page number 1.
I understand that. My question was how you determined that the assessment, that the square footage should be amended to include 1,000 square feet of basement area.
I apply whole gross area to as leasable area.
Okay.
It's very valuable space in downtown
The gross floor area. And so
with
you're,
extra parking lots.
okay, so you'll be aware in multi-tenanted properties, BOMA standards require that you exclude, let me finish, vertical penetrations and common areas, correct?
We don't know information about multi-tenants. For me, it's owner-occupied building.
And you didn't look at previous files on the property?
It's not relevant.
Not relevant.
She answered no.
Thank you, yep, I hear it. Thank you. Now, in looking at your rental comparables, none of these are basement rents, right? I'm
No,
looking
it's-
at your page 3.
I mentioned that it's overall rate for whole building, $10.31.
Basements would lease for less than main floor space, correct?
Our model pick $3.07.
Okay, so among your rental comparables here, 1 through 5, are all of these main floor spaces, or are some of them on the second floor?
Our comparables number 5 showed second floor.
Okay, and do you know about the others?
It's main floor building, on main floor.
Well, the comparable number 1 is a 3-story building,
It's whole, yes.
and so do you know if the tenancy is on the main floor?
You can see units 150, it's usually main floor.
Which means it, but you're not certain, correct?
It's, I know that it's 150,
Who's the tenant?
it's main floor.
Who's the tenant in there? It's a client, WRE is a client, so I'm just trying to ascertain from you.
I didn't provide because I cannot
I
announce.
understand that, but that's why I'm asking you now.
And she doesn't know.
I have information. Can I
So-
pronounce?
Pardon me?
I have information, I know tenant's name, everything.
I'm not sure why it's relevant.
I was not allowed to post it on my information.
So,
It's office build, occupier is office.
and that's fine, so you will agree with me that the comparable number 5 is on the second floor?
Correct, because it's units 2 or 6, it's second floor.
And so in the hearing on the Morey property, you made,
It's,
Some-
we right now on 307 York Avenue, it's not relevant.
so in terms of the rental comparable, you're number 5. On the appeal on Morey.
No, let's not go to Maury, Mr.
Well, she made the suggestion that
No.
it was inappropriate to
It's
use
completely
public floor
different
space.
view.
Well,
It's
You know-
office building in downtown, 1-2 floor,
Fair
sometimes
enough.
3 floor in suburban area. How we describe this policy building.
So-
And all my comparables similar to subject property.
okay.
And those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boardroom. Doug, any questions of the assessor? No. Mr. Richard?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay, just to confirm, the request for revision from 621 to 763,000 is a result of you adding 1,000 square feet of basic
Yes, I
finish
did
only?
records, yes.
Okay. All right, and you never inspected the property, you just estimated that? And you
My
are-
updation was by using permits,
Pardon me?
by using permits,
Permits, okay.
yes, and our record.
Okay, now I have some other questions.
Okay.
Please
It's too
finish.
late.
Yeah, please finish.
But you are, you're using the plan area, using the outside measurement of the building?
Yes, because for me
So
it's
no allowance for-
owner-occupied building.
Yeah, but no allowance for a wall?
Because it's
or-
owner-occupied building, very small office in downtown, across convention center. It's a very valuable piece of land.
Okay, so
In
explain
first
to us,
place.
what permit are you referring to that there's basement development?
When I update these records, I went through all our records inside our system.
Okay,
So
now what do you find? Can you detail the year and maybe a description of the permit?
I apply full leasable area, similar to gross floor area. I treat this building like
No, I understand
owner-occupied
that.
building.
But how do you know that how do you know that the basement finish? You implied that, or you stated that there was a permit to
On
develop
our
the basement.
records, we have a basement of 1,000 square feet on my page 1.
No, I know, but you said that there was a permit that led you to believe, to confirm that there was, to add basement area. Did I mishear
It's
that?
our records about basement. It's same records stay here on page number 1.
No,
I treat this property owner-occupied building.
so there is no permit to say that there was
So
basement
leasable
development?
area and gross area is similar.
Okay.
I apply full gross area.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, okay. I see. So okay, fine, that explains, or that answers that, okay. Okay, does that answer your question?
I appreciate you bringing
Okay,
that
yeah.
forward, and that does answer my question.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Okay,
Now, prior to our recommendation, I have some rebuttal evidence to present with respect to this property and the assessor's submission,
okay,
dealing only with the information in the assessor's submission.
okay. And when you say recommendation, you're asking for
A lower value.
a revision?
So, yes.
Okay. Now, so this wasn't submitted in your package?
No, this is rebuttal evidence with respect to the assessor's revision of the leasable area. Okay? She's indicated that the basement is leasable somehow?
No.
Yeah, this is not new evidence, this is, no, the recommendation, as when assessors bring in recommendations, I'm not providing anything in terms of rental comparables, cap rates, I'm just providing a recommended value. Okay?
So it's not really rebuttal?
No, this is rebuttal.
This is rebuttal.
I have something separate to present.
Okay, but
This is rebuttal.
Okay, I object this rebuttal. Just open this page.
so,
Information of my floor, December 11, 2018. It's post reference.
oh, no, well, let's go through it for a
It's
second.
brand new
But, no, but my
information.
question is, why wasn't this submitted in the filing time?
Because I got the information very late in this process. As I indicated earlier on during our debate, I have been in frequent,
Which one? Which day?
yes, this file. I have been in frequent communication with Ephraim Tannenbaum,
Okay,
who is in fact in Israel. And you'll appreciate that there's a significant time difference, and so there's some delays. I received the information, well, some of this information, certainly not all of it. I received some of this information subsequent to the filing deadline. So I can tell you that amongst this information I'm going to show you is the city's 2018 assessment appeal brief, an excerpt from it. I'm going to show you the board order based on that submission. I'm going to show you the rent roll as of December of 2017 without any rental information, simply to confirm the tenancies in the property. And I'm going to show you the main floor plan, which reflects the 2020 physical condition of the property. No economic information, and I'm going to show you an email confirming that the basement does not contain office spaces, common area bathrooms, and other areas not rentable.
Okay.
My
So-
documents.
Okay, so,
Just line present it and then ask the questions.
okay, you're right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, and I'm going to go through this quite quickly. So on,
But for records, I object this information, brand new information. It should be presented on time, period.
well, it's pretty clear that rebuttal evidence is admissible. I'm not presenting
All
any.
information was presented.
Well,
to-
okay,
to
okay,
these
let's ask the
people.
question. Like, this could have been submitted without hearing from the
It
owners.
wasn't necessary because until I saw the assessor's brief, I didn't realize that she was amending the leasable area. So what we have here is a circumstance, again, where this assessor seeks to amend the leasable area, and I'm providing you with rebuttal evidence to that, explaining why that should be disregarded.
Okay, we're going to take a 3-minute recess at least, and I'm going to ask both parties to leave the room. Thank you. Okay, call the hearing back to order. Okay, Mr. Borgstrom, you start presenting your rebuttal evidence. Svetlana, as we go along, if you have any concerns with what's being presented, you can verbally present that to us, and we'll take it into consideration, okay?
By saying, yeah.
Yes, okay?
So
Fair enough.
as we go over it, she can.
Yeah,
can
sure,
interject.
but we'll take it into consideration, and
And
we'll,
during presentation,
yes.
I can step in. Okay.
Yeah, that fair, page by page, okay.
You bet.
Okay,
So
go ahead, Brad.
I have already outlined what is contained in this package, and I'm just going to go through the documents quickly. And I apologize, they're not numbered, so let's start at the third page in, and then we number them. So the third page in is a excerpt from the City of, the Assessment and Taxation Department's brief to this board in respect of the 2018 appeal. And the-
Can I jump in? It's a previous Board of Revision, it's not relevant for
Well,
today. It should
okay.
be brand new hearing.
Yeah, I understand, okay, yeah, so noted, okay, go ahead, Brad.
Thank you. And so I don't show it to you with respect to values, but rather to draw your attention to the leasable area that the city applied in that hearing. I do note that Ms. Trochum, who I had encounters with over the years, was a very experienced assessor. I also want the board to note, just for the record, that there was no request for a section 54.3.2 in this city's brief. So they have complied. And the board order, not for value, but just to show that that was what it was based on.
Okay, Brad, can I ask, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but, okay, so there's no work up here, so,
No, and I'm not worried about the value at all. All I'm doing is showing the basis of the city's leasable area,
yes.
and I can tell you.
Oh, there we are, 4529, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's good.
Got it.
Can I jump in? If you open page 2 of my brief, please open page 2 of my brief. Request for home expansion information. We request in 2017, no response. We request in 2016, no response. We did extension, no response. We have sale 2017, we request information, no response.
Okay,
We have sale in 2016 in February, no response.
yeah, okay, Svetlana, I think we all agree, both parties will agree, that there's probably an inspection warranted on this property by the department to find out what's going on.
Well, and I can tell you exactly what that is
And
now.
also, let's come back to page 2 of agent evidence,
Okay,
and you can see email confirming basement has bathroom and other common area which are not leased, but it's part of building. So basement usable.
okay, all right,
Let's keep
So,
going.
and so,
duly noted,
I'll
okay.
get to there.
Okay,
So I'm going to take you through these one page at a time because I forgot to number them. So third page, city's brief, pages 4 and 5, the board order. Okay, page 6, I'm going to number them as we go along, is a December 31st of 2017 rent roll. I have redacted all of the rental information on this property, the amounts of the rental information, but all of these properties, and I'll verify that information in a moment, all of the tenancies within this building are on the main floor. That's consistent with the information presented to this board in the 2018 PO.
Can I have comments? Please look on this corner, January 15, 2020, instruction of master rental. It's post-reference.
Well, actually, it's not, because this...
It's post-reference. We
but
asked for this
so
information
Lana,
in
it's as of
2018.
December 31st, 2017.
So that's...
Yes, but this master roll was printed 15 January
Okay.
2020.
And so-
All this information was requested in 2019, prior to 2017, when we create this 2020 assessment.
Okay.
So, so perhaps she doesn't understand the property management software. They can pull out a point-in-time snapshot, and it doesn't matter if they did it next year, they can go back, for example, to 2015. The point in time that it's extracted at doesn't matter. What matters is the point in time of the information. And this rent roll is as of December of 2017.
Okay.
But this information not provided for us in 2018.
And so we've addressed that already, so let me just
Okay, go ahead, Brad.
go through this. The following page, which I'll number as page 7, is actually a floor plan that was provided to me, and you'll see there, consistent with the rent roll information, you'll see there the leased areas, you'll see their stairway. That's a vertical penetration that in any multi-tenanted office building is excluded. You'll see their common hallway, the entrance to the exterior, also areas which are excluded from areas in multi-tenanted buildings.
Okay.
Can I have comments? Please look on this page here on bottoms. This floor map was dated December 11, 2018. It's post-reference, April 1st, 2018 reference date.
Well,
It should be not considered
and so-
by board. Keep going.
Okay, so,
So let me just explain that this is not economic information. This deals with the physical condition of the property well in advance of 2020, which is the assessment you were talking about yourself. I'm not sure.
No, you're good. Okay. Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that the city is objecting to this page.
Because we're not allowed presented for post-reference information.
Well, this-
I was restricted, I'm not allowed.
But in all fairness, it does represent the current physical condition. So that is acceptable.
No.
Long
Because
established,
no.
it was not presented 2 weeks before.
Okay.
long established in case law.
Okay, noted.
Physical condition as of the reference, as of the assessment year, economic conditions with reference to the reference
Right.
date.
Yes.
That's a
Okay.
long established case law.
Okay.
So the other thing I have confirmed, and you'll see that here that I confirmed it yesterday, you can start at the very last page, and this is actually the property manager, and so he was wondering what, I sent him over some information about the assessors seeking the increase, etc. So he asked for a copy of the report, I sent it over to him. He responded and said that he noticed that Ms. Shiloh was using a leasable area of 6,000 square feet, and he knows quite clearly, and that's established on the plan and the December 17 rent roll I provided to you, that the leasable area is only 4,319 square feet, and that the basement area contains no office space.
Okay.
It's a common area bathroom, as well as a computer room, slab storage, and utility room, all ordinarily excluded from rentable areas in multi-tenanted buildings.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Do you have evidence of leases?
Well,
Sometimes leases show the square footage by using this basement.
But he's just rebutting your evidence.
Yeah.
Lana?
It proves that basement exists. It's very small building.
Right.
There's no doubt that the basement exists. None of the basement is leased, nor does it contain office space.
But it has washroom, furnace
Right.
room, computer storage, storage utility room.
So-
It's exist, and if it has washroom, computer room, it's finished.
So let me
It's
just perhaps
just
give
good,
her an example.
it's good
Very
information for
quickly,
us.
no? Okay. Okay.
Okay, duly noted, Svetlana,
So,
okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
I'm open to any questions on that evidence.
Svetlana, do you have anything? Well, please just
Ask
repeat.
everything.
Pardon me?
I ask already, yeah.
Okay,
And,
and Richard, anything on this rebuttal?
Only that we haven't seen a value.
Yeah, we're gonna get there, yeah.
Yeah, no questions other than that, that's fine.
Okay, so Brad, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
So Brad, on your first submission, before you knew there was an increase, is that right? You stated that you were asked for confirmation.
Yes.
Okay,
Well-
but now,
Well, yeah, now we're looking at the actual leasable area. And having had an opportunity to more closely consider the matter, I'm just going to present you with a recommendation. It's not going to contain any references to rents, but it is the calculation of my recommended value.
okay, okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Now, no, we're not gonna allow any written submission about it, it has to be verbal.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. So, as you've seen in every other presentation that I've done, well, you can't see the details, but it's the same format where we've got the rentable area, a potential net income, vacancy allowance, blah, blah, blah.
Okay,
So, our rentable area
yes,
that we've applied here is 4319 square feet.
okay,
That's consistent with the rent roll provided. We shouldn't have mouth off, let me make sure. So on page 6 in the rent roll,
Yeah.
it shows 4319 square
Okay.
feet. Okay. It's smaller than the plan area, and it reflects the common areas not rented.
okay,
We are applying a potential net market income of $34,552. That's $8 a square foot.
$8 a square foot, okay,
5.5% vacancy rate, that's consistent
okay,
with a one-story office building.
right,
I do want to note, just very quickly, the department classifies this as an OFS. The Johnson report actually classifies it as a miscellaneous office. So it's a little bit of a different fish. But notwithstanding that, we've applied 5.5%.
okay,
Which gives us a vacancy allowance of $1,900.
okay,
We are applying non-recoverable shortfall at 7%, which works out to $22.86.
all right,
We have applied shortfall based on $7 a square foot,
okay,
$16.63, and the 5.5% vacancy rate.
okay,
Net operating income is $28,703.
28,703, okay.
Let me know if I'm going too fast.
No?
Now, we've actually applied in this case a cap rate of only 7%. I know the city has used something higher, but at 7% works out to $410,000.
Okay. All right. Okay, did everybody get that? Okay. All right.
And multiple questions, but that is the extent of our submission on this property.
Svetlana, any questions of your talent?
Yes. Subject property has outdoor parking. Do you know how many parking there? And who occupied this parking?
And so if we look at the rent roll, I can tell you that the only thing I have redacted from here are the dollar amounts associated with the rental charges. There are no parking charges shown on this rent roll. And so my presumption is that the stalls would be offered as an inducement to attract tenants. I believe, and it's not unusual, that parking stalls would be included with rents.
In subject property close to convention center, it's very valuable parking spot, correct?
Well, except that you've got the competing interest of trying to maintain tenants in the building.
No questions.
So let me, so just very quickly, if I might. You have a land area here of 6,044 square feet. You have a plate area of 5,000 square feet. That leaves very little land available for parking here.
Okay. Anything else, Fatman?
No.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Doug? And I am great too. Okay.
I thank you for your patience and I thank you for your attention. It's been a long day.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for appearing. Leave it with us and you will hear from us as soon as possible.